let's get this all set up real quick. Let's look at this, make sure we got it all in here, which we do. Good. All right. Let's also do one more thing here. Let's hit this and this. Yeah, that seems like the right one. Okay. Open that. Yeah, I can't type. Alright, let's go to quote spinner here. We're going over some new stuff in the latest BE release. Oh, I didn't post the link again. Maybe if I post the links before I do anything. Post in here too. Yeah, I know it says last Gaea test stream, but that's okay. It is the last test stream. Everything else after this is going to have pretty much we're going to have a topic for every live stream session. So this one's just kind of like a meh. We're gonna just do whatever we do. All right, so people are probably joining. We'll give them another, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, 4 minutes before we start doing anything. Make sure everything still looks good, which we do. Hopefully we get as much of a turnout as we did last time. That was pretty cool. We had, I want to say we had like over 100-something people join at one point. And we had a lot of people stay until the end, and it was a pretty good discussion. I liked it. It was fun. Alright, we're going to go ahead and delete this, and we're going to get some stuff set up. So a quick starts browser. I can actually open that up now, maybe. It allows me to click on it. Before it was grayed out, but I think they're going to bring it back in another release. Gotta have 2 drinks. Got like a Coke and like this really nice ale right here. It's actually really good. And my tablet's about to die. Let's go ahead and plug that puppy in. I gotta turn off Slack too. I don't want that to be running in the background. Alrighty, let's see. Yeah, it's going. Alright. Let's turn that off. Let's turn... we don't have to turn anything else off. Okay, that's cool. This, we don't need that. We'll keep that going for just now. Time being. Bull stuff, some aviation stuff, fishing stuff. Cool. No, turn off. Alright, cool. Alright, well, people will join if they can. If they can't, that's alright. We're still going to keep this for watching later, so it's not really going to matter. So let's go ahead and dive into some stuff. So the new BE release of Gaea ships with some really cool new nodes as well as changes. I made a video on some of them already, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to go over them some more, some additional stuff. So you'll notice that a couple things here in the toolbox has changed. They moved some of the nodes around that used to be in Erosion down to look dev, which is nice because what these nodes do is they actually just create, it's like a one node that does a lot of different things that you would normally have to do manually in Gaea. So what ends up happening is they took some of the nodes that were down in the Erosion, and you would have to combine them and mix them together to get cool results. So what they did is they actually made what they call look dev nodes, which do a couple of things that we were manually doing, but now you only need one node to do it. So that makes it really nice. Up here in the primitives, we have multifractal, which is a great addition to the already good selection lists that we have in the primitives. Multifractal gives you a lot of cool, interesting results in your noise that you would have to, again, normally combine together with different noises to get. This one just makes it that much easier. So we're going to play around with the multifractal for a bit, and you can do almost everything with multifractal. You can regular mountains, you can do billows, and even you can do mesas. So I mean, you can do pretty much everything with multifractal, and it's a very powerful tool. So hello Bob, welcome. I hope you are doing well. We're just talking about, for Bob who just joined, we're just talking about the multifractal here. I haven't been doing too much here, we're just killing time until some more people join, so good. Let me know if the audio quality is good. I had put some filters on the audio in the Streamlabs app, so I don't know how it sounds live. So let me know if it sounds good. I'm trying to get better audio than last time. Last time I was listening to it, I'm just like, oh, that's atrocious. Audio's fine. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Alrighty, so multifractal. One of the cool things about the multifractal, like I was saying, is it's just a really powerful fractal. Like you can do almost everything with it. It's not a one node does everything kind of node, but it is definitely a good primitive to start with on a lot of things. So if we wanted to make, so what I was saying is if we want to make mountains, we can make mountains. If we want to make billows or like hills, we can do that. If we want to make mesas, we could do that. And it retains a lot of detail in the fractal noise when we start adding filters to it, whereas other fractals or other noises that we have might lose some of that detail. Another nice thing to do with multifractal is to use it for as a mask for making textures, because it's just a really noisy and rocky looking node that you can do a lot of cool masking with it, or you can even use it against a Voronoi node, which has these really cool, interesting looks. If we were to kind of just change this around a little bit and increase the scale, maybe decrease it. Yeah, there we go. We have these cool, sweepy looking noises that are really good, but they tend to have a lot of flat details on the sides here. So if we wanted to use a multifractal for a mask on that, we can retain what we would normally have. So let's copy this node. We can look at the before and after. So that's the before. You see we have this nice groove right here, these little peak-like protrusions. But if we use the multifractal and the Voronoi together, we keep that that groove and these peaks, but we add that multifractal noise to the side of our Voronoi, and now we have these really cool looking mountain-esque looking areas. So this could be like a low peak, maybe, that goes up to a higher peak. And this down here could be like a valley starting. Hey Tad, how you doing? And again, like it doesn't take much to make a really cool looking landscape. So if we go back to the erosion here and just add a simple erosion, we have a perfectly well-to-do landscape here, and that only took these 3 nodes. So multifractal is really powerful that way. We have these nice little details down here that we normally would have to add in later. We don't want to have to do that. We want to have as few nodes as possible because that will make our builds go by a lot faster, but it also makes it so it's easier to understand what's happening in the node graph. We're going to go into a couple of those things on how to manage the node graph a little bit more in the future of this video. It's something that I want to bring up. I did make a tutorial on it, but it was a very quick tutorial. Just kind of want to spend more time doing it. So we're talking about it. So anyways, yeah, we made this really nice little simple landscape here just with these 3 nodes, and it's perfectly usable, and we can use everything given to us here for texturing and whatnot, and we can call it good. But let's get into making like a stream of mesas. I have gotten a couple requests to make beach scenes and desert mountain scenes, and I don't think they understood what they were called, but it's all right. Not everybody will know every geological name for, you know, different landscapes, I guess, but they wanted mesas essentially. So we can stick with what we have here, and that's actually fine. Let's just get rid of this one and this erosion. Oh, we got rid of the Voronoi. That's all right. We can get rid of the Voronoi. So mesas tend to be steep on the edges and flat on top, and the reason why this is the case is because they undergo lots of erosion, both hydro and full landscape project. Yeah, so this one's going to be more along the lines of a beginner tutorial, but it's a live stream, so obviously it's not a tutorial. We're kind of just shooting off the cuff. So I do plan on making more individual videos for beginners, but this right here, if you're not using the latest bleeding edge version, you can still follow along. So this will be a very beginner style tutorial because everything we're going to be using here, except for maybe multifractal and maybe a few other ones, probably in the look dev just so we can show them. Yeah, Spanish for table. Yep, flat top. There you go. Very used to the Spanish terms here in Utah. So, but yeah, this is going to be a very basic tutorial. I suppose a tutorial on making mesas, so you should be able to follow along relatively easy. And you know what, just to make it simple for everybody, I will still go over the new bleeding edge release nodes for the latest version, but we'll actually make our landscape with what already ships with Gaea in the production version. That way everybody can still follow along, but we'll still talk about the new nodes so that we can still get that knowledge out. So I think that's a good compromise. All right, so to begin with, what we normally would want to do to start making mesas is we can use a couple of things. Usually a purlin noise will work, but what I think we're going to do is we're going to use igneous. And the reason why we're going to use igneous is because we can mix that with our range node, and the igneous will give us these nice flatter features that are more indicative of mesas. We just got to find one that we want to use, and we're also going to select channels here because if we specifically talking about the Goblin Valley area in Utah where there's a lot of these geological like formations, they tend to have these channels that go up into the center of the mesa and then they cut off, and that's because of it's a really soft sandstone rock that they're made out of, and rain just hits it and it tumbles down and erodes it over time. So using the igneous primitive for a good starter is going to help quite a bit. Let's go ahead and change the seed around until we find something we like. And that can take some time, obviously, because a lot of this is just kind of looking around, seeing what we can find, and makes it look really good. Another good example on how to make a nice looking mesa or mesa-like features is the Jabba's Palace or Jabba's Hideout quick start guide, quick start item in the quick start browser. I can't open it in this latest bleeding edge, but let's see if I can open it in the regular one. So if we do a quick start, it's going to be under techniques, I believe, and we're going to be looking at, it's down here somewhere. Oh, there's a simple mesa. I like this one for the texturing options. I don't necessarily like it for the overall mesa look, but that's also a good one to be looking at. Let's see. It was in here somewhere. Maybe I'm missing it. Or maybe they removed it. I don't think they removed it because this is in the other. Devil's Tower is actually a good one to look at for how to start a nice looking mesa. But again, that one doesn't really end up with the, oh, right there. Okay, Jabba's Corner is what it's called. So let's open that up and we'll take a look at it real quick. This is actually a really good example of what we're trying to, of what you want to accomplish. We might not accomplish it just because we're kind of shooting off the cuff, but this is something that you want to look at to get those features. So this is what we have. We got a lot of terracing right here. We got our flat tops coming up to the top here. Then we have these grooves, this groove right here, which is nice. And they just kind of cut this edge of this mesa right here off and put in some sand dunes in there. It makes it look really nice. So this is a good one. This one's probably not so much of a beginner landscape. This is probably more of like an advanced beginner. So if you are still new to Gaea, but you've been using it for like a month or 2 or 3 or however long it takes you to learn some of the processes, this is probably more like an advanced beginner landscape, just because there's a lot of different like masking going on and selections and so on and so forth. So let me, probably can't see all of it here. Let me change that around real quick. There we go. So that's what we have. It's right here. So that's really nice, really good example, but we're not going to be making this specifically. But yeah, it's Jabba's Corner. That's in the quick start guide. I would recommend looking through that. Let's just keep looking around here on the seed, and luckily this is live. The live sessions usually last longer than the videos because I actually have a topic for a tutorial. In the live sessions I don't necessarily have a topic, so we're just kind of going until we find something we like. I really like the raw nature of the live sessions. Kind of helps bring out some different thought processes and whatnot. That one's actually really cool, but that's not going to help us with mesa. This would be like a high mesa look, I suppose, because we would be using it for like the top part of the mesa, but we want something that's more along the bottom. This one might do. Let's keep this one for the time being. We have some low areas, and we have these other high areas, and we already have this staggered terrace effect naturally in the igneous primitive, so let's just stick with that for the time being. I'm going to get rid of this 2D for now, so we have more of this viewport to look at. Alright, so that we have igneous on here. Let's go ahead and bring in our range. The reason why we want range is because we want to bring in additional mesas across the board, and we're going to be masking in some stuff, and hopefully this will turn out really well. So this is going to help us make a range of mesas. I think we want to do it without the base. Yeah, high altitude without the base, and we'll just kind of want to play with the scale a bit until we find a good scale. I think that will do, and we want to have it really high. So I think we're going to boost the height up so we have more of that height data to play with when we make our mesa. And the definition we kind of want to keep maybe on the higher side as well, so we don't get a lot of flat areas that look terrible, and we'll stick with this for now. Now let's go ahead and add our mask in. So we got our igneous going into our range, and this is what we get. Might not look like anything right now, but we're going to be adding some stuff that will definitely help. All right, so let's just stick with this for now. If we have to come back a little later to change up the seeds so we get more interesting stuff, we'll do that. But for the time being, let's just stick with that. And let's try some other stuff. We want to throw in a little bit of a displace here. And what you can use instead of displace is warp. It's going to have... Warp is going to be one of the newer nodes inside of Gaea, the newest bleeding edge. So this is going to be 1.2.0.1, and warp is going to be like the new brother. So displace is the big brother to warp. So warp is new, and this is what I would recommend using to displace your landscape a little bit more. But if you don't have warp, just use displace. You'll get additional cool looking displacement features on your landscape. But we're not going to use standard, we're actually going to use rugged. Rugged will work, and then we just want to use high quality. We're not going to change anything else on here. We're just going to add the displace. We'll just keep the basic results, use rugged, use high quality, and that will change our landscape enough where we don't lose these features that we have. So there is the range without the displace, and here's it with the displace. It's not very much, but again, if we have to, we'll come back and change that. We don't want to displace it too much right now. Okay. Next, what we're going to do is we're just going to use terrace. And if you don't want to use terrace in the new bleeding edge, use fractal terraces right there. This will be in the newest BE edition, so you can use that. This is what you're going to get. But if you don't have this option, just use the terraces, and you'll get very similar features with a little bit more playthrough. So this is what we have with just the regular terraces. You can see it's kind of affecting our landscape up here, but not too much. And so we want to change that around. So if we use these different processing options here, we have the default, which will do this. If we use the residual, it'll keep our overall landscape look, but it'll add terraces in a few different areas, but not across the entire landscape kind of uniformly. What we want to use is the gentle one. And I say gentle because this will be our initial landscape modifier. We might have to change the range around a little bit, but that'll be fine. So we're going to use the terrace here, and we're going to increase the amount of terraces we have. And so this will be your actual number of terraces. So 10, we have 10 terraces. If we do 100, we'll have 100 terraces. You can see as we add more terracing, it brings our landscape back into view, but we have these steps going on in our landscape. Let me increase the resolution so it'll be easier to see. And I need to get a drink. There we go. So now you can see these little gentle terraces coming in. If I could talk, if we may change this around, we won't be using gentle. We'll probably be going back to default, so we get a stronger look, which we may do. We may do that. Actually, you know what? I think we will, for the time being, just use the default one. We'll come back to adding more terraces in later, but we'll use the gentle process. We want to use the gentle process in there eventually, but I think for the time being, what we'll do is we'll use this default process, and then just increase the amount of terracing we have, and then decrease the uniformity just a bit. Not much. They are, a lot of the times, they're pretty uniform when you're looking at them, just because they've all had this, especially in Utah where Lake Bonneville kind of eroded some of the landscape, so you have these long steps in our landscapes where it's sat there and eroded the shoreline for a really long time, and they're all pretty level and uniform, but they're not totally uniform across the board. That's what I'm trying to say. And we're going to increase the steepness just so we can get a little bit more gap between our terraces. So this will increase the steepness in between the terraces, so they'll make them more straight up and down on the step. Keep the intensity high, and I'll just not worry about the seed for now. Okay, so we're starting to get a little more of our landscape into view here. What we can do now is we can modulate these terraces. And a good way to modulate them is using the Voronoi noise and connecting that to the modulation of the terraces. You'll see we get this really weird abstract looking landscape, which we don't necessarily want all of this to affect our landscape. We want to be a little more selective of it. So to be selective of it, we want to use a data node. Data nodes are important in Gaea because they are what processes data in your landscape to use for coloring or selecting or anything like that, which is nice because everything you use in the data nodes can be used for any of those, for selecting and coloring. So it makes a lot of sense to have them all in one area because they all serve the same purposes. So if we were to use more of a height selection here, or a height data node, connect that to the mask, not of the Voronoi, sorry, but of the terraces. Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, we don't want to do that. What we want to do is we want to add the height to the Voronoi. Then we want to add the height output to the mask of the terraces. There we go. The reason why you want to do that, and that might be a little confusing to some new users of Gaea or any of these node-based programs, but the reason why we do it this way is because we're telling the Voronoi to only be applied at a certain height, and we have to use the input for the height, because if we use the mask, then we'll just be making another mask on a mask, telling it to apply somewhere else, and we don't want to do that. So we want to apply it uniformly across the Voronoi Voronoi node. So we input that into the input of the height, but then we want to tell it where to implement it on the heights, and that's where we put it in the terraces in the mask. Hopefully that makes sense. Never had anybody explain that to me growing up. They just kind of said, hey, do this and then it'll work. They didn't explain why, and it didn't really click in my head, but that's the reason why. So we're applying the Voronoi noise to the terracing through the modulation, but we also have to apply it in a certain area, and that area is based on the height. So we have to take the Voronoi node, plug it into the input of the height, and then we have to say, okay, this terrace right here should only be applied to a certain area. That is where we put it into the mask, because the mask is going to be this area of which to apply the effect only. Instead of across the entire landscape, we only apply it to certain parts of the height. Okay, hopefully that makes sense to you guys. So now we only have it being applied to certain parts of our height on our landscape. And the modulation might be a little bit too high. So if we were to right click and do pin, or you can hit F on your keyboard as a shortcut key, now we can go back to our Voronoi and we can change the scale around, and it will update in real time. We can see the changes occurring in our landscape without having to go back and forth between the nodes. It'll just update when you make a change. And Voronoi might not be the best option for the modulation either, but we'll come back to it if we have to. If we can't find anything here, we'll use something else. And then we also want to change the height here. So we don't want, we got to unpin this one though, or else we won't see what's going on. And if we right click this, and there should be pin as underlying right here. If we go back to our height here, we can see the mask selection in real time as well. So we can go through and change the height selection. We can see our landscape in real time if we pin that as the underlying one, kind of like you would for color. So we want to apply not all the way to the ground, so minimum at 0 will be from the ground up to about 43% of the landscape. We want to apply it at higher areas towards the mid-range, but that's probably not going to work here. No, we might use something else. Let's not use Voronoi. Let's use, you know, we can use igneous here and bring in some additional details. We can take the igneous output, plug that into the height. There we go. And then we can look at our terrace here and see what it'll look like. But we want to also do that for the modulation. And we might not even do modulating either. We might just take the modulations out. It could work with a lot of delicate changes, but that might just take too long. So we're not going to do any of that. I think what we're probably going to do is if we look at our original landscape right here, it's a lot larger and in charge, and then we put in the range and we lost a lot of that. So what we're going to do then is bring in a combine node. So, oops, come on. So maybe combine. and we're going to combine this terrace right here with the igneous right there. And we're going to take out this height for now. And what we'll do is, I like to make sure these are nice and just make sense for me. What we got to do now is we have to try to find a blend ratio to kind of fit our needs. So what I like to do, just to look as an initial look through, just increase the ratio all the way to 100%, and then just click on the method and then unclick or declick, and then just use the arrow keys to scroll through everything and see how things look. So we find one that we like, and then that's when we change the ratio. That's what will happen. And in this case, I'm not really finding much that I like. This one right here actually adds our terraces. So if you look up here, we have our terracing going on. But we lose all the range. So that one we're not going to use. What I'm thinking we might do is probably change the range around. So let's delete that. So now we have our igneous, and then our range. And I know we're going to lose quite a bit on our range anyways, because it is kind of a lower altitude node, but let's just change the seed around and see if we can find anything that will fit better. What I was hoping for is that over here would be a mesa, over here would be a mesa, and then we have a small one here as we work on it, but I wasn't quite liking what we were getting. This one might do. Let's look at the terraces. Yeah, I'm thinking that might do more. If you don't have the latest BE edition, I recommend getting it because the fractal terraces will make this a lot easier than just the regular terraces. So, but anyways, let's stick with the terrace here. And we have what we need here to get our terracing of look. All right, cool. So what we want to do now is we want to use a small amount of erosion. So let's use just a basic erosion. And we can use a preset. If you have the preset options, you use preset, and then do mesas or terraces. And this will set you up for some different terracing effects and to some mesa looks and whatnot. And if you don't have the presets, just copy what you see here, because it's actually a really pretty good preset. And then what we're going to do after that is we're going to throw in a shaper node. And if you are using BE in the latest version, shaper is available right here as just an additional change to any node that you have. So you can use this right here, but if you don't, just use the shaper node. And then what we're going to do is we're going to change the shape towards the right. And what that's going to do is it's going to shaper, I have a video on it, but shaper will essentially say, hey, I want more peaks or I want less peaks. And it changes the landscape without actually destroying it. And we want to maintain fine details while we do this. So let's go ahead and increase this till we find something we like. Thinking maybe 60% might do. And you know what we might do before we do the erosion? I wanted to have a couple erosion nodes stacked on top of each other. Yes, you can, Bob. You can use a clamp or a clip node or a bias and gain node to get this look. But we're going to use shaper because shaper was built specifically for this kind of stuff. It should be in the latest version of both versions of Gaea, so the BE version as well as the production one. So anybody should be able to use the shaper node. This is what I recommend using. What we're going to do first is we're not going to add that erosion. We're just going to do the shaper first. You can see how it's starting to give us that flat top. And what we're also going to do is on this shaper node, we're going to go ahead and use the level. That's going to be too much. So what we want to do is bring a level down, which we should be able to do with the influence. Maybe a little bit more, maybe about right there. So that'll be before, here's after, and then like Bob said, we can use a clip to clip the tops. The clipping will actually remove the overall detail that we have in our mesa. So what we want to do is, instead of just clipping it, we want to actually use the tools that we have, like the erosion, to get the looks we want first. But let's see what we have with that, with the erosion real quick. Not quite giving us the flat tops we want, but this does give you a good terrace look. It's still a little deserty, but it's still a little bit too much. So let's delete that erosion. We'll keep the shaper, and let's use a filter here. I think there's one that we can use that will work really well. Or is it an adjustment? Where is it? There's one of them in here somewhere. Somewhere. Not quite. Huh, all right. I thought for sure that there was something in there that would be a little bit more helpful. So let's just use a clamp after the shaper. And let's use clip, and I'll show you something that we can do here. Okay, it's starting to look a little more flat, but again, like I said, you're going to lose some detail in here. So we don't want it to be completely, aperture would be all right. It'll make things look a little more bulbous. So if we throw aperture in there, right here, probably do it after before the clamp, but just for looking, this is what aperture is going to do. We have these terraces, and it makes things look a little bit more bulbous and inflated. Well, that's kind of like the method that we're going to be using here anyways. We have expand, contract, spread, and reduce. And you do have these cool looking effects, but you can use this. I mean, it's a good effect to use, but I would use it sparingly. And then I'm not entirely sure which method to use here. I think it's going to be spread. I think it's spread is the one that you want to use. And then these are just going to be the kernels it's using. So if you think of the method as like what's going to happen, this is what whatever is happening is going to look like. So diamond, you have, well, let's just do this. Now that you got me on a tangent, thanks, Bob. We have mountain here. It's a good way to look at it, is using a mountain. It's actually a really good default mountain right there. So let's increase the iterations here so we can really see what's happening. And you can see right here that effect has more of a diamond pattern to it. And if we were to change that to disk, now we have more of a disk look. It just makes it more round. Figure out the scale settings. Oh no, Proxima, no, I have not figured out the scale settings, but let's open up the EAP here real quick. And I haven't been able to find it even in the newest version of the Bleeding Edge version. So we're just gonna, I'll show you real quick where you want to find it if you're not using BE. It's gonna be under here. So you have this setting right here, terrain definition. It gives you the real scale. So 2.441 meters per pixel. So every pixel is going to be about 2.44 meters. And then your height scale ratio, it gives you right there. If you hit the arrow, it'll bring down the terrain definition. Right here you can change it. So the scale is going to be about 5,000. So 5,000 meters. Height is going to be about 2,600 meters. So this is where you're going to want to change it. You can change the base of it too. So right now it's just going to be from, I guess, sea level up. And then that's where you're going to change your terrain definition for your scale. And then it gives you the ratio there, so you know what the ratio will be. So hopefully that helps you. But I haven't been able to find it in the newest version of Bleeding Edge or the last version. So hopefully that answers your question. Anyways, back to aperture. So yeah, these are just going to be the shapes that you're using. There's cross. That just gives you this like traditional square diamond shape. Octagon just gives you an octagon look, which is similar to disc, at least in this option or this setup. So on and so forth. Corner, you get the point. Anyways, you could use this to get some interesting looks in your mesa, but I don't think I'm gonna use it. I'm just gonna stick with clamp. So we have this mesa look right now. Now we want to do is bring in some detail here, and we can do that again with a combine. So let's throw in a combine. Or we can use a height selection, but let's see what we can do with the combine first. So let's combine that in, and then we're going to combine our last one that we have, which is this displace. Actually, you know what? We can do it with the shaper. Let's just bring the shaper in. And we can mask in probably that. There we go. Now we have those details back in. And we can change the blend around a bit too. So if we were to change the blend to be higher, we still have our overall look that we're going for, and now we have those details back in. Really nice. Now it's not totally flat, because they will be flat. A lot of mesas tend to be flat, but on top, but they actually aren't truly flat. Like if you go to the top of them, they'll be kind of rugged still. So it's just from the ground, when you're looking up, they look really flat, because the details are small, but we want to have some up there. So that's what you can do to bring in those details again. Now the erosion. And this is just one way to make these mesas. We'll look at other ways to do it. So this will be more of your basic beginner style. And let's go ahead and throw in an erosion. And we also want to use a thermal. So we want to have very small amounts of erosion. They are heavily eroded landscapes, but since we're trying to simulate real world here, this is going to be based on the amount of time throughout history, and it takes a really long time to erode something that looks like this. And I'm not talking about in build times, I'm talking about like in real world time. So if we want something that looks like this, that will take forever. So what we want to do is we actually just want to use something that will simulate that actual design. So you can right click it and use the preset if you have those options. If you don't, I like to just reduce the duration down to about 1%, because your duration is how long it'll be eroded for, and then your strength is how strong that initial erosion is. So if we were to increase the duration but decrease the strength, we can actually do the complete opposite of what we wanted. But if we just decrease the duration, the time in real world spent eroding that terrain is very small, but that small amount of time there was a really strong erosion, and if we were to increase that, now we get this really strong erosion. But if that small amount of time had very little strong erosion, we would just decrease the strength. So hopefully that just makes sense. These two settings, a lot of people have asked me in comments or on forums, like, what's the difference between the duration and the strength? That's the difference. The strength is how long that initial erosion is, and the duration is how long that erosion is going to be. Hopefully that makes sense. But in this case, we had a small amount of erosion that was relatively strong. So let's increase the strength of it. Now we got these grooves. And then what we're going to do after that is we're actually going to attempt to use rivers here, because we want to bring in some of those areas that what I was growing up as a kid, we would go down to Goblin Valley to the mesas there, and we would just walk through those crevices. You can use rivers for that, but I think a better option would be breaker. Let's just add breaker in. And you can see how that's giving us those deep cuts and those grooves. And I'm not sure if breaker has presets. It doesn't. Okay, so we want accurate. I'm going to use accurate here. And then we're going to probably not change anything else here, just keep that basic setup. And what we could do is, I like to stack erosion, breaker, erosion, but you could put in the breaker first. Like that. And increase the depth just a tiny bit more to about maybe 45%. And the river length, if this doesn't change it enough, the depth will change the depth of these cracks, but that's not doing it enough. So let's increase the river length. Those river lengths are those cracks you see. So if we increase the river length, you'll see it increase across the landscape a bit more. Not by much, but it did a little bit. And then the duration will actually help as well. We'll just increase that a little bit. It's going to take a minute. Breaker is a very powerful device, so when you change a lot of the settings in it, it does take a little bit longer to do its business. Where did I put my other drink at? Right there. I have two drinks. I have a Coke and a beer. All right, so these edges that you see right here is going to be more akin to what you're going to see on those mesas. So that actually looks quite all right. I mean, I know it's a little blown out, but again, this is going to be your more basic mesa setup. Something that you're going to throw together is like a beginner for a range, for a mesa range that we see here. But I don't want to spend too much time on that process just because there is a lot that's going on. So let's move forward. This isn't gonna be the only one that we're gonna make, so don't worry. We'll make individual mesas and then put them together in a similar fashion. This is gonna be more of a ranged mesa, one that's a larger piece of land that's being cut and whatnot. But if you're thinking of like Monument Valley or something like that, we'll get into that after this. Probably should put the erosion after the breaker, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think we're going to put the erosion after the breaker. So let's put that there. And it's just taken quite a long time. I'm building this out at 1K, so there is that. If you want to work faster, just change it to 5K. Actually, you know what? I wish there was a way to go even lower than 5K. So that's 512 by 512 for those who are wondering. I wish you could go down to 2K or 0.2K because that's 256 by 256. It's not necessarily needed because that's such a small amount of detail that anybody who works in that, you're going to have to increase the scale quite a bit to actually get what your landscape's going to look like in the end. And the problem with that is a lot of these nodes are resolution dependent. So you don't want to be working at an extremely small resolution because then you might make something that looks good at that resolution, but when you increase it too much, it's going to change it way too much, and then you have to go through and change a lot of your nodes and your seeds, and it's just a big pain in the butt. So it's probably a good idea, but for people who just like to prototype and play around and just test what things do, working at a smaller resolution than 512 would be great. But I mean, it's not necessarily needed. All right, so now we have it eroded, and you can see we got these terraced effects going in right here. We maintain a lot of the detail on our edges. Like I said, we're even at the top because you don't want to have that typical top-down height map like look where you have a very flat side where your coloring and your texture is going to stretch. That just looks terrible. And so if you use this method, you're stacking on top of each other different effects, and then you retain a nice amount of small detail on your steep edges going downwards. And so when you texturize this, it's going to look a lot better than if you were to just, like, for instance, these deep cuts right here. This is what I'm talking about. So you see these deep cuts, that's going to cause a lot of texture warping and stretching. But when you're, like, say you make this map for a video game, and you have your character walking into one of these grooves, like maybe this one right here, you're going to see that texture stretching. That's when you'd retopolize your landscape so you can get those pixels, or those, not pixels, but polygons that are stretching. You essentially just retopolize it, and it unstretches those pixels, and then you can apply a texture to it that doesn't look like it's stretching and warping. Or you can do like some kind of vertex paint maybe to do that, or you can mold it yourself while you're doing it in-game, which you can do as well. But you want to essentially cut down the amount of this that's happening before you export it. If you do that before you export it, your life in your other program is going to be so much easier. All right, so we also have this thermal. So let's throw the thermal in there. And what this is going to do is it's going to make some nice deposits, as you can see. So we have our regular breaker, which breaks it apart, makes it look more mesa-like. Then we have our erosion, which is going to fill it in with a little bit more deposit, and then introduces additional little erosional details. But thermal, as you can see in here, it's going to fill in these are what's called taluses, essentially rock that gets so hard or it gets so hot, and then it retains the heat, and then when it cools down at night, tiny little fractures and cracks in the rock are created by this reheating and freezing or cooling, heating and cooling process. That tiny cracks in the rock over time will break the rock off and will actually crumble down into what you have is these taluses right here. And you see that a lot in higher mountain altitudes where you have like this rock face that's being eroded, and then you have all the rock that's eroded that just kind of fell down into this talus pool. That's what this is simulating. And it's a really, really strong and really powerful erosion. So if you were to increase a lot of these options in here really high, it can take a really long time to process it. But it's one of those erosions that, well, at least when I started doing landscape, 3D landscapes, I ignored because it took forever to build out. But I quickly found out that it actually is probably one of the most underutilized tools in a lot of 3D applications because it does a lot of stuff that your regular erosion just doesn't do. So I recommend using thermal if you can get by with using it. In Gaea, it's actually really quick, so I don't see a reason not to use it. But in something like World Machine, especially older versions of World Machine, it just took forever to build thermal out for some reason. I don't know why, but it just took forever. And thermal should have some presets, and what I recommend is Heat Fused Rock 2. That one is really good. There's also another one that if you hover over it, will tell you it's Dax's favorite. Somewhere in here. Maybe it's under Erosion. I think it's Slope Bias 85. Yeah, that's Dax's favorite. Yeah, so if you were to hover over some of these, I give you little tool tips. Slope Bias 85, so that's using a slope bias on the erosion. And you use this erosion method on that, and it turns out to be Dax's favorite. So that's what he likes. In this case, I'm going to use Thermal, a preset, and we're going to use Heat Fused Rock 2. I think this is the one. I have to go back and look. Yeah, there we go. Makes it a little bit more bulbousy. We did lose a lot of those lower details, but again, it makes it look far more like a mesa, at least Utah mesas, or I'm not entirely sure about maybe Arizona or New Mexico or any of those other places, but this is more like what we would see in Goblin Valley in Utah. You could also copy these settings if you don't have presets, because I think these presets were introduced in newer versions that it isn't available to everybody, but you could just copy these settings. over here. But we also have heat fused rock 1, I guess the original. And that gives us this. So this, not so much in this case. I wouldn't use this option. We also have quick thermal fusion, which gives us something similar to heat fused rock 2, maybe not as strong. Yeah, and then strong talus. This one's really cool. I used this one quite a bit with high mountain landscapes mixed with snow. So essentially what you would do is you would use this and then take the deposit mask, connect it to an auto leveler, increase the auto level all the way is what I normally do. And then I just use the deposits mask as like a snow mask. And that way you don't have to worry about using a snow erosion. That can take a long time to process. I just bypass it using the thermal in this option, where I don't necessarily need the snow to be as accurate as possible. I just need there to be rock and snow. So that actually tends to look pretty decent. But that's not the one I'm going to use, not in this case. Decimated is pretty cool. I can just look at these thermal presets all day and play around with them. It's one of my favorite things to do. This one just, as it says, totally decimates it. But yeah, anyways, you get the point. Let's go back to heat fused rock 2. And that's the look we want. And then this is going to be like your mountain turning into a mesa kind of thing. And then after this, we did lose a lot of detail. So let's bring some of that back again like we did before. We'll just use a combine. And we'll just combine that back in with the shaper. We'll just mask it in right there. And we'll have to blend it in, I think. Let's use a different option here. Now we're gonna use, okay, let's bring in this erosion, and then let's use this one as a mask as well. Yeah, there we go. Now we got the details coming back in. Very small amount. Yeah, I don't know if, let's try something else here. That's just making these really goofy grooves, not grooves, but like artifacts. I don't like that. That's better. We got the detail coming back in on that one. Not so much down here, but there is a little bit. It's kind of harder to see, but you can kind of see it right here and over here. If I move this around, you can kind of see them. I think that might change depending on what options we choose here. Now, I think we have enough going on there that we could do something cool with it. I'm just going to use the add option because I like how that raises it up a little bit more. And we got enough detail down here that we can work with it. Hopefully it doesn't bug out. In any case, we're at the end anyway, so if it bugs out and crashes, we'll just open it back up and we will start with an individual mesa-like structure. Looks like it's going to completely freeze, so let's just close it out. And let's open it back up. I can at least recover it. So the nice thing about Gaea is that it does take those those different snips at different points of time, and you can just recover your project. So makes it really nice. But we'll just do a new one. Okay, so let's do an individual mesa structure. So that was more like a range. So let's do an individual, and I actually just deleted everything that would make that easy. So we're just going to stick with mountain. And this default one will probably work for now, so let's just stick with that. And let's throw in a shaper node. Shaper. There we go. And we're going to increase the shape all the way over to here. We get this bulbous looking area. And what we'll do is we can do if you wanted to, you can use a fractal terrace node if you are using the newer versions of Gaea. If you don't have that node, just again throw in a terrace. It's a very simple terrace structure. And what we'll do is we'll increase the amount of terraces we have. We don't want too many in this case, as it'll just look really weird and goofy. Maybe something like that. Decrease the uniformity and probably increase the steepness just a bit. And what we'll do is we'll reprocess this to be residual. You can see how that's reprocessing it to be a little bit more fractal terraces like. So if we were to look at the fractal terrace here, and then we have the residual terrace here. Now we don't have a uniform terrace going all the way around encompassing the entire landscape. It kind of breaks off and introduces these rocky features into it. This is what I recommend using a lot of the time when we're making mesas. So that's what I recommend in this case. You can do whatever you want. A gentle one will work pretty well as well, but residual, because we're going to stack some stuff here. So fractal terraces, you can start at that point if you wanted, but since we're making this simple for everybody to follow, not everybody has the BE version, so stick with that. And we're going to throw in another terrace right there, and we'll just do the default and increase the amount we have. And you can see how we're getting terraces in those areas that we didn't have before. Probably 25. We can, instead of connecting it here, we'll take a combine off the shaper. And we'll just combine these two together. I actually want to do it like this. I want to take this, put it there, connect that. There we go. Now you can see how it works. And we're going to mask. We don't have to mask anything in for the time being. We'll just combine them probably at a 50-50 blend. If nothing else here looks good. Oh, actually multiply. Multiply might work pretty well. Yeah, because we got this small amount of terracing in here, then we have the larger, and we still keep the residual amounts. So let's look at it here. So that's without anything. That's with the residual terraces. That's with the basic terraces, and then you have this. If you hear a printer in the background, that is my wife printing. All right. Looks like it might be coming along. We might have to increase, we might have to put a level on this, but let's start eroding it. And this will be a very basic single mesa structure, which you can make, export, and then make another one, or use a mutate option. We'll get into that for this as well, so you don't have to worry about changing things around. Export a bunch of these together, and then import them into your program, so you have a bunch of individual mesa options that are structures that would work out pretty well. Let's throw a breaker in. We're going to increase the river length and the depth and maybe the duration. Maybe less duration. About maybe right there will do. And we'll use erosion to kind of fill it in a bit. We're going to decrease the duration on this. Hey, Sauce Boss, how you doing? Probably a little stronger erosion on this case, in this case, and a thermal. Not a mask. There we go. It's gonna be funky until it is told to do something else. Let's do that heat fused rock 2 again. Don't be a mask. We don't want to. Yeah, we're trying to do mesas. So before you joined, we did like a larger mesa range structure. In this one, we're doing like an individual mesa structure. It's just going to be buggy. Let's delete it. We don't want to pin that as underlying. There we go. And let's increase the resolution. I have done volcanoes though. That is also a request that I've gotten quite a bit of, is volcanoes. A lot of people want me to make volcanoes, probably for their science fair project. And then we would combine this with something else, maybe make a more flat top. You can probably go to Shaper and increase this all the way. So if we were to go look at pictures, hopefully I don't have anything up that will offend anyone. No, it's not my last Gaea stream, it's just the last test stream. So the last 2 streams I did, they were just mostly tests. And I just wanted to see how it would work, how everything played out. I get a lot of you guys come in and talking, so that's nice. If I didn't get anybody, I probably would just quit doing live streams, but since people joined and they talk and they ask questions, I'll continue doing it. But this will just be the last test stream. Going forward, any live stream is going to be topic based, so it's not going to be as off the cuff, kind of like what we're doing now. I'm going to have a topic. We're going to talk about it, go about trying to make something. It'll still be kind of off the cuff on how we do things, because it's still kind of a learning process for me as well, because people are asking me to do something for them and show them how to do it. I like doing this just so you can see some of the thought processes that go into how something's made. So they'll be topic based in the future, but I think everything works out fine enough in the live streams that we'll just continue doing them. So here's Goblin Valley, and this is the place I've been talking about in the entire live stream. And you can see those deep grooves I'm talking about on the edges. You can see them there. Doing these little hoodoo things will be impossible to do in Gaea because you'll need like vertex painting and whatnot, but you can see like the terracing effect going on. You also have something like this, which I'll show you how to do. We're not completely done doing our like creation or whatnot, but you have something like this, and then you have things like this. And a lot of this stuff you'll have to also do in other programs. You can get like the base shape in Gaea, but you're going to want to do a lot of it in another program. And this was like the range structure I was talking about. And let's see if we can find something else. It works better with more CPU cores. Vitus, if I'm saying your name right, Vitus. It would work better with more CPU cores, and this is also the kind of look that we're going for right here. That's a good one. And the reason why is because it does use GPUs for some of the processing, but it's not a GPU-based program. So if you have more CPU cores, you'll probably build things out faster. That does have a lot of these nodes in Gaea has, let's go to something like, like Breaker has parallel processing. So if you were to change any of this parallel processing, if you were to uncheck it, it would process slower, but you'll probably end up with less errors in your processing. This has been known to cause like grid looks, gridding and banding inside of your builds if for some reason it didn't process parallelly, I guess. Parallelogram. I still can't say that word. Anyways, more CPUs. In short, more CPUs. And then this is what we would want to try to make with an individual mountain. So for the range, right here, and you have these features up here, which we didn't do. We could do that, we should do that, but we didn't. And then this one, right? Which one was it? This one? Was it this one? No, it was, which one was it? Did I just miss it? I totally forgot which one we clicked on. Right here, yeah. This will be kind of like what people are wanting to try to make inside of Gaea. Keep in mind that these structures leave a lot of very sharp, steep edges. And in Gaea, you're going to get some of that stretching. So I recommend that if you were to make this in Gaea, you would have to take it into another program to paint in the additional details you need on the side. So something like Mudbox or ZBrush. This is what you're going to want to make in Gaea as a base mesh and then do additional detail work inside of something else. So let's go ahead and finish off what we had going on right here. So this is kind of like what we're making right here. You can see that right here. It's a little bit, this is also going to be a lot more detailed, obviously, because we don't have textures going on in Gaea or anything like that, but we have these deep grooves on the edges, and then we have some of this more rocky talus look. These are the taluses I was talking about. This is all talus right here. And then to get this like box shape with these rocks on the top, it's super easy to do in Gaea. So instead of applying the thermal erosion all over the place, we would just do it based on height. So if we were to take, where is it? Right there. If we were to take this and apply it to the height of the erosion and plug that into the mask of the thermal, and you can kind of see it happening already, but we'll make it look a little better. And let's pin this as the underlying. Oops, pin, sorry, not pin as underlying. We could do that, it doesn't matter. And then change the height here so we can see what's going on. We want it to be max height, or not max height, sorry. I guess we'll just have to wait. We want it to be low, probably out to the bottom in this case, as we play around with it. And then we want to change the max height to something lower. Is it possible to get details in the 2D program? Not on these steep edges. So 2D is top down, obviously. So you'll have, essentially what you're working with is this. So this is just the 3D representation of what you're doing, but this is what you're making. So you're making this 2D object here. So if you were to, and I just did that again, I always do that. There we go. So if you were to take this and attempt to put in the details on the edges, like in these deep grooves, like right here, in these really steep edges, like right here, you're not going to be able to do that. And to be honest, a lot of landscape artists actually start this way. Unless you're using something really intensive like Vue, for example, that's what I used to use every day, you're not going to get those details on those very extremely sharp, pretty much straight up and down details, or edges, or sides, or whatever, because there's just no actual way to do that in a 2D program. What you'll have to use is something that has, and I believe this is something that's been talked about in the future for Gaea, is like vertex displacements, but it's nothing promised. So it's vertex displacements will allow you to do that. But in this case, as it is right now, there's just no way to do it. And I'm not promising you that will be the case. It's just something that's been talked about, but talking about it is not doing it. So it could be something that happens in the future, but it could also be something that doesn't happen. So for the time being, there's just no way to actually work with World Machine or Gaea or World Creator or any of those other landscape programs that will give you those details on those steep edges without something like ZBrush. So, and that's the workflow a lot of people have. So when I was doing landscapes a long time ago for another company, I would make the landscapes in World Machine, and then we would throw them into ZBrush, and I would paint in the details we needed. And that was the workflow for everybody. And that company had like 20 people that worked on just landscape assets, and that's all they did. And that was workflow. And that's the actual typical workflow of most studios or game studios or whatever. They'll either create it all procedurally in their program like Cinema 4D or 3ds Max or whatever it is they're using, maybe even Maya, but they are limited to just the tools in there. They don't have Erosion. So what they did is they would make it in World Machine, at the time was World Machine, and then they would export it from there into a different program, and that's where they would add their details. So it shouldn't be a reason to not use Gaea, because making your base meshes like this is so much faster and easier to get what you want than to just play around with stacking noises on top of each other like in Cinema 4D, like what I was doing before I found Vue or Gaea or World Machine. That was a pain. So this is a very typical workflow, but I mean, if it's something that's outside of what you can do, then obviously you have to do what you have to do. Okay, so let's continue here. Let's see what we can find. And you can still get really good results in Gaea, regardless of that info I just gave you. In a lot of the times for your really rocky mountains and whatnot, you actually don't have to use additional details or implement additional details in a different program, because it'll just you can get enough details already. Like, I've sold assets to people who asked me to make stuff for them, where they said it was completely perfect the way it was, and I was like, okay. And I was looking at them like, but you can add stuff there and there. But then I saw what they did with it afterwards. They sent me the either the video or the image that they did, and I was like, oh, you actually did a really good job just by putting a texture on it, and it looked fine. So I guess it just depends on your workflow. So now we're starting to get that more flat top here. Not as much thermal weathering occurring as I would like. That's the settings that we're using are probably what's causing the majority of that. So let's do strong talus. We'll see what that looks like. Yeah, there we go. So then we got that rock top, and then we got the taluses at the bottom. We still keep these little rock features. Let's check out another one. Especially, and one more thing, Sauce Boss, if you're still here, if you are using the new BE version, you can actually use this surface option right here in the look dev, where you can implement additional details across your entire landscape. We're actually going to get into that here in just a minute, but that has been another way of implementing additional detail in your landscape that before you would have to do something like putting in a regular noise. I believe it's under adjustments. I could be wrong. No, it's right here under filters, noise. So you just add a small, like, granular amount of noise to your overall landscape to give it a little bit more detail. But shaper or surface. Yeah, surface. I almost said the wrong one. Actually does a little bit more than that and makes it a little bit more realistic. So we'll get into that a little bit later, but that's essentially what we can do. I'll show you that. So got strong talus, so we can do, let's try decimated. Let's see what that looks like. And that really broke it. It actually broke the mask selection. There's just too much erosion going on right there that it created an issue. That actually looks pretty funny. Yeah, that is not going to be what we want. Let's try flatten. Flatten's probably not going to work well. Yeah, I didn't think it would. It does give us the overall shape, but we want to keep some of that talus. So I think the best one will probably be strong talus. Let's try quick. I'm trying to find one that will work fast for most people, because strong talus is going to take a little bit longer to build, but I think that gives us the best results right there. And then what we need to do is we need to increase this top part to be a little taller. So let's do something else here. We can use another height. So let's mask that out. We'll attach that to probably this part right here. Let's move this over. And let's throw in, let's attempt to continue. It should work. If it didn't turn gray and gray out, usually it'll allow me to keep working. Cool. All right, let's do, actually, you know what? Let's do an auto level first. Let's try that out. And let's see if we're gonna do this right. So we actually want to do this throughout the entirety of the landscape and then erode it. So I think we have to do it. This is where we would have to do it right here. We would have to set the auto level up into the input of the breaker, I think is what we're going to have to do. So we're going to use this height as a mask. Attach that to the input of the auto level. And then for the height, do you plan on ever making a paid tutorial on an entire workflow from making the base in Gaea, detailing in ZBrush, and then UDK, or not UDK, UE4 or C4D, depending on the project? Yes, so I'm making it right now. Right here, you'll see the Gaea Beginner's Guide. I'm actually putting stuff together. We got the intro to Gaea, first simple landscape, and then we're introducing primitive nodes. And this is the first build, so I'm giving you everything that I'm doing and I'm making along with it. And then I have this PowerPoint that just goes into the intro to Gaea. They're videos. I'm making them right now. They are going to be paid because, quite frankly, as much as I do like making stuff for people to follow along freely, I still have to get paid. And I don't want to get advertisers to do the paying for me, because I think that's bullcrap. Like, I don't want you guys to come onto a video and spend the next 2 to 3 minutes listening to me giving you a spiel on a product that you ought to buy. If there's any product that I want you to buy, it's going to be my product. Like, seriously. Like, I would rather you guys just get onto a video and just watch it and learn. And then if you guys liked it, I would hope that you guys would help support me and then maybe buy that product that I was making, or those tutorials I was making, because everything I'm doing, I want to do specifically for a group of people, 3D artists, for example, rather than selling you like a VPN or socks or underwear or anything. Like, I just want you guys to get onto a video, watch it, learn, and then hopefully you guys will continue helping me do that by buying my products, which I don't want to market to you guys either. I might bring them up for maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds here and there, just say, hey, I made this, go get it. And then go ahead and buy that if you want, but this is how I made it, and then I would hope that you guys would continue supporting me and doing it. So but yeah, you did read my mind. Yep, I've got it going. I'm gonna actually put it on ArtStation, and this is okay. For example, this is how I want my videos to go. So I open up my video, I start my video, and I say, okay, welcome to another tutorial. This is what we're doing. Let's go ahead and start making it. But before we do, this is what I have going on. So I would already have it pulled up, and it would be my ArtStation here. So, and I made an ArtStation because you guys had requested that I do it, or I should, and I followed along, and I did. And I actually quite like it. It's actually enough where I was able to get rid of the website that I was making myself, because there's no reason to have an ArtStation and that website, so I'm just going to use ArtStation. And I already have some stuff up there, so I have the first post I made, which was the live stream where you guys suggested I make an ArtStation. So that was just more like a memorable thing. Everybody on there was like, make an ArtStation, and so I did. But then I also started uploading some stuff to it. I did this not too long ago, but I did the snowy peaks that I have right here, and this is a base mesh. It's a highly detailed base mesh where we have just the regular texture map that I made and then the snow and then some renders of it. And we also have this base canyon model, which is the one that we did in the first live stream. So you have this, selling them for $8, but if you were to become a PWN member, you get all the content that I made, which is on Gumroad. And I would make this so it's a little bit more smooth, and I would already have it together so it doesn't take very long to show you guys. I want to keep it at most 10, maybe 20 seconds tops. So I have most of my products on Gumroad. So these are all the products, and I don't have them all uploaded, unfortunately. These are just the ones that I've been able to upload so far. Some of the models and stuff I have are just too large that Gumroad won't accept them, so I have to find out a way to optimize them to make them smaller. I haven't been able to get around to doing that, but as you can see here, everything on here, I have a freebie to get everybody started, which is fishhook range, and I thought I had my cloud VDB set up, but I don't. I have one cloud VDB, so these are VDBs right here. I should change the name to show that. That I want to put up there for free because I want one free asset for everything I'm doing, so a free landscape, a free cloud, free texture, so on and so forth, so people can at least get started, and then everything else you can just buy individually, or I have one person who's subscribed to the PWN all content, but essentially what this is you get all the stuff that I upload on Gumroad added, so you can see here, I have all these files listed in here. You get all of this and anything future that I make, as well as tutorials, for $5 a month. That's the base, it's $5 a month. But if you were to subscribe to these other ones, so I put them on here just in case somebody had a different budget to work with, but you can do $5 a month, but if you do like $60 a year, you get additional things. So you get like one-on-ones with me if you wanted one-on-ones. You get content or streaming of current projects, so things that I'm working on that are related to my own professional work that I can actually share under, that's not being blocked by an NDA. And then content that may not be uploaded here. So what I mean by that is stuff that I can't upload here because of size restrictions, both here in ArtStation, and you get all that content for essentially $5 a month. But if you do $60 a year, you get the additional stuff here. So for $5 a month, you get everything that I have here, but for $60 you get the additional stuff. So hopefully it's a good plan for you guys. I'm willing to take suggestions on it. But yeah, that was actually longer than I want it to be. At most 10-20 seconds, and then we get started in the video. So anyways, that's what I have going on right now. Hopefully that didn't bore you guys to death. All right, so auto level, attach that to the breaker. And that's going to make it look funky, so we got to make sure we have our settings set up here. Talking about ArtStation, they have a subscription learning platform, something like Pluralsight. Even thought about going that route, making tuts for those services. Yeah, I've made tutorials for Pluralsight, actually. I have a view and a world machine tutorials on Pluralsight. It's actually how I got started making tutorials professionally, was going through Pluralsight. And I still get paid. The views on them have gone down over time because stuff has changed and there's been new stuff released and people want the new stuff and not the old stuff. So it makes sense that happened, but I haven't gotten around to doing that. And honestly, it made taxes every year a pain in the ass. So I actually am quite glad that the initial burst of money I was making doing that has slowed down, because now I don't have to actually worry about claiming them on taxes that much. Now I had to do it before, and it just made tax season a terrible burden. Very fair. Yeah, that's the price of a game, and honestly the content that's in there right now that I'm able to upload, there's more content in there, so you'll get your first month's worth out of a year relatively quick, and you'll get everything that I upload throughout the year. So I haven't been working on it all that much just because of crazy stuff that's been happening regarding life and whatnot, but I want to get everything that I've made up on Gumroad and ArtStation that I can anyways, because quite literally I have sold most of these products individually, and I have made quite a bit of what I've, on an individual level, I've actually reduced the prices on these a lot. So for example, if you were to look at the flying high scene that I have for view, I actually made that as a personal project, and somebody wanted to buy it, and at the time I was like, oh, you know what, this, I spent a lot of time making this. The clouds in there you can export as VDBs, or even as masks, so you can throw them into a different program to get the clouds that you want, and it would turn out to be exactly like that. You get the model and all that stuff, and I sold it for like $550, but now you buy it for just, you know, a couple dollars. And I figured that'd be fair because it's an older model, and the guy who bought that unfortunately passed away. He was a good old friend of mine who actually got me introduced into 3D modeling and rendering and stuff like that, and unfortunately he passed away, but he was actually my first customer, and he bought it for $550, and even then he said that I was underselling it quite a bit. And I do undersell my products, not because I don't believe in their value, but because I know that as artists, people tend to not have a lot of money, and you have to make your dollars stretch as far as possible. So I really want to take care of people by giving them assets to work with that they, you know, they can just buy really quickly, but not break the bank. So I'm hoping it's a decent business model, but I guess time will tell. All right, height. So let's increase the height here just a bit on the minimum. We'll do about half. So let's do about 50%. So from about half of the landscape to the current top, we'll do an auto level. Which I don't think that did quite enough. Let's do equalize. Didn't seem like it did much. Essentially what I want to do is extend this part up just a tad bit more and then do all my eroding, but I think the process here makes perfect sense for people who are just starting. Again, this is all beginner stuff, so I don't want to make things too chaotic. This is a very straight and linear graph node, so there's not a whole lot going on, so I think this will be good for a beginner to follow along with. Quickly, on the new bleeding edge versions of Gaea, you can create different sections of your graph. So for example, right here I have my base terrain right here. So yeah, we'll just do all that. So if I were to select all those, I can put those into a different graph to keep things nice and clean. So right here we can right click on where it says graph, go to rename and call this like base, and then hit this plus button right here. That'll make a new graph. You can name this something like Erosion. And go back over here to our graph, select all your erosion nodes, go to your menu button right here, and then move the selected nodes to the erosion graph. And now it moved them from this graph to this graph, but they are all still connected. They just get connected through a portal. And so you still have your live options here. And that just makes things a lot easier to kind of manage your graph node with. Of course, it doesn't really help people understand what you're doing in your graph unless you were to break down the graphs one by one. But it does make it so when you have, in my case, in some cases in the past, I've had literally thousands of nodes. This makes it so much easier to break it down and keep things nice and organized. You can also right click a node. So if we have like our thermal here, you can right click a node and you can make like a note. And then in here we can say thermal erosion so bad A that I pooped myself. And then you can do a markdown preview. And so you hit OK. So when you hover over this, it gives you the note right there. Thermal erosion so bad that I pooped myself. And yeah, portals are super handy. I recommend using portals anytime that you can get away with it. I don't recommend using portals that break up graph nodes that are doing similar things. So if you are using a graph node to make your base terrain, I wouldn't use a portal, except for maybe if you had a lot of selections that you're repeating over and over again, like this height selection maybe. I wouldn't recommend using a portal to break that up, but I would use a portal to break up my base terrain and my erosion, because those are doing two separate things. And then I would use another portal and a different graph for like coloring. And then from here we can, let's say you made like all your graph options here, and then you wanted to add something here. Can't really, there's no easy way to do that except for by going to the last node that you want to connect to. So in this case, I want to connect to the thermal. I want to throw in a texture. So what I'll do is I'll select the texture, connect it to my thermal, so it would build out the texture. And then from here, I'll take the texture, and then I'll move that to coloring. And then it'll create the portal for you automatically, and it's connected. Super easy. And this is also nice because I'm not sure if the mutations in Gaea affect things in the graphs separately, but to be more selective, if we wanted to change our overall shape of this landscape, we select all these nodes, and then we hit the mutations button right here. And what that'll do is it'll randomize the seeds, all the seeds in our selections and our terracing and our, all the nodes that we have selected, and it will build out an entirely new terrain for us, which is nice. And a lot of people, I haven't really seen a lot of people use the mutations option, and this is the mutations right here. You can mutate the nodes, just randomizes the seeds. That way you don't have to build out a whole new landscape from scratch. You can just keep what you have, and that makes it really nice when you have to make landscapes that are similar to each other but have different features. So like the erosion can remain the same, but the features of the landscape are different. In this case, it didn't really build something out that I personally would use, but that's easy. You can just go back and change the mutations again. I might, going back to that other question, Sauce Boss, I might actually go through and see if I can get into doing like this subscription learning platform on ArtStation. I would really like to become like a pro member of ArtStation, but right now I just can't really afford to do that because it's actually, so what I did is I had my own website I was maintaining, and I had spent a lot of time and money on that website, and I finally got it to where I liked it, and then I just couldn't really keep up doing it. And ArtStation's a lot cheaper every year. It's a lot cheaper, but it's still like kind of similar to what I was spending on my website. And what I would like to do is hopefully I can get enough of a base membership with my all content subscription or something where I can actually afford to pay either monthly or enough where I can set up like a savings account that I make from my subscriptions where I can afford to pay from a different pool of money for a pro subscription. That way I can actually have a lot easier time making new content for you guys, new tutorials, keeping up on all the new changes and whatnot, introducing new programs to talk about. But again, it just really comes down to how things go in the future, I suppose. And then we got this, and now we can start our coloring. So I'm not going to get into the coloring on this one because I have really good videos that explain how to do decent basic or intermediate texturing. I plan on making a video guide on how to do advanced texturing, and I'll do that as time goes by when I'm kind of done with the beginner's tutorial guide that I'm making. Yeah, it's just a subscription, and it's interesting too. Like, I don't necessarily work in the industry, but I work with people in the industry. So I'm actually I'm a support engineer for a company that sells flash storage arrays, and it's a really good job, and I like it. It's a tech job. I really like the job. It takes a lot of time out of what I can do in 3D. And I actually have another thing that I'm doing where I'm flying. I initially wanted to be a pilot growing up, but there was the economic crash and it stopped me from being able to do things. So I essentially saved up a lot of money from the job I was working. I was a tower climber at the time. I climbed communication towers all over the place, all over Utah, Nevada, Wyoming, Arizona. I pretty much climbed every communication tower you'll ever see on the west coast of the United States, like no joke. And I made a lot of money doing that, but I also spent a lot of time working, so I didn't get to do a lot of 3D stuff. But I was able to save up enough money doing that job. I worked so much overtime, like I slept on site at the work sites. I camped out. I worked a lot of hours. I made a lot of overtime money, and I just essentially saved all that money to take flying lessons. So I actually wanted to be a pilot. So I'm almost done with that, but it has taken some time from there. But what I want to do was be a pilot and be a 3D modeler, landscape modeler, and I would be happy doing either or. But then, unfortunately, I actually have a really close friend that I've known my entire life that actually got into the industry, like as a environment artist for a game company. I don't want to name by name, but they tend to cause a lot of disruptions in the gaming market or the gaming industry. They like to release annual games, and they do so on a really strict schedule, and actually took all the fun out of being a 3D environment artist, which is what my buddy always wanted to be as well. And he said that he would go back to just doing it as a hobby and doing what I'm doing more so, because it allows freedom to actually make what you truly want to make or teach what you really want to teach without this really strict schedule and guidelines. So he said he recommends just not pursuing that path, just kind of keep doing what you're doing, and I agree. There are people that I work with in the industry, but I'm not part of the industry. I'm really close to it. I'm like a contractor. If you want to put it short, I'm like a contractor. And I love doing that because I can sign up for whatever job I want. People will approach me to do jobs, and I can either agree or not agree. And what will always change my mind on a project is, hey, we want this big old thing that you're going to make for us, and we want to have all this stuff, but you have like 3 days to do it. I will straight up just say no. Like, if you want something that looks really good, something that looks fantastic, both while I'm making it and when it's rendered, you're going to have to allow enough time to do that. And if it's only going to be one person doing it, then yeah, you're going to have to allow a lot more time to do it other than 3 days. So I have turned down more jobs than I have accepted. But it's only because they wanted something so grand and so great in like less than a week. And granted, I can make something that looks good in like a day or two. But if they wanted like all the minute detail, animations, pre and post render art, clippings and stuff like that, yeah, you're gonna have to give me a lot more time than that. There's no way I'm gonna be pressured to make that money in that time, especially when I have a full-time job that I gotta do on top of that. And yeah, all the people that I know that work in the game industry absolutely hates working in the game industry. I have a close acquaintance, I guess I would say. He's not really a friend, but he's an acquaintance that I talk to often about the industry, and he actually just works as a VFX artist for a studio, and he absolutely loves it. But they also have like a year or two to work on their projects. The game companies usually release on an annual or biannual like schedule, or even quicker, I guess, or even less time. It just depends on the project. But they might release on a biannual release schedule, but that doesn't mean that they get 2 years to work on the project. They might have all the development, all the AI work, all of the major hard meshes made, but then other people in other parts of the different departments might only have like 2 or 3 months. And he said that they had a game that they were working on for like 2 years. They didn't even know that they were going to be making the landscapes for the game. They just kind of came in and said, hey, by the way, we're working on this project now. You have like 4 months to make everything, and then we're going to release it. So make sure everything looks good. And their team of like 20 people like stopped what they were doing and started making all the assets that they wanted, and they released it, but it was stressful. don't interrupt, but before you end at the start of your mesa range, you stated by connecting the multifractal as mask for the purlin, you can discuss the difference of doing that and combining them instead. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent. I tend to do that, especially with these off-the-cuff things. Yeah, so let's delete this and let's go back to, actually, you know, let's just make a new one. And I think we're going to wrap this up after we talk about this. So yeah, you can use multifractal. Not stated, yeah, stated. So the end of the start of your mesa range, you stated by connecting, or you started by connecting the multifractal as a mask for the purlin. Can you discuss the difference of doing that and combining them instead? Yeah, so it was actually a multifractal and a Voronoi is what I was using. So I had a multifractal and a Voronoi. And the reason why I chose a Voronoi was, oh, that's all right, man. I can talk about the industry for a while. It's one of the reasons why I didn't really apply for a game industry job. I've been given offers that were really good, but I just didn't accept them. If this will build, if it doesn't build, we'll just relaunch it. It's still, but like I said, Gaea is a baby program, so there's going to be some issues with it, but as it's the nice thing about Gaea is that it's just constantly being developed, so it's really good. Let's do a new project. Got my dogs barking. If you can hear that, I apologize. Okay, so to kind of go off of what Bob asked, at the beginning of the stream, I was using the multifractal and a Voronoi, and you can use purlin too, it doesn't really matter, but I chose Voronoi specifically because it has these really cool features like these peaks you can, oops, that you can see here, and these deep grooves. But overall, the Voronoi noise at its core is just very bland. There's not a lot of very good sharp detail like the multifractal has. So if you were to take the multifractal and put that as a mask as a Voronoi, you retain the features of the Voronoi, but you mask in a lot of those sharp details. So let's take this Voronoi, copy it, and let's look at it before and after. So we'll just go about right here. And you can see we have these peaks, and the multifractal, we have all this messy noise, which is nice, but not here. So if we combine the two with the mask, we keep the peaks, but we also get to keep a lot of the details from the multifractal. So the question is why not just combine them? And you can definitely do that. So if we do the multifractal here, and then you combine them together, let's do like a 50% blend. You'll notice that we do keep the peaks here, but we also keep some of the multifractal details here. So over here, Voronoi first. So over here we have our peaks and our ridges. Hardly no detail anywhere else though. It's pretty bland at its core. Multifractal here we have really interesting features everywhere. And then we put them together, we blend them together, we get the details in, and we retain a lot of the ridges. You want to learn Gaea to do landscapes with Blender? Yeah. Everything that you do in Gaea, you would do for pretty much any other 3D program, which is export a height map or OBJ, and it'll work with Blender about the same. So anything that you're learning here, there's hardly any workflow changes for Blender. Blender's really great that way. It's pretty open and can accept pretty much everything. When you combine them with like a 50% blend here, you keep some of the major features of the Voronoi, but you're introducing another node here, and it's a lot harder to control. So say you found and this is why I would go about doing a mask with the multifractal. Say you found a really cool Voronoi seed that you liked. We'll just use this one for example. You say, okay, this is really cool, but I want to keep like these peaks and these ridges, but I want to introduce the details of a different noise on top of it, which will cut down a lot of it, but will give me some more detail at the same time. You can use a mask where now we keep those details from the Voronoi, but now we've introduced just the noise from the multifractal. In the blend, we're combining the two together. And so you're getting features from both that you might not want. So doing it this way, you don't introduce another node that you have to worry about building out, and you only bring in the detail of the mask, which is the multifractal. So if we use a different seed, let's change the seed up. Let's do another one. Something like this. We keep the overall shape of our Voronoi that we had before, but now we just introduce the noise details of the mask. Hopefully that makes sense. In this case, we have our overall features, but now we're combining the two different details together, and it might not be something we want. Is Gaea suitable for massive landscapes? Processing is slower than World Machine. Yes, it is suitable for massive landscapes. I actually haven't tested huge landscapes in Gaea, but I have made pretty large landscapes. So, for instance, in World Machine, I did the entire state of Utah, like I stated in the last live stream. In Gaea, I've probably have done all of where I live, the county that I live in. That's about as large as I've done, but only because I was doing that as a project at the time, and it worked really well. Oh, good, Bob. Good. I hope it did. Yeah, if you just want to maintain the details of the noise that's used as a mask, combine them together as a mask. Other than that, use a combine to get the details of both to come through, and you blend them together. So, but yeah, it's I think it's suitable for larger landscapes. I think the processing in Gaea is like the opposite of what you said. I think it's faster than World Machine in a lot of ways. Granted, it's still a new program, so World Machine's been around since like the early 2000s. So it's been around for a really long time. Gaea's only been around for a few years, so there's got to be a lot of more tweaking that has to be done, but I think a lot of processing in Gaea is faster than in World Machine. Like, for example, when we were doing the thermal weathering on our mesa, thermal weathering in World Machine took me forever to do. I don't know what it was, but anytime I did any amount of thermal weathering in World Machine, it would just break my build, and it would take like an hour or two to build it out. But in Gaea, it only takes me, at 1K, it only took me like less than 2 seconds to build out the thermal weathering, and it gave me the same results that I would get in World Machine. So, I mean, it just really depends, but I would say it would be. In tiled builds, it's still experimental, but you can do a tiled build in Gaea just like you would in World Machine, and right now you only have split, and I think they don't have like any, it doesn't blend them, unfortunately. But yeah, it would definitely be suitable for large landscapes. Does your site have examples of your work tests you have created with Gaea, and if so, what is the URL? Or have an IG account? I don't have an Instagram account. I actually locked myself out of it, and I can't unlock it for some reason. I get all the information sent to my email to unlock my account, but then it doesn't unlock it, and I haven't been able to get the support, Instagram support, to fix it. My website has actually been taken down, but I kept a copy of it in case I ever wanted to bring it back up. So it's actually a Wix account. So I used Wix because I didn't want to do all the programming and scripting and whatnot for my website. I can, but I didn't, and I don't want to worry about it. So I just used Wix, which was super easy. And things have been going down because I did turn it off, so I didn't want to keep it because it was getting expensive, and I think ArtStation's a really good compromise for it. So that's the URL to my website. It did have a portfolio on it at one point, but everything that you see in the backgrounds, I did like a space theme before I shut it down. It's supposed to be a very minimal website. So you have like a welcome splash screen, which doesn't have a lot on it. Yeah, I like Vivaldi a lot too. Vivaldi's great. I try not to stick with anything Google. I know this is built on Chromium, whatnot, but it's very fast. I like it a lot more than Chrome. But like this, I made this this planet in the subscriptions, you'll see another similar render. It should pop up. Maybe I took it off, maybe not. But I have all my tutorial options in there as well, and they're in a nice streamlined approach. So if you wanted like Cinema 4D tutorials, you can get them here, and a lot of them are built, landscapes are built in Gaea in these newer videos, and they would just auto upload to my website after I posted them to YouTube, which made it really nice. And then I have like Gaea tutorials here where I talk about a lot of stuff. You can load more. Just made it really nice and streamlined. I want it to be minimal so you guys can just get right to the source. Like a lot of websites will have, hey, we have tutorials here, and then you have to go browse through a bunch of different crap to get to it. It's like, no, I just want a simple search, and I want a simple area to get to my tutorials where people can watch them. And that's essentially what I was going for. So it's a very minimal approach to a website. I have like my geoglyph tutorials when geoglyph came out. That was really nice. Octane, so on and so forth. Just everything. I have more Octane videos than this. They just didn't upload to the website for some reason. Then I had a forum, which I had just barely built. Some people actually looked at before I turned off my website. But I had stuff in here, so we had like general discussions where I just said hi to people for the first post, but then I had like tutorial requests, which I had a few people in here request tutorials. But yeah, the forefather guy, that's exactly right. I had 2 people request tutorials in there, I believe. Yeah, Tom, please show us how to export VDBs in Vue. So I considered it done, and then I actually made a video on how to export VDBs in Vue. So it worked out pretty well. But again, it was just getting expensive to keep things going, so I closed the site down. Then I had like site information where you can get everything you wanted. So we had like updates. This was like a blog. And then a bunch of free stuff in here. 3D scan subscription. So I was actually using this to help people get their own content out there. So this 3D scan subscription was a dude that was putting together all of his 3D scans for $1. It was really nice, and he's not doing it anymore, but at the time of this post he was putting it together for, you can get all of his scans for $1. It was a subscription, and then after about a year he'll turn the subscription off, and then people who were early adopters just kept everything that he uploads, but then everything after that, the subscription went up to like $100 a year or something like that. So I posted it here so people can get some insight on stuff. And I did try Patreon, but I actually don't agree with a lot of Patreon's ethics. They are very, I do a lot of updating stuff with like people who use Patreon for YouTube stuff and YouTube content, and I actually don't like their ethics and how they approach things. They censor a lot of stuff. And I was an early adopter to Patreon. I remember getting like one of the like first week that they launched or something like that. I got like a request to join, and I decided I would. I had maybe 2 people who were subscribed, but I didn't keep it because they did a lot of weird stuff with people where they're like turning people's like their sites on their Patreon sites down or whatever because they didn't agree with what they were doing, and that thing that they didn't do that they were doing that they didn't agree with was like so minor that it was like nitpicky, and I was just like, nah, I'm done. I don't like their ethics. I think ArtStation's a pretty good one to go to. It gives me a store and it gives me a place to post my content, and it's very unintrusive, and I haven't found anything that I don't agree with them ethically, so I just decided to stick with them. I might go back to Patreon maybe if I can find it in myself to forgive things that they've done to people who I like. Here's an example of what I think about nitpicky. I have a buddy who creates tutorials in 3ds Max, and he was talking about Wolfenstein 3D, the video game, the old one, not the new one, not the new remastered or the new series, but the old one back in like the 1990s. And he said like Nazi and swastika, but he wasn't talking about anything to do with Nazis or swastikas. He was just talking about like that's what you would find in the game. and they shut his Patreon down just for that. And I don't like that. I don't think you should be censoring people, shouldn't be censoring people for what they say, especially when you're talking about history, or if you're talking about like things that are in a video game, because what you were doing for your tutorial was, hey, we're going to be looking at how they did this in this new mastered version of this game, but we're going to be leaving out swastikas and Nazis, and then they ban him because he said those two things. I don't agree with that. I think it's stupid. You should be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about in whatever light, within the realm of reason. Obviously, I'm not going to say scream fire in a crowded movie theater. That's dumb. But I should be able to say, hey, we're going to be making a World War II style map, and we're going to have the Nazi Germany troops over here, and we're going to have the British and American troops over here, and we're going to put up each respective flags that they were using at the time, and then my channel gets banned because I had the swastika. That's stupid. I like it to be as fair and as historically correct as possible when I'm talking about those things, but I try to keep that stuff to a very minimum because I don't like talking about them anyways, especially when it involves my channel. So hopefully I don't even get banned for this, but I think YouTube is slightly better in that regard than Patreon. So I think we're actually done. So Bob, I hope that answered your question, and I hope we got around to making the Mesa features that everybody wanted. If you guys have any questions that you want to ask or anything right now, go ahead and ask, and then we'll try to get to them. Are you teaching? No. So my wife isn't teaching. So if we, yeah, you have been demonetized, and I have been demonetized actually. So I used to monetize my videos a long time ago. At the time, you only needed like 1,000 subscribers or something like that to be monetized, but I've actually been demonetized. I don't know why. I keep politics out of my videos most of the time, or all of the time, I think. But I've been demonetized for some reason. But it's okay. I don't really want to be monetized. Like I was saying earlier, I want to be able to just make a video and get to it so you guys can learn. I don't want to inundate you with ads and things like that. If you have time, could you show how to use the lake node? I don't know if it's a bug, but the node stays red no matter what I plug in and nothing happens. Yeah. Yeah, wants blood. Yeah, let's go ahead and play with it. I actually haven't played with the lake node that much, so I think it would be interesting to play with it. But we want to actually have, if I remember correctly from the early plays that I've done with it, so I beta test a lot of this stuff. Not so much now because Gaea is more public than it was before, but the lake node was something that was being discussed before Gaea even released, and I remember playing around with it quite a bit. So let's see what we have here. I know we want to have some features that it needs to work with, so I think we'll just use a basic multifractal and an erosion node, just to keep it simple. And then let's see what we can do here. So this is going to be kind of like a learning experience for me as well. Let's I'm going to be printing something. My wife says she's going to print stuff, so if you have a printer, that's the case. So you have rain, you have an input, so you need to have something that tells it where it'll rain. Optionally, it might look like. Well, it looks like it put the lakes in for me. It didn't stay red. Might be a bug in your case. Hey Bob, you're welcome. You can stick around if you want, ask more questions. Or you can just follow along with anything that anybody else brings up. It might be beneficial. Let's do, so you can mask the amount of rain there is, but I think the precipitation is what's going to overall, it's going to be the overall usage, yeah. So it just increases the amount of lakes that are being created. Lesser precipitation just means that there's not as much water. We can increase the amount of small lakes, so I think that would be like kind of like this stuff. Just increase the amount that is. Yeah, you can see these smaller lakes coming in. And what's nice is that they appear on areas that make sense. So up here you have like a relatively flat area, so there's going to be water up there. A flood control. Let's increase the water flow. Let's see what that does. So that just kind of increases, again, just kind of increases where the water flow starts. So you don't have to add as much water, it looks like, in the precipitation, but you can actually change where it actually starts. That's pretty nice. Then you have your shore size. This will be like your erosion, your beach erosion, I think. You can create your shore for it and then throw in your beach erosion and do some cool stuff. Let's decrease it. Let's get a better idea of what it's doing here. Doesn't look like it changed much in that case. Or in that case. Altitude bias, maybe? Size bias. Looks like it's not really changing much in the shore formation, but I might just be missing something. Like I said, I don't really use the lake node much, but because it's new, first of all, but also because I just haven't tested it. But it doesn't look like it's bugging out for me, so it could just be your installation, Andrew. What I would recommend is what has been recommended in the past is uninstalling Gaea and then reinstalling it, but doing a clean installation of it. So you'll get the option to reinstall Gaea. You'll get the option to either just install or do a clean install. I would do a clean install, and if that doesn't work, uninstall Gaea. You'll have to go into like your app data on your. If you're using Windows, it'll be go to computer users app data, and I think it's in roaming or in local. It's in one of those two folders, but there'll be like a quad spinner or a Gaea folder. Delete that and then reinstall Gaea. It'll recreate everything, and then that might work for you. Hopefully that answers your question, but it looks like this is all you have to do. You have to have something for the lakes to work with. So you gotta have like your landscape, obviously, but using like an erosion to give it some data to work with, and then your lakes, it looks like it's working for me. I'm kind of interested in finding something else out now. Let's do a mask. We'll attach that to the erosion, and let's edit this out, and let's put it like right here. And then attach that to the rain. Yeah, there we go. I thought that would work. So what that does is it just creates a mask where you put that one lake. It doesn't work. Oh, that's no bueno. I am not opposed to helping you guys do any of like the advanced troubleshooting for this kind of stuff. I've done it for people in the past. We just use a remote desktop tool where I'll go in and do like the basic troubleshooting steps to getting stuff to work. But everything I just told you to do with like, at least if you're on Windows, to delete everything out of like the local or roaming folder that involves Gaea. Don't delete anything in there except for when you first uninstall Gaea, and then delete any of the quad spinner or Gaea folders. Let's see here. Let's actually just take a look. I don't have anything in here that's worrisome. So Dylan app data, and so it's gonna be.
No, not the parrot. I need the parrot. The parrot's not. The red's not printing.
Maybe under roaming. Let's see. It's in here somewhere. It was at one point. It might have changed. Oh, right there, quad spinner, and then Gaea. So in here I have a couple things. I have Gaea, which is the basic public release, and then here's Bleeding Edge. So if I were to uninstall Bleeding Edge, and then I would delete everything in this folder, or you can just delete this folder, Deleting Edge, delete. That's only after you uninstall it, so if it's still there, delete that, reinstall it, and then see if that works. Yeah, it was under quad spinner. I couldn't find quad spinner for some reason. I'm dumb that way. So yeah, that worked. So you have a mask you can paint in where you want your lakes to appear at. That way it's not just scattered across your terrain entirely. So that's pretty nice. I figured that would work. It's a very simple mask tool. So if we wanted to go in here and edit the mask and paint one in, let's see if we were to paint one in directly across from here. So over here at a lower elevation, I guess we can do one like right there, maybe. And that just put in some lakes for us. Kept it all broken up and lake-like, but yeah, that seemed to do the trick. So it's pretty nice. Any other questions you guys have? I'm here all night unless you guys are done. So nobody else has anything else they're doing, and if you guys wanted to ask more questions or learn more things, now would be a good time to do it. I'm just talking your guys' ears off and drinking beer, so. I guess we could try real quick going over a few other nodes that that are new, like the look dev ones. Sorry if my voice is cracking. After I talk for a while, that tends to happen. So let's throw in tell us about next tutorials and stream. Oh, I could do that, yeah. So stated earlier, I have the Gaea beginners tutorial series that I'm making. That's going to be more of a premium tutorial that you'll purchase. I'll put it on ArtStation and Gumroad. So that's in the works. I do have new tutorials I want to bring out for my YouTube channel, which we'll talk about some of the newer nodes in Bleeding Edge still. But what I want to make is a beach scene. So that'll be in a tutorial. I might save that for a live stream though. I would like to do more live streams than individual videos where I talk about how to build something, but individual videos is easier to get my thoughts across. But I mean, that's just something I've been debating about. But yeah, so in the future tutorial will probably be like a beach scene or an island scene using the island node where you can draw out your islands. And if nobody's ever used that, or if you haven't seen it, it's just this island node that's in the primitives. And it's kind of like any other painting option that you have in Gaea where you just edit your islands. And just for a quick example, we'll just plop one right here and it makes your island. But you see how it's like really weird and really blown out of proportion. Tips on coloring? Yeah, I'm always down to do tips on coloring. I think texturing is super important because you can make what I call a super texture where you just export your overall texture map, but then you export masks to help put in additional details where you need them. So we'll do that too. So we'll do what Tad asked first, and then we'll get into some additional coloring options. So yeah, the future tutorial will be like this island. We'll try to make an island, so using the island node. A lot of people have requested that as well. But you'll see here, you get this really funky landscape when you use the island node, so you gotta really break it down. But if you notice, you don't have the options down here that you normally would have to kind of play with the clipping and the clamping, so you gotta put those in yourself using the clamp adjustment. But if you do that, it'll be pin as underlying. You'll be changing the mask around, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like Jurassic Park. For another time, but would it be possible to walk through going over a full scene workflow, picking a nature reference and building it? I guess right now you are saying it beach scene. Yeah, yeah, Theodore. That is something I want to do. Very highly requested. I will definitely do that, and I will probably do that in the next live stream, actually. So I actually I've essentially worked every day from the beginning of the year up until about this week. So I've been working a lot, and no joke, like every day, even the weekends. But I've taken this whole week off, and I'll probably be doing more live streams this year with you guys. So maybe not tomorrow, but maybe the day after. So Wednesday, I'll probably do another live stream, just because I'll have the time and I'm off. And then we'll go through making an entire scene. We'll do it with the beach scene. We'll actually just do that. So I think that would be a really good idea. So let's go ahead and throw in the multi-fractal here real quick, and apply that to the mask of the multi-fractal. And now you see we added some details here, but we still have this really weird stretching thing. Render workflow as well. Yep, we'll do. So I use Cinema 4D and also Octane Render. So you guys might be using something different, but if you know your render, your 3D application and your rendering application, whether it's a built-in one or a plugin, you should be able to follow along relatively well. But that's the workflow I use, Cinema 4D and Octane. I do use Thea render as well, so if anybody uses Thea, Thea, Thea render, let me know, and I can do more videos for that. I just don't know a lot of people who use that render engine right now. And I do have Blender, but I don't use it often. Unfortunately, I want to use it more. I absolutely love Blender, so don't get me wrong. I'm not going to lie. I don't know a lot about Blender. I do know how to use it on a very basic level, but I don't know enough about it to make videos on it. But I do actually really like Blender. I like the way they're going, and a lot of the changes and features they've added. So I will try to play around with Blender a bit more so I can be more helpful in that front. But for now, I'm not up to snuff on it. Doesn't the draw node work better than the island one? Draw does work pretty well. So what Bob is saying is we have a draw option here. You can make your guides. So we can do this. And then it makes this for you. So it just makes like a basic little landscape. After the beach, can we take a swift look into a full coastline from far up with the mountain ranges and all the nice stuff? It depends on how long this goes on. We might do that. So that would be fun. But I think I might keep that for the actual beach tutorial or live stream, whichever one I decided to do. It might just be a long tutorial video, but I think we'll save that for that, just because it's going to be more akin to what we're doing at the time, if that makes sense. So what Bob is saying is you have the draw node and you draw your basic shape here, and then it creates this mountain. I meant for another day. Oh yeah, for sure. You opened the floodgates. I did. I asked you guys for anything you wanted to help. I literally have nothing else to do all day, so just more nice to just chill and chat with you guys more than anything. All right, so back to draw. So we have the mountain here, and this is what he's saying, and you can go back in here and let's add a few more things in here just so we have a little more intricacy, like that. And then you can add additional things with this, so we can do, you can actually add your island to that. I don't know why you would, because you'll just get a ridiculous look to it, but plus it's a mask, so you would have to input a height map to it to get what you want. Not connected to that. Come on. It's being weird, but this is what he's saying. Use draw to create your base shape. It's being buggy again. Draw. There we go. There we go. All right. And then from here, you would add stuff to it to make it look more like a beach. So we can do, we got to add some more stuff to it that makes it more interesting. So let's experiment for a minute. So let's take that and let's use multifractal. I kind of broke it down a bit, but we got to play with the size a bit. Probably increase the fractal gain. Maybe kind of like that. Introduce a little more variation. Smoothness. Maybe not that much smoothness. And you can see here, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, multifractal is extremely utilitarian. Like, you can just do so much with it. I recommend using it when you can, because it's a really nice fractal to play with. The reason why I just know a lot about multifractal is because I've been using quad spinner products for a really long time, back when I was using Vue a lot of the time. And you saw in there when I was going through the app data, I had Helios in there, and they don't even sell Helios anymore. So I mean, I've been using products from them for a long time. Or the MDK. If anybody used the material development kit that they made a long time ago, even to this day, whenever I use Vue, which is not as often as it used to be, but when I do use Vue and I'm making a landscape in it for whatever reason, that's usually the first thing I go to is the MDK to this day. And it's been close to 10 years since that's come out. Draw, multifractal, so we're getting our landscape in. So let's just make things really simple here. We're just add the erosion. And we'll just do a small amount of erosion. And then we're going to use, let's see, coast. And I haven't played with coast a lot, so I know they moved it to a different area and added some different changes to it, but we'll I haven't used it a whole lot, so we're going to learn together, I guess. So the intensity, I imagine, is how strong you want your coast to be, and then the water level will be like where the water starts and ends. That's probably self-explanatory. This is a tangent pitfall question. What made you switch from Vue to something like C4D? That's not so much of a tangent, actually. I really love Vue. I think Vue is a really good program, but Eon Software just kind of went in a direction that was not financially sustainable for me, where I had a perpetual license and I just was able to get new updates or new versions of Vue as they came out for extremely cheap, actually. So I was actually considered a tutor or an educator to Eon Software, so I got really huge discounts. So I bought Vue at full price a long time ago, back before I even met my wife. And I bought it at full price. And it was probably like the first big major purchase I made. I was 18 at the time, I think. Maybe 18, barely turning 19, around there. And it was the first major purchase I ever made when I got my first job. It was like $3,000-$4,000 or something like that. But I had saved up for 2.5 years to get it. So I was still living with my parents. I bought it and I started playing around with it. And it was a big purchase for something that I knew nothing about. That's the scary part. I knew nothing about 3D art. It's just I was looking at, I really like nature. I love nature. That's why I kind of want to be a pilot so I can see it from above and from below. And I wanted to make it. So I guess it is going to be a tangent. Sorry. Anyways, so I started making out my 3D landscapes and I started really liking the program more and more. I started using it every day and it was a good escape from the monotony of every day. So I escaped from the real world, was able to get into my own, essentially. So it was really great. So I started learning it. And then I was like, hey, that's a really interesting thing. So I'm going to actually record how to do this so I can remember how to do it later, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget. I like to say I forget things and I'm stupid, but it's really just I have a hard time recalling information immediately when I think about it. It's like that tip of the tongue kind of thing. So it's like I don't want to deal with that. I'm going to make a video so I can go back and watch it and then remind myself. But I'm also going to do it because I'm pretty sure there's people out there that want to know how to do this too, who might not know how, and this is an interesting way to work through it. For instance, using the, if we go back to one of my old Vue videos, I have a option to blend in different masks together to get procedural data on a height map, which was probably my most viewed video for a long time because you can't use procedural fractal noise on a height map in Vue. But I was able to blend in a procedural terrain and a regular height map together using the mask from the height map on a procedural terrain, and then we got procedural details. So it was probably my most viewed video. That's no longer the case now. It's changed in newer versions of Vue, so that workflow doesn't work, but that's what I made my video on. And then at that point I was like, well, I'm just going to do tutorials all the time then, because that blew up and people liked it, so I'm just going to go ahead and make more. So that's how I started. But then they just changed their model after they're bought out by, I can't remember what company bought them. I think it starts with a B or something like that. But they changed their model, and I lost like my my educator license or whatever. So where I first bought Vue for like $3,000 or $4,000, all the new releases after I started making videos, they kind of just recognized what I was doing. They actually gave me a huge discount. So all the new releases of Vue I got for like $500, and it was great. I didn't have to spend a lot of money, and I got this big like discount, this educator discount, and I was able to get new versions of Vue over and over and over again. And then they changed the model, and now I can't afford to buy the new ones. So I I just wait for a long time until I have enough money saved up, and then I might buy it. But I bought Vue. I can't remember what version it was. I haven't used it in a while. But it was when they introduced exporting clouds as VDBs. I was like, that right there is enough for me to buy it. So I did. And now I can export VDBs. And then Cinema 4D, same thing with Cinema 4D. I just get discounts with them. And I can actually afford, even with their was it S22 subscription model now, they gave me kind of a slight decrease, like a discount, just because I'm a tutor on it, for the annual version, which actually is not that badly priced even as a baseline in my opinion. But I can't get a perpetual license for it anymore. I guess I just don't have a big enough influence, I guess. But Cinema 4D is a little bit more. I have to stick with it because Vue, I can't do a lot of stuff I want to do in it. I can't use GPU rendering, which is what I want to do. So all my favorite programs are moving to a subscription base, but I get discounts on 2 of them. I get a discount on Octane and a discount on Cinema 4D. So I'll stick with those 2, I suppose. Anyways, back to Coast. Sorry. You remember that? You should try more Blender. Yeah, I agree, Tad. I should try more Blender. I have it downloaded right here. I just haven't opened it and used it. 2.82. So I do plan on it. I really do. I just have to find time to do it. It's a whole new 3D application to me. So I'm gonna have to finagle my way around it. Some of the things confuse me too, like this stuff over here. I know is a lot of like different rendering options and things like that, but displacing a plane in Blender is probably easy to somebody who's used it a lot, but to me, I was like, how the heck do I displace this? Like, I have my plane in, like I do like object, and I do add, I guess, mesh, and then what is my plane? And I know a lot of it has to do with like hotkeys and like shortcuts and whatnot. Learning it too, but it's much easier than other software. It's this version of Blender, since 2.8, I think it's a lot easier than other programs. But before 2.8, there's no way in hell you would have gotten me to open it. And yeah, you would use a modifier. So the modifiers are over here somewhere. You got the modifier properties right here. You add a modifier and it'll be a deform. I think it's going to be under displace. And then in here you would input your, I guess, apply it. And then maybe I did it too soon. Modifier, and then texture, I think. Brush, texture, plain, new, it's something. But yeah, you'd use a modifier, but it's a little bit more little small clicks here and there, and I just got to figure out a good workflow that works for me first before I get into it a lot. But in Cinema 4D, it's easy. I just make a plane, which it's super easy to get to, and then you use a displace modifier just like you would in Blender, but the displace modifier is just easier to work around in, I guess. I don't know. I just like the workflow in Cinema 4D, but I do want to get more into Blender because it would save me so much more money every year if I just go to Blender. And Blender has a lot of cool built-in features that you have to pay extra for in other programs. So it already has a really impressive renderer, physical renderer. It already has an extremely impressive GPU renderer, first of all. That's the more important one. And its volumetrics for what you get out of a free program is just phenomenal. So I really want to move to Blender and probably do exclusive Blender videos and tutorials. I just got to spend some time to learn it first. So, and yeah, there are a bunch of tutorials. Blender Guru, I actually know, I wouldn't say on a very personal level, but I've actually talked with them for hours on end through like chats that we've had in other programs where he's taught me stuff about Blender, like on a one-on-one basis kind of. So I wouldn't say we're on first name basis. Back when Blender Guru was just operated by a single man. That's what I'm talking about, when they first started. So yeah, we have Island, and then we have Draw. So this is how you kind of go about your workflow with draw. You got your multifractal, your erosion, then your coast. In island, you make your island, and this is actually better if you make a lot of small complex, or not complex, but a lot of small islands. They are getting close to wounding Autodesk. My goodness, they are such a disruptor. So if anybody has any idea of like what the wireless industry is like, and I'm not talking about like cell phones, I'm talking about consumer wireless products like routers and backhauls and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that I used to work with. There was Canbium, which was Canopy, which was owned by Motorola. So Motorola made a product called Canopy, which is this wireless access point that you would put on a house. It would point towards a radio tower and it would beam you wireless internet, so you can get internet out in the boonies if you wanted. They were bought out by a company called Canbium, but they sell their products for like thousands of dollars each. Then people that worked for Canopy got tired of that business model, so they left and they split off a company called Ubiquiti. And Ubiquiti makes a lot of wireless consumer grade products for like a quarter of the cost that Cambium makes. And they were such a huge disruptor to that market, and they had actually taken over a lot of the market for that industry. It's kind of the same thing with Blender. Blender has taken over a lot of the 3D industry in some areas, to the point where people who are like requiring people to have these subscription-based models or whatnot are actually bleeding customers, because Blender's becoming such a nice, stable program that you can do everything in for the cost of nothing. So it's, I like the way it's going. I like it when there's a product that comes out that's community driven and supported, rather than you have this big, it's kind of like Ubuntu. If you think about Ubuntu back in the day, before Canonical became this really big overarching Linux distribution company, Ubuntu was really nice because it came in and disrupted the Debian market quite a bit. And Fedora, which was like a Red Hat kind of business Linux, was split off from Red Hat, which uses a different kernel than Ubuntu. It's like a Debian based. I can't remember what the it's like a KD something, not KD. I can't remember what it's called, but they kind of split. They had two different types of Linux variations. One was Debian, the other one was something else. I'll just call it Red Hat because it's not Debian based. Came out, was super stable, was nice and glossy, and it had a really awesome packet manager that automated a lot of stuff that kept people from not using Linux. So they came in and disrupted the whole Linux market and everything, and now it's used on pretty much everything. But the bad part is that Canonical became a very big company, and even though Ubuntu is still free, some of the other stuff that you get from them, like professional support, which I understand should be not free, but they kind of destroyed the overall like community support option for it, which was a bad business move in my opinion. Can I link my... You can link whatever you want, man. Yeah, now they're in need of some disruption. Yep. I think the disruptor needs to be disrupted again. And other people have tried doing that. So you have like Arch Linux tried to disrupt them, but they didn't quite do it fully. Google tried to disrupt them with Android, but I mean, now we know where that's at. Everybody has an Android phone. Unfortunately, you don't have any other options other than iOS and Android. But then they tried to disrupt Google by using their own Ubuntu phone that ran Ubuntu, but they never released that. And the variations that you can get on it are not that great. So yeah, that was another tangent. I apologize for that. But yeah, go ahead and link whatever you want, Tad. You can link other renders that you've done, tutorials that you recommend, anything that will help the community learn other than just me myself doing it. Whatever you can do to help, that's all cool. So island clamp, we gotta clamp this down, but we have to actually attach it to something that gives it something to clamp, because you can't clamp a mask, which is essentially what this is. Maybe we can, maybe let's, nah, we're not gonna be able to do it, so we gotta throw something in there. I'm just gonna use basic purlin. Plug that into the mask, and then we'll plug that into the clamp. We'll actually make a new clamp. Let's make a new clamp. And the company that I work for was actually a disruptor in the storage industry. And I'm not opposed to telling people who I work for. I work for a company called Pure Storage. And they actually came in and disrupted the storage market, which was predominantly held by Dell EMC and Commvault, or not Commvault, but DataVault or some other. There's like 2 other companies that held the majority of the market, but the person who made Pure Storage came in and built an all-flash storage, so SSDs, but extremely fast, extremely redundant storage arrays that are super expensive, but they are well worth their price in my opinion. They disrupted that storage industry, and they are still disrupting it. So I do like people that come in and disrupt stuff. I heard of it. No, I have never heard of that. Fatty Dove Racing SSD. Is that something that I can look up and be relatively child friendly? Fatty Dove. What is it? Racing SSD? Linus made a video on it. Oh. To go through and find that. If Linus made a video on it. Quick boot up, shockproof. High speed stability, 2.5-inch SSD, internal SSD. Quick boot up, shockproof. Interesting. Fatty Dove. Huh. That's interesting. 480 gigabytes. I guess I'll have to look at that a little bit more, but that's funny. Fatty Dove. I like their sticker that they have on it. That's quite funny. Is it actually a like a real SSD that works though, or is it like an April Fool's joke? Let's go ahead and decrease the clamp. So that'll decrease the overall values that we have from our island, which is cool. Something about there. So now it's a lot more, we can work with it a lot more. So instead of having this unreasonable atrocity, we now have this. So that worked a lot better. There's a DRAM cache and all. Nice. All right, well, I'm going to look at it a little bit more. So, hey, Bob, if you're still here, draw does work, like you said. You can make an island with it if you want. But, again, you can use island and get some cool, reasonable results from it as well. This is going to create more of a harsh edge for you to work with to make a coast. Let's go ahead and add a... Let's add a new one. Let's do shatter. Let's see what shatter looks like on that. Yeah, so that looks really cool. Let's shatter that up a bit. I've been using this SSD for over 20 years in my racing laptop without a single failure. Power draw is a little high. Needs around 1 to 2 pounds of birdseed per day. I love Amazon reviews sometimes. Oh my goodness. If you want to see really funny reviews on Amazon, look up reviews on like the Titan Volta or the NVIDIA Titan card, the Volta card. Oh my god, those things are so funny. People just, it's like, does it play Minesweeper? Yeah, it plays Minesweeper at a good like 10 frames per second or something like that. It's good. All right, yeah, humanity is great sometimes. Sometimes I just want to punch people in the face because they just are ridiculous, but most of the time I'm just like, yeah, people are usually pretty good. I love humanity sometimes. All right, so that'll be like what we have for an island right now. So let's add coast to this and see what we've got going on. By the way, shatter used to be landform. If anybody doesn't know that, so eventually when you get newer versions of Gaea, if you use the landform, it used to be shatter. So, or shatter used to be landform. We no longer have landform anymore. It's now shatter, and it'll be under the look dev. All right, Bob. I just wanted to show the difference between using a draw and a island. So with draw, this is what we ended up with. Oops, it's got to load up all of this stuff here. There we go. This is what we kind of ended up with draw, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, granted, but with island we do get more of a island-esque look out of it because we have those sharp edges that we would get that we can erode using something like coast, I guess. So you could get some pretty decent results, but you just have to tame the island node a bit to get the results you want, because initially it's yeah, draw makes good archipelagos. You are correct. That's probably what I could say just to sum it up, is it will make good archipelagos. And if anybody used geoglyph back in the day, that was one of my all-time favorite nodes to use, was archipelago. Struck me as a great tool if you could use a black and white image to maybe make a little outline of Earth. Yeah, something that gave it kind of like a bump map, or like a displacement map almost, and then you can add like a water level to it, so you can get some actual 3D water levels in your map. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Runs Notepad at a smooth 24 frames per second. Yeah, exactly. There's somebody in there that was talking about it like running on Windows 98 or something, and he was like, it ran Windows 98 so fast that every time I moved my mouse, everything I wanted to do was already done instantly without me even noticing, or something like that. I can't remember, but it was funny. Yeah, you guys got it all down though. It's archipelagos, draw's good for archipelagos. Funny fact, just to get you guys on something else here, I used to call archipelagos archipelagos, and I don't know why, because I knew what the word was, but that's just how I always said it. And then one day I was talking with my brother about it, and he was like, why do you keep saying archipelago? And I'm like, I really don't know. He's like, you're an idiot, it's archipelago. I'm like, I know, I've known this forever. Like, when I read the word, I say archipelago, but when I say it, I say archipelago. So I actually had to train myself not to say it. Yeah, same. It was quite the journey, speech journey for me, I suppose. So we got coast here. Let's see if we can actually get some results. So the few times that I've used coast, I haven't been able to get it to work properly. So let's make a mask for it, just to. So a good way to mask in or out these really hard seams that you get from like the ground level to where our landscape starts, right around these areas, is to use a mask. And a good way to do that is just use the drawing one, mask. Attach that to Shatta, and we'll attach that to there, and hopefully this will work. And let's go to our mask and let's draw it in. And we'll just kind of do it on the outside more, but kind of encompass the inside, because I don't want it to come to the top very much. So we're just going to lightly go just on the outline of it here. It's kind of dark. My mic's in the way, so if it gets really loud, it's because I'm talking into it more now. So more like that. I did get on it a little bit there, but not much. All right. So we got our mask. And I don't think it did much. Let's decrease the water level. I know if we decrease it super far, it starts doing something like right there, but it doesn't do what I want it to do. There's our beach right there. That's where our beach starts, is in these areas. And I guess the nice thing about the coast node is that it doesn't affect, like if you use the coastal erosion in World Machine, it affects the island the same around the entire edge of it. And I get maybe that's the case because I'm using the mask here. So let's get the mask out. Yeah, okay, so I can see what's happening here. The water level's so low now that it's affecting our top part, so it's a good thing that we use the mask, otherwise it would look not that great. And so I would probably say if you're going to use the coast option, you probably want to be throwing in a mask. Otherwise you're probably going to get something funky. The intensity here, it looks like if we keep it low, it's not going to obviously not affect our landscape all that much, so let's turn it all the way up. Then the transition size will be like the transition from like the shore to the beach, or even like rocky areas, so you can make like rocky crops or rocky outcrops or something like that. At least that's what it was in earlier versions of this before they've changed it. Looks like these two options aren't going to change that much, but if we were to add our water now, interesting. The water in this version of Bleeding Edge is really weird. It's more like a texture map that's tiles across the landscape. They've changed it up quite a bit. Okay, that's interesting. It looks a lot different for sure. Let's close that out. And water level. I can't get the water level quite precise, but about right in this area is where our beach will start. And then this will be like the rocky cliff face that you would want to texture. For clarity, because I'm a late entry into the stream, are you using 1, 2, 29, whatever? Jeff, I am using the Bleeding Edge version 1.2.0.1. So that's the latest Bleeding Edge version. Everything that we did in here, though, I tried to do for people who don't use Bleeding Edge. But introduce some of the newer nodes alongside what you can use. But then the process after that is about the same. So if you go to the earlier version of the earlier parts of the stream, we were making like a mesa range. You can use the multi-fractal, but I use terraces instead, just so people who don't have it can follow along. But the process after you implement multi-fractal is the same as if you're following with the terraces. And that's the only change. Yeah, that's the latest version. Gelatin moving under the island. Yeah, it looks like gelatin. It's so weird because if you go to, let's look at the EAP. This is just the regular, like, production ready Gaea. And if we were to just add the water here, you can see how the old water looked. Let's throw in a light node. Oh, height. It was there. We don't want a texture input, or do we have to have one? I think we might need one. Yeah, all right. You probably don't see it over here because it's cut off. I just realized that. I have a ultra-wide monitor, so I have to scale this to fit properly. There we go. And then, where's my landscape? Where'd it go? Right there. Okay, and then there's light. So if we were to look at the water here, it just kind of looks more like water. And then if we look at the other one, it's like this moving texture map or noise map or something. I think it might be bugging out or something, or maybe that's intentional with their new rendering system that they have setting up. LYF. I'm afraid that reference is lost on me. Life rough. Ultra wide life rough. Yeah, okay, I got it now. It took me a minute. I am so slow. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna turn the water off. Yeah, ultra wide life. It's rough, man. I tell you what. All right, so that'll be like, well, Colloquial, yeah. Exactly. I kept saying "lif" instead of "life" in my head. N64 production water equals PS3. Yeah. PS2. I guess PS3 will work too. So that'll be, this is just a very, honest to God, this is just basic island and basic draw. So either method will work, but I think you'll get better results if you use the actual island node, especially if you're making islands. This one probably won't provide you, unless you're able to get a really strong beach going on, probably wouldn't be that great. Sea ranges, yeah, it looks like there's undersea ranges. It's using like a height map or something under that. It's really weird. Could just be a bug though, or it could be intentional, but currently being worked on. We can look at the cartography real quick, because that's new, and that one's interesting if you want to start making cartography renders. Kind of just outlines all the different shapes and elevations of your landscape. It's not going to work so well on this one. I got it in the wrong input. Whoops. Input, let's do it on this one. Rebuild. Nope, it's not gonna, it's still being kind of buggy. Oh no. It might be sliding the terrain height map. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It definitely looked funky. So the cartography one's going to be kind of, it's still taking in the mask that I had from here for some reason, but yeah, if I reset it, save it out, and reopen it, it probably will work, but it's just going to give you these really cool ISO lines, cartography lines, whichever way you want to put it. And if you increase the resolution, I'm sure that will increase the resolution of those as well after they're built out. This will be really nice for like displaying elevations and steepness of your landscape to people who need those kind of things. Really good for like data science experts or geographers who use programs like this to help build out 3D maps of certain features that they're taking care of. So that could be really helpful in some ways, especially if you have it to scale. Come on. Now it's not going to display at all. Alright, well, that was fun. I'll come back to that later. Right now I don't actually have a use to use the cartography one, but I thought it was pretty cool. I just don't need to use it. Any other questions? So that's the island. That'll be the basic structure of what we take when we're doing the island tutorial. So if you guys want a good heads up on what we're doing, that will be what that I plan on doing. But we're actually going to make multiple islands. We're not just going to do one. Did the guy post his render? No, I don't think he did. Tad, if you're oh, you did. I don't see it. I see like where you asked, but I don't see where you posted it. But now, yeah, I'm curious now too. I like seeing what you guys do. It's, yeah, maybe YouTube ate it. YouTube's kind of weird. But I do like seeing what you guys do too. I mean, it doesn't always have to be about me in these streams. We can definitely see what you guys are doing. I'm up for that. Let's just play around a little bit more here while we're waiting on other things coming in. No, I can't see the ArtStation link. I'm pretty sure I don't have anything set up where you can't post links. was hoping to get destroyed a little more when I shared the other day. What did you share the other day? It could be a stream setting. I don't think there's anything in YouTube that stops people from being able to post stuff though. I don't think so. And if there is, a lot of playbacks on this one. I didn't mean to set it up that way because I am all for people being able to share stuff. Yeah, nothing in here blocking it. Oh, you rendered in Clarice. Okay. I actually haven't been on the page in a minute. So, are you just under Jeff on the Facebook page as well? My dog's freaking out. Yeah, right there. Is that the one you're talking about, Jeff? All right. Let's take a look at it. Did I post on it? I don't think I did. So rendered in Clarice, huh? Overall, the terrain shape's nice. So when I look at pictures in the Facebook chat or group before I make a comment on it, this is kind of like what I'm kind of playing through in my head before I make a comment. So the overall terrain shape is nice, except for these spiky parts right here. Those are features that you typically don't want in a render. Stuff like this is great. These little like peaks that you have right here or right here, those are great, but what you don't want are these tiny little spiky things. You typically don't want those. It is nice work though. The lighting's really nice. It has a really good ambience to it, and I like these the light shafts that you have coming in right here. The texturing is nice. I think you're using the flow lines and the erosion just a tad bit too much. You want to break those up. Otherwise, it's going to look really unnatural. I know it's really easy to use the flow and deposit lines and maps from the erosion to texture stuff out, but typically they will follow the flow paths, but you want to break them up a little bit procedurally. So use like a mask, like a Perlin mask, to mask in the snow texture a bit more. And I guess I could break it down for you and show you. And yeah, we don't see the link, Tad. You thought the spikes were people walking on the mountain, saying, praising hallelujah to the sun. Praise the sun. Yeah, to break down the spikes, I'm just trying to go over your comments while I'm breaking this down. So to break down these spikes, it's actually probably more due to your base noise and your erosion more than anything. But if you meant more like use a noise or something to kind of break up the snow placement, yeah, use a noise to break it up, and I'll show you how to do that here in just a minute. But yeah, overall, I love that atmosphere. That atmosphere is nice. The clouds are a little bit low. Are you using like an HDRI in this? The heal node would fix those spikes to some degree. What I have found is that you want to use the healing node sparingly, and you want to be selective with it. So I guess you could mask those parts out and use the heal node, but you want to be extremely selective with it. But you would want to make your base terrain less susceptible to this to begin with, and then using the heal node very sparingly is the workflow that I would personally go through. Because if you're getting those on your landscape, that just means you have too much noise to begin with, and when you erode it out, you're going to cause problems. The heal node's nice for that, but the heal node should mostly be used on height maps that you brought in through like DEM data, digital elevation models, more so than trying to fix it on your landscape that you're making. Aiden Yankin's Skyrig. I don't know what that is. I do like the clouds. I wish they were just a little bit more sharp. Unfortunately, they're just not too sharp. And are you using like a fog volume to get your fogginess in this? Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, if you're using a fog volume, unfortunately HDRIs in most 3D applications are going to be impacted by fog volumes, so a good way to ensure that that doesn't happen is export like a Z-depth mask, or just, I guess you can export from, I don't know if Clarice is capable of doing it or not, but a composition file, I guess, where you have all the different masks for your objects, and you can mask out the terrain and then put your sky in afterwards in something like Photoshop or something else. That way it doesn't impede on the detail or the color light values of your HDRI, which could make your renders look a lot better and stand out a lot more. I wish Tad would post his art station. That would be nice. We can look at what he's talking about. Mine is, I guess you could type it in. Mine's gonna be, I think I just have it under PWN, I suppose. That is creepy. Dylan Yarbrough is what I have it under. dyarbrough.artstation.com. And if you want to, you can go ahead and follow. That'd be great. I'm going to be posting a lot more to it as time goes on. I just haven't done much with it yet, but I plan on posting more to it. I do have some stuff in the store already, but I'm slowly importing more and more into the store. I just haven't gotten around to it. I mostly use Gumroad to sell stuff, but I want to use both. Just kind of have more options out there. But yeah, this is it so far. It's new, so there's not a lot of stuff there, but that's mine right there. And if Tad can, oh, Tad followed. Let's see. Right there. I'll follow you back. Anybody who follows me, who joins the line streams, I will go ahead and follow back. I don't see why not. Oh yeah, that's the donut one. Yeah, I remember that. He did, so he did the tutorial a long time ago, and then he did a new version of this with the newer release of Blender. So he has two of the same tutorial, but it's for different releases. So yeah, that looks really good. I like you got little sprinkles dripping off right there. Yeah, this looks awesome. Nice thick frosting you have on there. Holy crap. And that coffee looks awesome. That's what I want right now is coffee. So this is what you wanted to show us, Tad? This definitely looks like, yeah, thick as yeah, I like it though. It's just a nice thick frosting, just how a donut should be. If you're gonna be eating a donut, you might as well have it be as really unhealthy as possible. Yeah, this is good work. This is really good work. Yeah, all those eyes. I love it. I love that stuff. I want to make more stuff like that in the future. I'm going to stick with landscapes for the time being, but I eventually want to move into more stuff like that. I like abstract, creepy art. It's good stuff. I actually have like no critiques on this. The lighting is great. Everything about it. I don't see like any weird anomalies around the edges of your plate. So you have, or anything else, like you have very smooth meshes going on. Even your texture on your donut, and your donut in general just has so much variation to it. It's not all uniform that it looks really good. So kudos on that one. That one is great. I like that. Even the lighting, I like. The shadows are nice. I think, okay, if there's one thing that I would probably change on this is the shadows. I think they're just a tad bit too light under the plate. Like right here in this shadow area, it's really good. But I would think it would be a little bit darker under the plate as well. But I don't know how I don't know what you used to render this out, but I would think that it would probably be darker towards the edges of whatever is casting the shadow, and then gets thinner and lighter as it goes out. But I mean, that's such a nitpicky thing. That's not really anything to worry about. So I really like that. It's really good. Let's look at these other ones that Jeff had real quick. I mean, no critiques on this other than just those shadows. There's just nothing else to say. That is really good. I really like that. Overall, the shape of the landscape on this is good. If you guys have anything else that you want to look at that you probably want some critiques on, go ahead and send me them, and I'll look at them while we're killing time. I like the details that you have going on. Like, if you look up here, you actually did something really good here. So up here, you have a lot of variation in your snow mask, which is really nice. And I think you are following the flow lines just a tad bit too much down here, but after seeing this top part, that looks really good. And I like how the snow coming down on the taluses right here. You could use a mask, use the mask node to draw out selections to mask out these lower edges, and then break up this lower part of the snow so there's more noise to it, so it's not this straight line that just looks a little bit unnatural. It'll break it up a bit. That's about the only thing that you really would want to be adding to the ends of those. It might be too steep in the sense that like, if you're looking at it as like a natural real world landscape, maybe it might be too steep, but the nice thing about Gaea is that you can pretty much make whatever you want. And this could be something on like a different planet, or it could be like a small section of a mountainside that we're not getting the full perspective of. But I like the detail in it. Let's look at this one. Yeah, and again, I mean, you got really nice snow covering here. I actually made a tutorial a while back that you can use like the slope selector to select some of the slopes on your landscape and mask in additional snow that kind of got powdered in as wind blew to kind of break up the overall snow mask. That might be something useful for you to watch. I'd have to go through and find it, but it's not ideal for exact realism, but it is nice for small variation in your snow mask. It could be really helpful. And again, just down here, I would just use a mask to break up the snow line a bit, just so it's not all uniform the way it is. But that right there is pretty good. The lighting itself in this, I don't know what it is that you're trying to go for this one. I think it was more just visual references to your overall landscape. The lighting itself isn't bad. The shadows probably would be a little bit softer, but I'm assuming that it wasn't supposed to be like a final render because you have this chunk over here that you didn't hide. So just more of a visual reference. It is 10:18 here. I'm in Mountain Standard Time. Yeah, that's what I thought, Jeff. Yeah, it looks good. Overall shape looks pretty good. Detail's fine. But yeah, it's Mountain Standard Time here. So it's 10:19 here. So I'm a little bit ahead of you, or behind, I suppose. You're ahead of me. So what I want to do regarding Sauce Boss's question is I want to start these more at where a lot of people actually come and view my videos. So that's around 5, 6, maybe 7, maybe a little bit later. I don't want to go much later than 9 o'clock to start for these, but I want to keep it to Saturday or Sunday. Typically probably Saturday, and start around that time. But if you have a better time that will work for you, let me know. I'll try to make as much men's as I can, but I can't control time, obviously, or the sun, so I can only start when I can start. But if you want to watch these more in the PM for you, I can do the time conversion and see if it'll work for me, because I am a night owl. I can stay up all night because I work a afternoon and evening shift for work, so my sleep schedule isn't very basic. So yep, that's about it, Jeff. I did make a poll. I made a poll on my channel. I asked, let's see if I can find it. Let's see. So we got, where do they put them? Where do they put them? Community. So right here I asked to all my subscribers, I want to do a live stream once a week if possible, probably on a Saturday, since it's the easiest to work with. Easier for me. Time zone is Mountain Standard Time. If you're interested in watching a live stream on my channel where I just go over Gaea, Octane, other stuff, as well as just try and engage with you all, what would be the best time that you're interested in. So I did mornings, afternoon, evenings, or anytime, and pretty much everybody just said anytime. So I do want to try to keep it more in the evenings though, because I'm not a morning person at all. If I was a morning guy, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I think afternoons and evenings will probably be best because I'm just not a morning person, never have been. I'm a night owl through and through. All right. So yeah, I think we broke down that mountain pretty well. Anything else in here that anybody else wants to talk about? Anybody here that's on the Facebook channel that wants their stuff going over? There's a good example of the cartography. That one's really good. That's really nice, actually. So you can see how useful it can be for like making maps for like your games, things like that. And that's the landscape that he made for it. Looks like he's trying to build it out for a world in like a map for a book or our game or something. He probably talks about it in there about what he's doing. This one right here, that's a good example. This guy is really good. I think this is the same Massimo who was using Vue a long time ago. Oh, someone bought Cloud. Nice. Yay. It might be the same Massimo dude. I'm not entirely sure, but he makes really good landscapes. And if it is, I've known this guy for a long time. I don't know his last name, but I know a guy named Massimo or however you say it. He makes really good stuff. So he has these really cool mountains. And you can see how you don't need a lot of erosion when you're making landscapes to get good results. So he has this nice mountain here covered with snow, and he has his trees and this foreground object and this fog. Really nice. Really good looking HDRI with the sun peeking through right there. Always try to line up your sun and your HDRI and the sun object you have in your landscape or in your program. That way you don't get really unnatural lighting. I think the only thing I would change in this is I would enhance some of the contrast, because these trees sticking out just a tad bit too much despite there being very little light. And I would probably add some snow erosion to these mountains so they follow some kind of path. Because right now it just kind of looks like somebody sneezed on it and it just went wherever. Other than that, though, it's not bad at all. I like this low underlying fog he has right here. That looks really good. Adds a nice little addition to it. But yeah, just maybe small changes to the mountain so there's more character to put snow where snow belongs and whatnot. But overall, it's really nice. I mean, people on this Facebook page are just amazing. They're just really good. You can learn a lot from these guys. Dax in general is just a good person to learn from, but there are tons of people that are just too smart for their own good. That's a work in progress. Got a lot of camera jitter. I mean, we can break that down, but I'm not going to. It's a work in progress. We'll wait to see how it looks in the end. We can look at one of these breakdowns of one of these objects I'm trying to sell. We can do that. That's not a bad idea. So I have these that I made recently, and they're just very basic base meshes. So let's do middle ground real quick. Yeah, I've been looking through ArtStation on what people have been doing with Gaea. Some people are just insane. They're just really good. Don't mean to like tilt my own bubble, but if you look in the About section, we've got a special shout out in it. A couple of us, some people that are more common to find on the Facebook page. These are all people who did like the initial testing for Gaea before it was even publicly released. It was still like alpha testing. All the people in here, if you ever see any of these guys commenting, excluding me, ignore everything that I post. Just joking. But anyways, if you see anything that these guys are posting, these guys will know what they're talking about. They are all super smart people. So this guy right here, I always call him Pratt because I'm pretty sure I'm saying his name wrong, but I call it Prattiak, but I just call him Pratt in my head or when I'm talking to him. This guy right here is insanely smart with World Machine as well as Gaea. So if you see his stuff, talk to him about it. He's really smart. Onyx Lee's a really good guy. I'm friends with him in person. He's a really smart dude as well. Ola, I call him Ola. Sometimes I call him Haldor because of Holdor from Game of Thrones. This is how I remember people. His whole name, Ola's Haldor Solvik Vol. This guy's really smart, really nice guy. Super humble as well. Adam Garland, everybody in there. Just, you can't go wrong with them. Let's see, did it load? It did. So this is a landscape that I recently built. That doesn't look natural, and then see a photo that looks just like the render. yeah. I've actually done that, Bob. I did a test actually. So somebody made a render based on a photograph, and they asked me which one was the photograph and which one was the render, and I started like poking things out from the from what I thought was the render. I was like, that doesn't look natural. Like the lighting's kind of weird and skew-wumpus here. Like the shadows being casted are just way too sharp. It looks like they're too dark. And then they're like, actually, this was the render, and they showed me the entire breakdown of it, and it looked like object for object, texture for texture was exactly the same as the photo. And I was like, wow, that was pretty good. That just, for some reason, I just didn't think that nature would have really sharp shadows like that. But I guess I didn't know the scale and the distance away from the object that they had. And yeah, I was bamboozled. But they're like, no, you did. Those were some very basic artist critiques that they had on it from other people who took the test. And you're not wrong. Normally, that's not something that you would go for. But like those really sharp shadows or really dark shadows, but it could have also just been some weird thing that was because of the camera and the camera lens they had, or they probably did some editing in Photoshop or something to increase the contrast or whatever. But yeah, definitely bamboozled. So this is a landscape that I made. I actually don't have this one up for sale just yet because I'm working on it, but this is what I'm making. And essentially it's just these this open area. I envisioned this as more of like a play area in a video game, I suppose, where we have like this open middle ground with some height variation, and you would play like in these crevices over here you can run around in, kind of like an open map that you would use for like a FPS shooter map or something, but large. So you have some height variation that people can get on, shoot down into, and all that fun stuff. And this is how I made it. And I always have said from the beginning that people take the gradient primitive for granted, because it's just a very basic thing. So if you look at the gradient here, I always find it faster to just type it in. It's just a very basic slope. And why would you want to use this when you have slope noise? Like, but I right here I have a example of why you would use it. So you have multifractal. That's what I'm using here. Is the multifractal on both sides. So all I did is I copied what I did on the top to the bottom. I don't know why I have that up right there. That should be down because it's bothering me. All right. All I did was copy the top and the bottom, and just changed the seeds a bit. On most nodes, anyways, I changed the seeds a bit. And this is what we ended up getting. And then I threw stacks on. I think stacks is probably just the best next thing that ever happened to Gaea. It's really easy erosion that doesn't break up your terracing too much. And then I threw those into a gradient. And then I used a transform here to rotate it 180 degrees. So this one appears on the other side, and then I just combined it using the screen method and ratio set to 100. So now we have these two sides that are breaking things apart. Yeah. Stacks is OP and needs to be nerfed. Oh man, but why do we have to call for nerfs so soon? Why can't we just increase all the other nodes' capacities? It's like I played a lot of Destiny back when it came out, and they had like the Taken King come out. I played a lot of that. I actually like Destiny. I don't think if you bought vanilla Destiny, you're getting your money's worth, but I waited till the Taken King came out, and I thought I was getting a $60 worth, because at that point they had 3 other expansions come out, and I thought it was $60 worth at that point. So I bought it, and it was great. I liked the storyline. When playing it from start to end, I thought it was, if you didn't have any breaks in there like you did with the vanilla one, then you weren't as jaded. But people were always calling for nerfs the guns, and I was just like, why are we nerfing all these guns? Why don't we just not nerf the other guns and instead buff them? But everybody just called for nerfs. So every gun in the game was nerfed into oblivion, and then it became not fun to play anymore. Yeah, I would much rather things be buffed than things get nerfed. But yeah, anyways, this is the base. This is me using the actual different graph node options as well. So this is a good breakdown of what you can do with it. So this is the basic base terrain, and this is what we ended up with. And then next was the erosion, and this one I just eroded the whole terrain, but I was more selective on the height. Yeah, exactly. So if that feels exactly where it needs to be, then just increase the other guns' abilities, like buff the other guns. I'm playing Modern Warfare right now, the new 2019 version, and they just recently nerfed a shotgun. I think it was the over-under shotgun. I can't remember what it's called. And it's like, well, you didn't need to nerf that. You just needed to increase the range and damage range of the other shotguns, and it would have been fine. And you could have just increased them a very little bit amount. But gotta join in the fun. Yeah, go ahead, do it. Join in. I know this is a longer stream, but I'm enjoying your guys' comments and the talk. The 728. I don't know. I have to get and look at it. I plan on playing later tonight when the stream's done, but I'm not good at all, but I think it's a fun game. So anyways, we got the erosion here. So we're using breaker. Like I said, breaker's are a good one to use just in general. And I'm just using my basic settings, just hard cracks and accurate. I don't increase it too much. And then erosion to fill in the breaker options, but then I mask in the height of it here using this. And then the thermal. And it's going to build it out because I'm doing it at 2K, so it's going to take a minute. But in the end, we ended up with this. And I'll show you what it looks like with everything else and how I set up these different graph nodes. But yeah, the over-under shotgun in Modern Warfare is a very good shotgun. Like it just has phenomenal range. But it lacks, obviously, in capacity, so you only get 2 shots before you have to reload, and the reload time takes a little bit of time, so I mean, it has its negatives for sure, but that doesn't mean you have to nerf its total range and overall playability. You just buff the other guns to make them more competitive. But I'm not a game developer, and I'm not sure what goes through game developers' heads when they decide that stuff, but I mean, they have to have their reasons, obviously. While that's building out, hopefully I can show you these. So this is the lower color graph. Yeah, you enjoy getting headshot by it in the gulag. So you play Warzone. I actually haven't spent a whole lot of time in Warzone. But yeah, you can definitely get Yeah, they do have a long range in real life, and that's why I think it's ridiculous that when you get a shotgun in a video game, it has like no range, because shotguns have really, especially if you're using like something like buckshot. Oh my goodness, you might not hit somebody and do massive damage to them, assuming that you were doing this in real life for whatever reason, self-defense or whatever. It might not do massive damage to them at longer ranges, but you'll still pepper them is the thing, and that's enough to deter somebody from doing something. But they do have surprisingly good range in real life. If you want to look at like a shotgun that had pretty decent real life range in a video game, was the original Halo Combat Evolved shotgun on the Xbox, not the remake. That thing had ridiculous range. If you got the shotgun, it was like the sword in Halo 2. If you got the shotgun, you just owned the entire map. Yeah, Halo C is really good. It's one of my all-time favorite games. Yeah, it can definitely be frustrating if you are using a shotgun and you have something like the M13 or the M4A1 or something, and you just get blasted by that shotgun 50 feet away and it kills you instantly. I can see how that gets frustrating. But if you're using the assault rifles in Modern Warfare, you should probably be playing further like mid to far ranges with them anyways, unless you're using the M13. That's more of a close to mid-range gun. Yeah, Theodore, sorry, we kind of went on a tangent and started talking about other things, but thank you for joining in. I really appreciate it. I hope you come to the next one. I know it's late there. It's getting late here too, but I appreciate you joining. If you have any other questions later on that you want me to go through, anything like, you can feel free to comment on the video or post to my channel or ask on Facebook if you have it, and I'll get to you. Thank you for joining, man. All right, I think it's done building, at least that part. Let's see. It's taking a long time to build because I have a lot of nodes here, and this is why it's really important to keep your nodes down. You don't want to be using a crap ton of nodes if you can get away with it. So all those are built. All those are built. And I think it's finally getting to the color here. So we're doing the lower color. Heck yeah, Theodore. If you make something, share it. We'd love to see what you make, dude. If you want. You don't have to, but definitely down to seeing what you create. Really excited to show this to you guys because there's a lot of flaws in it right now because it's still being made, but there are a lot of flaws in it that will actually help you guys because it's stuff that I want to implement as well. Just so we can fix it all up. So that was the lower color. That was the part that's coloring this area down here. And then the upper color is just coloring the top parts. And then we did like a worn rock look, which I think is really, really important to look at. I want to start getting into more Warzone and Modern Warfare. Currently, I'm just trying to get the Season 3 Battle Pass leveled up all the way first, because I suck at Warzone. I've always sucked at those big, whatever they're called, battle royale type games. I tried playing PUBG, did really bad at it. I never really was interested in Fortnite. Fortnite has a very toxic crowd. I just don't like playing with a lot of toxic people. I like enjoying my video games and not having a lot of toxicity. So yeah, man. I mean, I'm always down. I play mostly every other day, but on the weekends I try to play. I try to spend as much time as I can now that I'm working from home with my family. But since my schedule's so weird, I sleep and then I wake up, and by that point people are getting ready for bed. So that's why I took this time off, so I can actually do it. But the first night time off, I'm not doing so well. I still slept to my regular schedule. I don't know why, because I went to bed really early last night considering when I usually go to bed. I was so tired. I stayed up for 24 hours just so I can get my sleep schedule back on track, and I still failed at it. Yeah, I didn't really like the whole building thing with Fortnite either. Just spent all that time getting stuff created and it would just get destroyed almost immediately. That's why I kind of went more towards PUBG, because it was just, you got down onto the ground and you just ran, collected your stuff, and you just played. You didn't have to worry about any micro managing other things. So yeah, it's probably better anyway. Gaming is a nice, like, you've been working all day, you just want to come home and relax. That's how I see gaming. But definitely, if you have the time, you should be, in my opinion, should be spending it doing something else. Like, I've been doing a lot of extra studying for my flying. Like, I got my FAR aims. I'm studying, some test prepping, and just trying to get back into the swing of things, because I kind of went stale on it for a minute. I think that time is better spent learning something new, especially since you have to work from home in some cases. Like, if your work is making you work from home, you ought to be spending that time learning something, I guess. Alright, that's been built. Now this is building. There's just a lot of nodes here. So, but at least we got the upper and lower color done. So this is the lower color. You can see how the upper parts of the terrain haven't been colored yet. It's just this lower part. So we put in some additional small details, just kind of break it up and add some stuff to it. You can see, like, this is the taluses from the thermal weathering. I just increased the debris size a bit and then put in a the surface node, which I guess I can show you what that looks like now. So this will be without the surface node, if it'll go through. Yeah, Flight Sim 2020 looks awesome. I've been using X-Plane as a flight simulator just to stay up to snuff on some, your basic flying stuff that I can't do because for some reason I can't fly in person until all this stuff blows over. But Flight Sim 2020 it looks phenomenal. I'm actually quite excited for it. And the last flight simulator that I really got interested in was X-Plane 10, and now X-Plane 12 is about to come out. So I have X-Plane 11. It's pretty good. But I'll probably be replacing it with 2020. As long as I have the plane that I actually fly in person, which is the Czech Sport Cruiser. Those are like, if you're trying to compare it to a car, they're not super expensive, but they're only a 2-seat plane, so you can think of it as like a coupe. You can probably think of it as like the Porsche of the plane industry, but they actually cost less than a Porsche. So they're really inexpensive planes, and they're inexpensive to fly, which is why I'm able to afford flight lessons. Other than actually just working my butt off for it too. So yeah, if you want to look up what they look like, you can see what I fly. The Czech Sport Cruiser. It's like the Czech Republic. So was it CZ or some other weird spelling? I cannot remember for the life of me. Czech Sport Cruiser. Yeah, CZECH. And this is what I fly. My plane looks almost exactly like this, except it has blue instead of red. Yeah, that's coming out of the manufacturer, 119,000 from the manufacturer. But my flight school, so a lot of people use 172s, Skyhawk 172s as like student planes. But my flight school uses all sport cruisers. They actually got rid of all of their, except for one of them. because they have a flight instructor who weighs too much to actually sit in the seats of these planes because they have a seat weight that you can't exceed. And it's 200 pounds, and the guy's like 300 and something pounds. So they had to keep one Skyhawk to use so he can fly and teach in it. But they replaced all of them except for one, and they replaced them with these, so they got a huge discount. So 119,000 might be from like the manufacturer, but I think my flight school was able to get all their planes for about 68,000 a piece. So they got a pretty good discount from them, or discount on them. And where I fly out of is it's actually, they changed their name, but they used to be called Bountiful Flight. And we've done this where we've landed out on the salt flats. This is actually out by Wendover. You can fly out here and land where the lake has been dried up forever. You can land on it. So we've done that for like soft surface landing practice. This image right here, that's the guy who owns the company, and that's the flight instructor I started with, and this is about where I fly out of. So they're a little further away from the airport, but this is what I see when I get up and fly. It's really nice, and they are fun aircrafts. They're really light, so when there's turbulence, that is not very fun. When there's turbulence, you feel all of it, and that's the major downside to such a small light plane. But other than that, they're really nice to fly. This is out of UVU. I think these are Diamonds. I think these are DA-20s or DA-40s or something like that. Or Scimitars? One of the two. I can't remember. That's out of Utah Valley University. That's where I started before when I was going to college. This is where I started. And those are, I would have flown those, but I actually didn't get that far because it cost too much money. And I said, screw it. So I just went to a private flight school, and it's been a lot easier and cheaper, actually. I've done a shoot at the, yeah, Bountiful's pretty. Utah itself is just a pretty state. I love Utah. There's nothing you can do to get me to move out of Utah unless property taxes keep increasing, because they are getting out of control here. I want to buy a lot of land in a state that doesn't have a lot of property tax, or none. Like there's states out there that still have zero property tax, and then just buy a lot of land and just live off of it and get away from civilization, I guess. Why are these not building? Let's get them built. Drag those very jagged and curved snowy mountains. I'll have to curve in ZBrush though. What are you saying, Sauce? I think I'm going to try those very jagged and curved snowy mountains. Oh, you're talking about the ones that I made, that I have put up for sale? Are those what you're talking about? But have you called in engine failure? Well, no, I haven't. Not because gliders don't have engines. Haha. Yeah, I've been in a glider though. Those are fun. For my work, we have a Slack channel called Pure Flight, and we have a lot of pilots in there, gliders, I guess. And what I want to do is I actually want to make a very small self-propelled glider, and one of those engine-powered gliders that just have like the big fan on the back. You can get about 500 miles on those. I wanted to use that and fly to work every day. I think that'd be fun. Does it become a process mostly done by hand or simple maps, or can you create detailed maps by which to procedurally texture after the all of that, actually, Jeff? So in ZBrush, or I guess if you want to, you can use something like Substance, any of the Substance programs. But essentially, you're going to want to use a mixture of hand painting, hand drawing, as well as having masks. Masks is what you're going to probably be using the majority of the time, and then just adding additional details in afterward by hand, or procedurally. But usually procedurally, you can't be as selective with what you want unless you're using another mask to do that. But yeah, you're actually gonna be doing all of that. So, but I think you're gonna be using maps a lot more than doing things by hand. Having maps to get you started is so much better than just doing it all by hand later. Use as many maps and masks as you can. Alright, so that's with the lighting. So this is what we have in the end. So this is very good. As I said, it's a detailed base mesh. So what you're going to want to do is, if somebody were to buy this and use it for a landscape in their game or movie or whatever, they would get everything that is included in here except for the actual Gaea file itself. But you would import this into another program, and the only thing you have to, essentially what you want to do is make a detailed enough landscape that they don't have to do a lot of personal work on it. The only thing that they're going to want to do is tidy up these edges that you actually can't do anything about in Gaea anyways, because it's a 2D program. So you give them everything they need. So you give them the maps, you give them the masks, and you give them a really nice detailed base mesh, and then all they have to do is do minor amount of work on it afterwards. Yeah, I'm not sure why links are not posting for you guys. Like, I can post links. I believe I can post links if you guys saw the one that I posted earlier to my website, my old website. I'm not sure why links aren't showing up in the chat, and there's nothing that I have set that won't allow you to see them, so, and nothing that I can put in to make them show up, so I'm not sure why they're not. Maybe having a Discord for this stuff that I can monitor for live chats might be a little bit easier, because then you guys can share stuff easier. But I'm thinking about setting up a Discord because I'm a part of a lot of Discord channels, but I might do that in the future. Just take a dive into that workflow and learn from failing. Yeah, that's essentially how I learned. I just failed a lot. I mean, the light bulb was invented 1,000 times, but only one of them worked, right? Or made. Light bulb was made 1,000 times, but only one of them worked. So yeah, the light node here makes it look really nice, but we've got the mixer here without the light node. You can see some of the additional details. The surfacer, that's what I wanted to show you. So we have thermal here, erosion, thermal, kind of breaks it up here. I guess I can break this down for you guys. So the base terrain, obviously I already broke down, but then the erosion here. So we have the breaker, which just breaks it all up, puts in these cracks everywhere. I've increased the duration a tad bit. Then the erosion, which filled that in just a tad bit, just a small amount, not too much. And then did some thermal. And all these heights here are just height selections for the lower portion of my landscape. And thermal erosion fills it in just a bit more with the talusing. And then, like I said, I used the debris size here, which gives it these little bumps in the talus, so it looks like rock fell down. And then the surface here is just a small, very minor amount, but you can kind of see it a little bit better if I zoom in. So here's with just regular thermal. Here's with the surface. Just gives it a tad bit more detail. And then I threw on just a little bit more right there to bring in the cracks, but that's with rough. I think both of them are rough. Yeah. So they have rough and rocky, and I just used rough on both. So I used one that brought out the details a lot, and then I used a second one that just kind of brought out the details a little bit. Yeah, maybe it'll work without HTTP. And then the lower color here, again, I'm just doing selections based on height because I want to color this lower area more than the top area. So we do have our height selection here. Where I don't have to break those down for you guys because you know what part I'm working with now. So I just did a texture. I did an auto level here because I'm actually using the thermal deposits right here. So it's masked from the thermal right here. It has that portal that's being mapped to this auto level. And I used the auto level to bring the maps out a bit more because they were very small and not very strong. And then I used a surface texture, which is under here, the surf text. So this used to be your different sprinkling and peaks and stuff like that were under a different option, but they've been renamed. So the surface text just breaks up the mask selection a bit, and then I threw that into a sat map to get these little sprinkles going out throughout the entire landscape. and this one just applies a texture to it overall, and then we mix them together. And it's really hard to see because this surf text gives such a small amount, but hopefully you can see the before and after here. So that's before, after. Like I said, it's just a very small amount, but when you're texturing in Gaea, you want to use small details, otherwise it's going to look really clunky. And again, here I have the height, just comes out from the last output of our erosion to soil. Soil can be used as like an ambient occlusion mask, by the way. Yeah, we still can't see it, Sauce, it's not showing up. So if you use soil, you can use it as like an ambient occlusion mask, but I used it to select the edges here, the ridges, and then a surf mask, again using sliders, which is going to select more of the rocky parts, and a displace as a mask to break up the auto level, to break it up a bit. So you have your before, and then you have your after, and then a sat map to color it, and I just gave it this darker red color to a mixer. So now if you, and again, it's kind of harder to see, but you can kind of see a little bit there. You have like the before, and then the after. You can see how they kind of show up small little specks, and they're kind of hard to see, but just small specks on the edges. But where this really comes out is at higher resolutions when you build this out. So the render that you saw for this actual model in the Facebook page, if you saw it, was at 4K. This is only at 2K. So it comes out at higher resolutions a lot better. We have the upper color. So we have our height. And that just selects the top parts and not the lower parts around this area. And then I just used a texture to, texture is just great to get a basic texture map. Protrusions just select the rocky parts. I've talked about this data map a lot in the past. It's one of my favorites. And then just two sat maps, and I mix them together. So this one will be the mixer output from the last mixer here to the top part, and then I just mixed in there. So if we look at the before, maybe. So the before, and then here's the after, where we start bringing in more color variation to the top parts. And then again, we just mix in another one to bring in the rock from the protrusion, to color the protrusion parts of the landscape. And then the worn rock is really important because right now it just looks really bland. So if we were to go back and just look at this, it just looks really bland. So what I did is I used a velocity data map, and this just simulates like rain wearing. So a lot of rock will have rainfall on it, the sun will heat it up, dry off the rain, but it'll leave like staining on the rocks a bit. So I used the velocity map to kind of simulate that. Surf text, I used the peaks here to bring in the wearing parts of the peaks, as you can see here. And then auto level again to kind of bring out the selections from the surf text. And then the mixer here, you can see how it brings out the rocks a bit more. So this is, especially at higher elevations, like this is meant to be seen in visual. You can see how it kind of just looks a little bit more detailed. It's not as bland as this. Also kind of darkens it up a bit. And then I just threw in a light node. So Snow Yin Long. Oh, like this? Is that what you're talking about? To get something like this in Gaea, I'm looking at it, so I'm just thinking, you can probably get these nice peak pillory parts like this, but you're not going to be able to angle them like that very easily. Because if you do, it's just going to shift the entire part right here over, so it's going to look really funky. You'd probably want to make the base shape in Gaea and then add rock formations to it as separate objects. Yeah, and curve it in ZBrush. If you wanted to do that, you can curve it in ZBrush. I think it would just be easier to just make kind of like what they did with Skyrim. So if you go back and you look at Skyrim, all they really did is they made big. Here, I'll just kind of show you. So let's look at this for reference. So if you look at Skyrim mountains, all they did is they took a base noise mesh or noise layer that is really smooth, and then what they did is they just added additional 3D objects like these mountains to that mesh and then blended them together to make what they have for mountains. That's all they did. It's not, they didn't do like any kind of really delicate process where they did like vertex anything. All they did was they made that base mesh and then they blended in the rock objects together and called it good. It doesn't support height maps. Interesting. I didn't know that. That's odd. A creation engine that doesn't support a standard creating process. But yeah, it's super, their process is stupid easy. So anybody can go and make Skyrim mountains relatively easy as long as you can model out the rock objects easily, I guess. These are really cool right here. I guess these are like textured mods. The engine in Bethesda games is super jank. I imagine it would be. Every game they make is just really super jank, at least until they are able to patch it. And that's probably more standard for game developers nowadays anyways, but it just seems like every game that they come out with there's just something that changes in every game because of their engine or something. It's just super jank. But yeah, making those should be relatively easy. In ZBrush, you can model those rocks out relatively quick. Probably. So I broke this one down for you guys to kind of see what I was doing, but that's the EAP. We don't want the EAP. So I broke this one down. Hopefully you guys learned something from that. Let's go ahead and see if we can... The only problem I can see having with those rock shapes in Gaea is they're going to be a 2D mesh, or a 2D, it's going to be a 2D map, so it's going to be, unless you were to go into a program and cut out the base, like cut the polygons out from the base of your rock, I don't know, the workflow would be kind of weird, but I think you could. So let's delete that. Yeah, that is proprietary software for sure. You got to learn whatever it is that they require you to learn. I don't know. I just think it's really funny that it doesn't support height maps. That actually tickles me. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? So we can use probably a combination of things, but now that we have multifractal, that might be even better. I don't know. Let's find out. So we probably want something to start with just a basic rock option. So probably a gradient might be good. We can do a radial gradient. So now that's what we have. And let's do. Hold on a sec. There we go. Yeah, that could be something we can do for sure. I'm wanting to know if there's more of a way to do it without that though. Like I kind of want to make that super basic gradient thing that they had going on, and I'm thinking maybe Perlin might be the best option for that. Yeah, because I'm thinking we're gonna use Perlin. So what I want to do is make the base like what they have. So if we were to go back to, let's do this. Let's do Skyrim Mountains again. Skyrim Mountains. Oh, come on. Will it work now? No. Okay. Well, let's find one here. If we can find one that would look good, easy to kind of go through. Maybe this one, I guess. Yeah, so what I'm wanting to kind of do is say what we have right now with that gradient is this bulbous shape. What I want to add now is just the noise to it. That would be the rock. That's kind of like what I'm trying to do. Hopefully that makes sense. So we have this bulbous shape. And let's actually use a shaper on it, and let's increase it out just a tad bit more. Put in a Perlin noise, or actually in this case, we'll want to combine actually. So combine, and let's try multifractal again real quick. So we'll combine these two. Got a gradient there. We also want to mask in this. We retain the shape, I suppose, or maybe not. Maybe not. We'll come back to that. And let's increase this all the way, kind of like what we did before, and let's just go through what we have. Oops, right there. I think it's probably going to be max. Swapping the inputs isn't, maybe multifractals too much. Essentially, this is what I'm wanting to do. What we have going on right there. And I know there's a way to do it because I've done it in the past. I'm just having a hard time remembering exactly what I did. Perlin. It's going to be, I need to mask out these edges. So maybe we can use, maybe not. Now you got me thinking. Gradient to a combine to a Perlin to a combine. Well, let's at least get the rocky features that we want. Maybe we can do like a zero edge here. So we can do another gradient probably. Let's do another, no. We're gonna wanna do like a zero edge. If I can spell zero right. Zero borders. And we want to be about the same size as this gradient, which it actually kind of already is. We want square, and we want to increase the margins, I think. So got our gradient. So there's our gradient. So that's about right with our gradient. It kind of comes out a little bit, so maybe we have too much here, but that's fine. And so let's play with our Perlin here a bit. We want to increase or decrease the scale. We want more rocky looking stuff coming in. Kind of like that. And max that out. Yeah, almost. We're almost there. We just got to play around with the Perlin a bit more, I think. I think we need to do like, let's increase the octave so we get all the detail out, or detail in. Let's look at the combine here. That's almost getting there. We might have to play with the gradient at this point again. Hey, should our API support standardized features? The answer is always no. Yeah, it is. It's almost always no. When I was working with a company called Beehive Broadband out here in Utah, in where I live, and they were trying to build their own in-house tools for customer management and troubleshooting and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, you know, I haven't really done a whole lot of customer support stuff, but I would imagine that most customer support platforms have, you know, a feature built into their program where a call comes in and you can see who's calling and you can answer from the program, so you don't have to lift up your phone and then put it up against your ear and hold it with your shoulder while you're trying to type. And also, they probably give headsets. And the company was like, yeah, but we're building our own tools and we'll get you a headset, which they did, but you still had to like manually answer the phone by hitting the receive call button on the phone instead of just staying in your program and just clicking on answer or something. And it was funny. And they never did implement that while I was there. They probably have now, but they didn't while I was there. It would have been super easy to just like subscribe to a program that has all the features you need rather than hire somebody to build it for you, but they didn't. Maybe on this purlin we could use a shaper on it as well to make it more pointy. So like that maybe. Now we're getting somewhere. Like that. Good night, good morning. Yeah, Tad, thank you for joining. Again, this is just a test, but next live stream will definitely have more of a approach and topic, so it won't last as long, but I've been really enjoying talking with you guys. Thank you for joining, man, and all your questions. And sleep well. I'm probably going to call it good on the live stream here in a minute. I've been doing it for a couple hours now, so, and I'm kind of wanting to go get something to drink and probably play some Modern Warfare, but now you got me thinking on this Skyrim-esque mountain, so. Rio. Beautiful Rio. We got to bring out this gradient a bit more. Maybe bring in the shaper a bit. Oh, okay. Maybe not that much. I'm getting something on that. Oh, we need more than that. Just gotta walk it back, I suppose. Walk it back by 10. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there we go. So you got these rocky formations growing everywhere now. And then you can combine that with something else. Let's try. Let's do combine. We probably want to do just a regular displace maybe. But we want to do it with something else here. Yeah, Bob, that's cool. Yeah, you just skip to the end, see how this ends. It's not going to be much longer, so. But I appreciate you joining, as always, Bob. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for all you have provided in the chat as well. And good night to you, so you can get some good rest, man. Let's try this. I'm going to do this, but we're also going to put shaper on the multifractal, make it more spiky, maybe. We're also going to do a zero edge. Let's do a zero edge on this one. Zero borders. I keep calling it zero edge, but zero borders. This one we don't have to worry about changing the shape of too much, I think. But we're mostly going to want to change the multifractal itself. So maybe decrease the size. Fractal gain and combine. There we go. Yeah. So we got the rocky features coming in from the purlin, and we have also provided more detail in that. Interesting. I think that might be a good way to go about making those mountains from Skyrim, perhaps. Something like that. Let's see what happens if we do a shaper on this combine. Yeah, something like that. And they're not too spiky either, which is really nice. Let's increase the size a bit. Not too spiky up there either. So obviously what we're going to want to do is add like some erosion. I'm thinking in this case we're not going to want too much erosion. We're just going to want some very basic erosion to break it up. Or else we're going to lose a lot of that nice flowy stuff that we're going to be doing with our snow. But we want to break up the rocky formations, definitely. We did if we focused on probably the erosion strength in this case. Yeah, that's not bad, but we do have this weird artifact that goes around. So I don't want to have to work with that. That's not ideal in any way. So maybe we can work with the rock softness instead. This gives me about the same as the other one, except we don't have that artifact. So I think that will work. And then at this point, we don't have to do much else except for maybe test other things out if we wanted. We can try shatter. Let's see what happens if we put shatter in there. Well, that shatters it too much. We could play with this, but I'm not going to. I think at this point, if we wanted, we could probably just throw in the snowfall, and see what the snowfall does real quick. Yeah. So you kind of got the rock and the snow coming in. I mean, that's just one way to do it, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time working on it, but you can definitely have the rocks coming in. They probably need to be a little bit more spiky down here. You can mix in a couple of these to bring it in, but kind of got something going on there. It's not too bad. Let's increase the snow line a bit so it only appears up here a bit. Yeah. And I guess if Jeff, if you're still around, I'll just kind of show you what you can do with this real quick. Let's do mask. Mask. We're going to attach it to, let's see. Oh, making them individually. They're like little mountains. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, you love the tangents. Nice. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you definitely do that with the mountains. Again, I think one of the things you're going to run into that's going to be a problem is, again, you're going to have a 2D map of it, so you're going to have to import it into a different program like ZBrush to get the details you need on it. And you're also going to have to remove the other polygons that you don't need from the overall mesh, like this square. You're going to want to like remove around it so you only have the mountain object itself. But yeah, I mean, you can do it this way too. I think this way is really good. You have these really harsh rocks, and you got your snow falling here. And the nice thing about the snow is that you don't have to use it just for snow. You can use it for plant growth. You can color this green instead of white. But yeah, you can export it as a 3D mesh, but it will still keep... yeah, I got a new subscriber. Oh, nice. I'll have to go see who it is, because everybody who buys the subscription, I like to make a special object for them from the get-go that's only to them. So whoever did, I'll have to ask them who they are so I can get it to them. Oh, it was you. Get with me on Gumroad and ask me what you want, and I will custom make you either a tutorial or a landscape or whatever it is you want. If you want, you don't have to, but if you want to, let me know. Once you completely X those details, you could use Photoshop for that, right? Yeah, you can make them black. You can just paint it out and make it black. But I think the best approach would be to just select the individual polygons in the object and just physically remove them from the object itself. But that might work. I actually haven't done that, but I mean, it is just a height map, so having anything black, there won't be anything there. So yeah, do it. I mean, I'm up for a good challenge. If it's a challenging thing that I've never done before, if it's like off of a reference that's really intricate and something that might take me a while, but I'll get it done and I'll send it to you, and then keep working on it if you don't like it. I really do appreciate you actually becoming a member, though. It's really important. It's really important to me because it gives me more incentive to make stuff for you guys and do stuff like this and give you guys content. And I'm hoping it's a good, reasonable price for you guys. But I'm always down for critiques on things that can change. So what I was talking about was the PWN design all content. It's $5 a month. So you get all the content that I make, anything that I release on my store you get, as well as future content, and then past and present and future content, and then you keep getting, as long as you're a member and you stay subscribed, you get updates with everything that I post, everything that I'm doing. And then if you do it for $60 a year, so that's a little bit different. So you actually get like one-on-ones, live streams of like current projects that I'm working on that I'm not under an NDA for, so you can kind of see what's being worked on there, as well as like personalized tutorials and objects and maps that are made and stuff for you and things like that. So I mean, it all comes down to Gumroad. I have it on Gumroad. So if we go to Gumroad, this is what I have on Gumroad right now that I can actually upload, because they do have a limit, unfortunately. So some stuff that I have that you can get, I have to send to you, which I plan on doing with everybody. There's one guy that's been subscribed for a while. He's been up to date on everything and has gotten all my past stuff as well as the stuff I have on here and new stuff that will be coming out. But you can subscribe to the all content here, and in here I just kind of break down what there is. This is old. I haven't been able to update this, so I actually don't have the website, the pwndesign.com website anymore. I've decided to go with ArtStation over that, so that needs to be updated. But a lot of the stuff that I have in here, I've been able to sell in the past before I decided doing this. Well over $1,000 worth of content. So even in a year, you get your $60 worth in a year, even if you don't take advantage of like any of the other stuff that is exclusive to the $60 one. Oh, you're good, Jeff. Don't worry about it. But for $5 a month, you'll get all that stuff. And then if it's reasonable, that's cool. If it's not, just let me know. I'll try to rehash things. But currently what you get right now, at least on Gumroad, when you subscribe, that you have access to immediately, is all this. This one right here is the one I was talking about earlier, the Flying High one. That one right there, I was able to sell for, I believe it was $550. And the guy just wanted it as a personal project to him, but he passed away, unfortunately. Probably one of the best mentors I've had in my entire life in the 3D industry. But he was like, yeah, I'll buy it for you. Go ahead and sell it, whatever you want after that. But this was just like me getting you started with what you want to do. And I was like, that's awesome. Thank you. So I did. And then now I'm selling it. So yeah, it's been a couple years. I miss him every day, but I mean, he was a good guy. He taught me everything that I know now, other than the stuff that I've learned personally. But yeah, He was probably one of the best mentors I've had in my entire life. So he was a really good guy. Then I got my cloud VDBs in there. I don't have all of them uploaded. This one was like right on the cusp of the limit that I could have building out the size of the file. So 1.5 gigabytes, that's a large VDB. So that one might be a little bit strenuous on your system, but got some stuff in there like the clouds. The base canyon, which I just uploaded, and the snowy peaks, which I just uploaded. Those are your base terrains that you can download and do whatever you want with. I recommend just adding additional details in, but they are just your base terrains, and they're highly detailed where the detail should be. Oh, leukemia, dang, dude, yeah, don't. That's exactly what he died from, though. Actually, it wasn't leukemia. It was late stage colon cancer, I believe, is what he died from. They didn't find it in time, and he died from it. He decided not to go through any kind of treatments, though. He was like, I'm already old, and I'm retired, and my grandkids are like getting old. They're not seeing me as much. Like, he had like this whole thing of that just made me super sad. So I don't want to really get into it, but yeah, I think it was late stage colon cancer that he died from. But I'm glad that you're alive, man. I have a friend that just went through treatments for cancer that I work with, and he was out of work for like 6 months. And he just kind of came in one day from work after he went to go get a physical, just a regular checkup, and he came into work all rushed and panicked and called the manager in, and they talked, and then I said hi, and he was like, hey man, I can't talk right now, I gotta go. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he comes back. I hadn't seen him in months, like 6 months, maybe 7. And then he comes back. I'm like, what's going on, dude? And he just was pale. His hair was all shaved, and he had lost a lot of weight. And he was not a thin man to begin with, but he had lost a lot of weight. And he's like, oh, I had cancer. I'm like, damn, dude. You would have told me. I would have like brought you food. I would have went and visited you. And he's like, nah, it's all right, dude. I could not keep food down anyways. When I ate, I just threw up, and quite frankly, I was always in a bad mood because I wasn't sleeping, and I was always sick, so it's probably better that you didn't come over. I'm like, all right, cool, just so we're good. Yeah, it totally. I would not, anybody who goes through chemo, you have the utmost respect for me, because that's something that I would not want to deal with. I've always told my family that if I'm diagnosed with cancer, if I'm like in extreme pain already, just, I don't know. I don't know how I would react, but at the time I was saying, just put me down. But it depends. I have a kid now, so I kind of want to be alive for her. Oh, I bet you couldn't like walk well or anything. It makes you really weak. I don't know how chemo totally affects the body, but I know it like really affects your muscles. Like you can't hold things very well. Like you can't write. Just your really finer motion skills are really hampered by it, is what I was told. So yeah, that's what we were talking about, is the Gumroad subscription. Let's go back to this real quick. So okay, so if this is the way, one way we can do it, let's try just using a mountain to make an individual rock object. I would think that you'd get better results not using Gaea for that, but I mean, we could always play around. And Shaper is going to be used heavily here. Oh, you got the 61. Oh, nice. Thank you, dude. So the way that works is nobody's actually subscribed to that yet. So let me go back to it real quick. So the yearly membership, you'll get the that are exclusive to the members that pay $60 a year. So live trainings. So anytime that you want to schedule time out with me to do like a one-on-one, you most definitely can. We'll have to schedule it out though. So if it's like last minute thing, I might not be able to do it because we got to schedule it out. I have work and family and stuff like that. But most definitely we can get on like a session, like a Zoom meeting or something free. Zoom's free for you to use. I have it on my computer. I can send you like a Zoom meeting, and we can go about doing live trainings, one-on-ones, stuff like that. And then any project that I'm currently working on, I'll stream. And since you're the first one, I'm not actually currently working on any projects right now, but I'll open up other projects that I've done in the past and show you how I worked on them. If I can find one that I can do that the NDA is done and over with. A lot of the companies that I had done projects for in the past, they were like, yeah, I don't care what you do with any of this, as long as the product's released afterwards, we don't care. I'm like, okay, cool. So there's some of those. Yeah, a week's notice will work. That's fine. Even like, even if you just like ask me one day and say, hey, I want to learn how to do this, is there a time that we can get together? I can give you a time frame like within the week that we can do it. I can usually do it that day or next day. It just really depends on whether or not I'm working. Way too cheap for one-on-one after you subscribe. Nice. Yeah, that's the kind of critiques I wanna know about. I can grandfather you guys into it. Only after he spends. Yeah, exactly. I thought that's funny. That's smart. Cheap for one-on-ones. Yeah, I had a feeling that it probably would be, because I know a lot. I actually know a few people that do one-on-ones and they charge like $200 or $300 for one-on-ones, and that's just for one-on-one. That's not for like any like subscription or anything like that. And I totally get that. Like, you don't want to undersell yourself. But I'm also I know what it's like to be that artist that wants to get going and learn things but can't afford anything. So that's kind of that was kind of part of the market I was aiming for. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to. So I actually don't know what a good price would be that would be within that market. I thought 60 a year is pretty decent because that's about what people pay for like online gaming services. Actually, I think it's probably 50 now, if I remember correctly. But $5 a month, if we're gonna do like a change in the yearly subscription, I might increase that. I might add maybe another tier here, where it's like grandfather you guys into it, and then make one that's like maybe 200, and then 200. There you go. So at least 200 once you get some solid testimonials. Yeah, that would work. And if you guys want to throw in any testimonials or any comments or ratings on any of these, please do so. I mean, be honest. But I believe you can leave a comment on these or rate it. Or you can do it on ArtStation. Yeah, rate, comment, subscribe. That's what people always say on YouTube. So I'll go back and rethink that. Oh yeah. I had already thought about that. I was thinking like maybe 12 a year, so that's one a month. I thought that was pretty good. If there was like another tier that I make, it would be like maybe 2 a month, but that would be more. But for the time being, I mean, you guys did both of you subscribe to the? I actually don't know how to look for that. I got 3 subscribers. So both of you did both of you do the 60 a year one? So if you did, that's only 2 people. I actually don't mind like doing any amount of one-on-ones with just like 2 people who are subscribed. But if I get a lot of them, yeah, I'll limit it just so I can maintain some good, decent amount of. Oh, you're the 5. Okay. So Jeff would be the only 60. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's 1 person, so it still flies. You're in savings mode. Yeah, a lot of people are. I don't blame you. It's okay. I mean, it's awesome enough that you even did the 5-1. So I really appreciate that quite a bit, and it just gives me a lot more incentive to continue doing this stuff, getting more involved with everybody and making more things. Just because a lot of this stuff costs a lot of money, and I've been paying for it a lot through my regular job. But if I can just do it, just use the money that I make from actually doing this stuff, that would be much better. So any amount is appreciated. But yeah, I was thinking of limiting it to just 12 a year, which that's one a month. So that's like a monthly meetup, which is what a lot of people do on like Patreon. They'll do like a monthly meetup where they'll have like a session where everybody talks and whatnot. But I figured that a good one-on-one once a month might work. If I increase that to like 2 or 3 a month, that would be a different tier that would cost a little more. So it's be really hard to kind of, some people might subscribe to this and some people might subscribe to that, and that just kind of makes it a little bit harder. So I think having one tier for one-on-ones and just increasing the price might be a good idea. Thanks for the feedback, though. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you guys find it as a good value. I mean, I have a lot of people who have actually talked to me about this fish hook range. 2 people did that I know of. They're the ones that gave me the $1 because they're like, you really shouldn't be selling this for free. And I'm like, I want to give some free stuff away just so people have stuff to start with. And they're like, this right here, I mean, I found stuff on Turbo Squid that isn't nearly as good as this, that has hundreds of cells that are like $200. And I'm like, I know that. I still want some stuff that people start with, though. Like, I do want to make money, but I'm not going to milk and dime people. I want to be fairly forgiving in that area. Yeah, yeah, specifically when landing. Actually, you want to know something very interesting is most airline or aircraft accidents happen during the takeoff, not the landing. And a lot of that has to do with not doing your proper weight and balances and understanding your air pressure and air densities. So when you're taking off, people will initially get enough speed to get the air under their wings to take off, but they can't maintain flight because they don't have enough power because the air density is a little bit too thin. You need to have a lot of air, obviously, to combust. So they'll start taking off, but they can't maintain their altitude, and then they'll drop and crash, and that's when the majority of accidents happen on the landing strip, is that takeoff. And ATC would definitely love that. As in, love you not doing that. All right. Let's go back to see if we can make this rock. We do want to use a shaper here because I'm thinking we're going to do something like this. Maybe like that. It could be a rock. And I think shatter might actually be a good idea in this case. Let's look at what shatter might do. They would, and they should be most grateful for that. They should definitely learn how to make a beautiful landscape. Maybe not shatter. No, we want some kind of warping, so maybe we can just go straight to warp. Right there. Yeah, after doing enough of the pre-flight checks, you would hope that they would get all that stuff right, narrowing the air pressure and the air density and the weight and balance and all that. But there are certain things in aviation that pilots tend to do over time, and they get pilots into trouble all the time. So what they are is, I'll pull them up for you guys so you can read them. I don't know if you guys are interested in it or not, but I think there's 6 of them, 6 pilot sims, I think they call it. They are pilot character traits, I think. I can't remember exactly what they call them. Or personality traits. There's like macho pilot, hazardous attitudes of pilots. That's what they are. I use DuckDuckGo because I really don't like Google. I actually really dislike Google as a company for a lot of personal reasons, but it's another thing, like when we were talking about Patreon in the earlier part of the stream, I just don't like some of their ethics, I guess. They are way too censory. I don't like how they censor a lot of stuff. They censor a lot of search results as well. And I just don't like it. So I use DuckDuckGo. And I haven't actually been paying attention to a lot of what DuckDuckGo does. And they could be guilty of the same thing. I don't know. But I know Google is. So that's why. That's just more of a personal thing. I get a lot of flack for it from some people. But honestly, it's just mostly personal. And I don't like talking about it all that much. But that's part of the reason. So these are the hazardous attitudes of pilots, and this is what gets them into trouble most of the time. There's the anti-authority, so they don't like being told what to do or how to do it, because they've been flying for so long that they don't want to be told what to do, especially by ATC. You wouldn't believe how often pilots argue with ATC. They do it all the time. And you can. There's actually nothing that stops you from doing it. But in some cases, you really ought to not argue with ATC. Impulsivity, so you just kind of do something out of impulse rather than thinking things through. Invulnerability, you've been flying for so long that you don't do any risk assessment, or it even tells you right here, self-assessment or risk assessment. So you think you're invulnerable, like maybe you went flying one day and you had the flu and nothing bad happened, but you shouldn't be flying when you're sick, obviously. Or you flew in really rough weather environments and you think you can get through it because you did it that one time, but you really ought to not to do it. You should be flying in good weather and when you're not sick. So macho, that's the one I was trying to think of, was machismo or macho, but there's the macho character trait. The resignation, you just kind of give up when things go bad. Hot hand fallacy, yeah. So you got resignation, you just kind of give up when things go wrong. You don't really think things through or do any good assessment of your current situation. So there's that. Those are the 5 traits or attitudes of pilots, and that's what gets them into trouble all the time. So when you see like when people don't take care of like the weight and balance, they're just like, yeah, that person looks like they might be 210 pounds, but they don't actually weigh them. Some pilots do. I would say most of them don't, but I would say some of them do for sure. For example, we get like an hour that we get added to our total flight time when we're in training by doing simulation times, but it has to be a full motion simulator. So you get into a simulator that's flying like X-Plane or Flight Simulator, MS Flight Simulator, but it has to be a full motion one. So when you bank the plane, the simulator banks with you, kind of thing. You have to do that. It's only for an hour, but the person that was in there before me was this lady who has been flying for a while, trying to get her private pilot. And I could hear them because it's only like a little screen that blocks them from the outside, just enough to block the light so you can see what's going on. And you can hear the instructor say, "Oh no, the plane's going down. What just happened?" And that's all that he tells her. And these flight instructors can actually simulate common things that happen in a plane that go wrong. And so what he did is he just got onto his tablet and said, hey, flip this switch off or turn the throttle down and see what happens. And he just did a whole bunch of wonky things. So he extended the flaps, he decreased the throttle, and he turned off all the magnetos in the plane. Not the magnetos, sorry, the fuses in the plane. And he's like, I don't know what's happening, but your plane's losing altitude. And so she tries pitching up and she tries messing with the throttle and all that stuff. And she's like, I don't know. What did you do? And he was like, I don't know. What did I do? So on and so forth. So he just kind of screwed with her and she just broke down. She's like, I have no clue what happened. And she just starts kind of crying a little bit. And you can kind of hear her kind of whimpering a bit while it's happening. And he was like, okay, all right, I'll fix it. He's like, the only thing you did was try adjusting the throttle and your altitude by trying to pitch up. You did nothing else during your like emergency checklists, which is what we have. You have to go through that whole checklist, and that's what he was testing her on, and she didn't do any of it. And he was like, if we would have just kept going at that rate of descent, we would have landed, maybe, if you were able to land the plane somewhere safe, but we probably just would have died. And she just broke down, and she didn't want to do anything about it. She didn't know what to do. A resigned pilot sounds like an oxymoron. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I lament to inform that the pilot has just left the server. Yeah, So definitely there are people out there who are under stress who don't function well. And being a pilot, if you don't function well under stress, you probably shouldn't be a pilot. I'm just saying. There's a very specific workflow when you're flying planes, and you have to follow it step for step every time, or things will go bad, and you don't want things to go bad. And when things do go bad, even though you've covered your ass completely, your CYA, you have to know what to do to make sure that you can land the plane safely anyways. So, and to be honest, a lot of times, not a lot of time, definitely don't want to say that, don't want to put that out there, but sometimes you have done everything you possibly can do and you're just going down. But that is so rare. Very rare for that to happen. Yes, I totally agree with you, Sauce. My buddy, my game dev buddy, he had a full set of hair, and he has thinned his hair out so much since being a game artist. Like, working for a game studio, he lost a lot of hair. Yeah, I mean, being a VFX artist is just like any other like mind game job. Like, in some cases, like technical support, right? You have to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it, right? And you can follow the same process, like, hey, I can use a mountain node here and I can create these mountains and it should come out looking like this after I do everything at the end of the day. But then it's like, well, then how do I do this and how do I do that? Like, how do I add additional details here? What program should I be using? Or, I mean, there's just so many different variations. In a lot of ways, yeah, I would say in a lot of ways, being a VFX artist in any capacity would make dealing with stress as a pilot a lot easier, especially under really explicit time crunches. I don't know what it would be like to work with a game company that releases a game yearly or annually, like a new game annually, and just always constantly pumping stuff out. And especially Wonder Woman's plane. If you catch that reference, kudos. Talking about the triangle. What is it called? What is that triangle called? That area where the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right there, Bermuda Triangle. I cannot imagine the teams who worked on Sonic when they were told, build new assets and render everything. Yeah, well, I'm glad they did, though. Okay, so I actually give a lot of praise to whoever decided that, yeah, we're going to go change Sonic's model. Like, no joke. Because not only did it make the fans of Sonic happy, but it actually, in return, fans went out and saw the movie because they respected the fans, that they made their money back. It probably was stressful saying, hey, we got to remodel this and re-render everything out. But, man, they made their money back because Sonic actually did really well in the box office compared to how much they spent on it, even with all the new renders they had to do. And it was awesome. So they did the right thing. Like, let's put this into perspective. So when the solo Star Wars movie came out, people were not happy with the direction it was taking. Instead of just listening to the fans and saying, yeah, we'll change this to make the fans happy, right? Disney just decided to come out and just call everybody like some form of an ist or ism or a phobe or whatever. And it made fans mad. And so they didn't get their money's worth. It was actually the first Star Wars movie that did not bring in more money. The very first one. And all they had to do was just listen to the fans and say, hey, we want Solo to be more like how he was in the original Star Wars trilogy, where he was just this really awesome dude who like didn't live by the rules and whatnot, and had like a bounty on his back and stuff like that. But yeah, they didn't listen to any of the fans. They just attacked them instead, and Disney has produced some of the worst selling Star Wars movies in history. So they may have made money on them, but Solo was the first one that did not make money, and that was the very first one where the fans were extremely not pleased with how it turned out. And the complete opposite happened with Sonic. They listened to the fans, they changed them up, and the movie was fantastic. And granted, the movie was probably fantastic with the old Sonic model, but it made watching it better because now you don't have that really scary looking creature looking at you in the screen. So yep, it exists. Only the line pockets. You were not wrong on that. Yeah, and I actually don't want to get started on Disney Star Wars either. I've been a huge Star Wars fan my entire life, and quite frankly, there are other videos out there where people kind of dissect everything, and they do a better job than I do. So, but yeah, I just wanted to use those two movies to compare, at least as a from a fan's point of view. Not only did Sonic turn out wonderful, even with the remodel, but its art direction and like when you look at Robotnik or Eggman, whatever. I always say Robotnik. If you look at Eggman at the end when he's fighting Sonic after Sonic gets up, and you see Sonic in his glasses. Let's see if I can find it. It's just a really cool scene. It's a really awesome shot. Sonic and Eggman final showdown. Yeah, and that you're right, Sauce. Nobody wanted a Solo movie, but I think if they would have did a good job with Solo, people still would have went to go see it. But since a lot of stuff happened with it that fans didn't like to begin with, as well as not wanting a Solo movie to begin with, they didn't make any money on it. But I think if they would have done something different, listened to the fans on what they needed to change, during like preview sessions and whatnot, they probably would have made their money back. Sonic and Eggman final fight movie. Maybe that'll work. It's like around this time right here. Let's see if we can find it. Right here. This shot is so awesome. When I saw this, I didn't see this in theaters, but when my wife brought it home when it came out, I saw that. I was like, "Oh my god, that's so badass!" I don't know. I just nerded out for a minute. I played Sonic my entire life. When I was like a kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, I would watch like that really old Sonic cartoon that came out like the late 80s and 90s, or early 90s. I mean, not 80s, but early 90s. And I had a shirt. It was just Sonic, and it just said across the top, the Fast Hedgehog. That's all it said, was the Fast Hedgehog. But it had Sonic on it, and it had like one of those roundabouts, those round loops from the video game surrounded with coins, and it was just really cool. Yeah, man, exactly. The Mandalorian is good. I will give them that. I think out of all the Disney creations, The Mandalorian's probably the best thing that's ever happened from a Disney Star Wars perspective. And even I still have some reserves with The Mandalorian, especially after the first season, after season 3 or episode 3. I think up to episode 3, it's really great. I think it really falls apart for episode 4, but that's as far as I've gotten so far. I actually haven't been able to watch a lot of it. Oh, good. That's good. I know I had kind of like a rocky start. Specifically like at episode 4, what got really rough for me. I did just a lot of stuff in there that I was like, but episode 1, 2, and 3 I thought were pretty good. A little bit weird, and I still, like I said, had my reserves, but yeah, I haven't been able to finish it yet. But I thought that scene right there, like the lighting's just so awesome. I like how they have like the Sonic reflection as goggles, and it just played out so well. It was just so badass. I got really excited for that. what is that? Taika Waititi? Is that how you say it? Waititi? I don't know how to say it. Yeah, I think Deborah Cho, considering she did the first 3, I believe. YTT. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you what any director is in any movie or film except for like Steven Spielberg. So I don't know who directs anything. And for a long time, I wouldn't be able to tell you who directed when, like, everybody knows who George Lucas is now, but even when I was growing up watching Star Wars, loving the films, I appreciate the credits more now as somebody who actually works on a project and wants to get credit, but when I was a kid, I never watched the credits. So I wouldn't be able to tell you who George Lucas was, even when episodes 4, 5, and 6 came out. I was just like, I think I was like maybe 10 or 11, maybe a little bit in that range, like anywhere from 10 to 13 years old or whatever. I couldn't tell you who George Lucas was. And I did like Thor Ragnarok. I didn't watch Jojo Rabbit. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's awesome. I know who Ahsoka is. I mean, at least there's that. I actually really like Ahsoka's character, especially if you watch the Clone Wars. The new 3D animated ones. She's a really cool character. I really like Ahsoka. I like how she has a really good character development too. So she starts, like, sometimes she listens to Anakin on what she ought to be doing, but sometimes she like doesn't listen to him and gets herself into trouble, or she uses her best gut judgment based on the Force and actually does something that she should be doing. Like, she just is a really cool character. I like Ahsoka a lot. So that gets me excited if she's showing up in season 2. I haven't finished the first season, so I'll have to get caught up before that comes out. Oh, nice. Jojo Rabbit. It's a German boy with imaginary friend named Adolf Hitler. That's funny. Yeah, she's what Anakin should have been, exactly. But Anakin was a cocky bastard and didn't want to listen to anybody or anything and destroyed himself. I'm gonna have to go look up Jojo Rabbit. I do like witty comedy. I like spins on stuff like that. I think it's hilarious. Yep, cocky and whiny. Just kind of like Luke. Luke was whiny. Wasn't necessarily cocky, but he was whiny. But he still had an issue not listening to his mentors. So like Obi-Wan Kenobi, he listened to a little bit. Sometimes he, had questions. Definitely didn't listen to Yoda, and he just takes off from Dagobah and goes and gets his arm sliced off and almost killed, But definitely, Luke was definitely a lot like his father that way as well. Wasn't as cocky, but definitely whiny, especially in the first episode. Okay, and I've said 4, 5, and 6. What I meant was 1, 2, and 3, just because of the stupid time differences. But episodes 1, 2, and 3. So the prequels, and then you have 4, 5, and 6, and now you have the sequels. Some power converters. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I have like the audio to my desktop on here, because then I want to show you guys a video has been around forever, but I love it. Maybe it'll play. I didn't even care to take care of her newborn. Yeah, I know. It's her death made no sense. Yeah, I don't think he was trying either. Let's do a Star Wars rap. It's not a rap battle. It's an older video that came out a long time ago. Oh, I didn't want to. I don't think I muted it. Did I mute it? Yeah, I don't. Oh, right there. I did mute it. Oops. Yeah, I don't want it muted. I want to. Hopefully, it'll play if I can find it. Star Wars gangster rap. No, I don't. Maybe this is it. 10 years ago. Yeah, this gotta be it. Is it playing for you guys?
It's not the east or the west side. No, it's not. It's not the north or the south side. No, it's not. It's the dark side. You are correct. In front of the empire. To all you beta haters out there. Look on your planet out. What does I mean by master? It's a disaster. Skywalker we're after. What if he can be turned to the dark side? Yes, give me a powerful ally. Another dark Jedi.
I hope you guys can.
He will join us or die. We got Death Star. 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 And you know that we got it. Death Star. And you know that we got it. Luke, get your ass over here right now. Come monkey around that damn land speeder. Where them two droids I asked you to clean, boy? You clean your room?
I'm glowing. I know I'm on probation. I clean the droids. Can I go to the Hashi station? I gotta lay away on the power converter. But now you're treating me like a scruffy nerf murder.
Use the force and run. Run to dig a ball.
Where's that?
Run to dig a ball. Use the force and run. Run to dig a ball. Run to dig a ball.
It's so funny. Just so whiny. There's another one. If you want another throwback real quick, I kind of want to finish working on... I told Bob that this wasn't going to take much longer, so sorry, Bob. I kind of want to work on this a little bit more, but I think I'll save that for another time. But I just want to show you guys one more video because I need to get... My kid fell asleep, and I need to get her pajamas on still and put her in bed. But there's one more I want to show you. It's End of the World. This one is so funny.
Okay, so here's the Earth. Chilling. Damn, that is a sweet Earth, you might say. Wrong! Alright, ruling out the ice caps melting, meteors becoming crashed into us, the ozone layer leaving, and the sun exploding, we're definitely going to blow ourselves up. Okay, so basically we've got China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, and us with nukes.
Are we on the
We've
same?
got about 2,600 more than anybody else. Whatever. Anyway, one day we decide those Chinese sons of a bitches are going down. So we launch a nuke at China. While it's on its way, China's like, shit, who the fuck is shooting us? Oh well, fire missiles. Then France is like, shit guys, we got the missiles, are coming, fire our shit. But then let's have, well, have a nap. Then fire the missiles! Meanwhile, Australia is down there like, WCF, mates. India, Israel, and Pakistan launched their shit, so now we've got missiles flying everywhere, passing each other. Russia's like, ah, motherland! Then England's like, about that time, eh, chaps? Righto. So now the US is like, fuck, we're dumbasses. Canada's like, what's going on, eh? Australia's still like, WTF. Mars is laughing at us, and some huge meteor's like, well, fuck that. So, now we've got nuclear winter. Yeah. Everyone's dead except Australia. And they're still like, WTF. Yeah.
I said this the other day.
But they'll be dead soon.
At work.
Fucking kangaroos.
I work from home
but
for the time
assuming we don't blow ourselves up, us Californians
tired,
just have to worry about California breaking off from the United States
to, be French? And
to
I'm
go
like,
hang with Hawaii.
And I
Alaska
sent them
can
the
come
video
too.
and they're like,
the end!
And they thought it was funny. This video right here, History of the Entire World, I guess, is actually pretty funny as well. I quite like that video. But that one's a long one, so we're not gonna get into that. Yeah, I can't wait to hang with Hawaii. I'm actually quite fine with a few states just going and chilling with Hawaii. Yeah, History of the World is a classic, totally. Love that video. Yeah, dude, I love this render. It looks so good. Followed it pretty well. It's actually a good tutorial to learn Blender on. It's a good starter video. So, let's see. You listen to it on long car rides. Mine included. I'm not sure if I get the reference there. Let's see. Mine included. Let's see. It's History of the World. Mine included. Is that just another video? I don't know if I caught the reference on that one. So yeah, we got mountain and warp. So we warped it. Warped it, kind of thinned it out a bit. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if some states broke off. I'm not gonna lie. for a lot of reasons. The only sad thing about California, if it broke off, is that it's such a pretty state. It has some of the most beautiful scenery that you can see in a state. But I don't know. I think that other than like the loss of life, I honestly would miss California mostly because of the beautiful, beautiful state that it is. It is a beautiful state. Yeah, man, you have a lot of awesome stuff to kind of give you like reference to. And I have family that lives in California, and they actually moved from Utah to California, but they're thinking about moving back to Utah just because it's so expensive living where it is that they're at now. They're in Sacramento. And it's getting too expensive for them to live there. So they're thinking about moving back to Utah, but they said if they move back to Utah, they would just miss all the stuff that they go to every year that they love seeing. And I'm like, but Utah's pretty too, and it's easy to live in. But especially with how much money they make, with the amount of money that they make with their jobs, which they can do in Utah as well, they would be living super comfortably in Utah. But yeah, I don't blame them for leaving just based on the scenery alone. I don't blame them at all. But I would say I'm pretty super privileged to live in Utah as well. We do have a lot of awesome, beautiful scenery here that I absolutely love. I would miss mountains. If I moved to a state that had no mountains, it would be like an instant regret for me. Like, I have to be around mountains. Holy wow. What is that? It's like a sword blade almost. Plus whatever. What image would that be? I'd be interested to look at it. They're just a great place to escape to as well. Like, if you just get tired of being in the city and you just want to get away from it all, mountains are just a nice place to go to. I think you can do final renders in Clarice as well, not just compositing. But I could be wrong. I actually haven't used Clarice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, dev, rendering, compositing. Oh. So it wouldn't be like, what's that other compositing tool that people use all the time, but it's node-based? I have it right there on the tip of my tongue. This is why I really suck at remembering names. I cannot remember names for the life of me. You're a filthy hobbyist. Yo, filthy. Yeah, Nuke. That's what it is. People use Nuke for compositing, and I think it's node-based, if I remember correctly. Let's see. I haven't actually used Nuke compositing. I spelled that wrong. I'm getting so tired. Oh, they've got a lot of stuff on their website now. Yeah, Nuke. Type in Instagram and append the after the host name. Is it? Yeah, it is. Holy crap. You can either buy it or you can rent it. And what is that? You only get to rent it for a quarter? A quarter of it? What is that QTR? $10,000 for Nuke X or Nuke Studio. Holy crazy. Per quarterly pricing. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Yeah, that is crazy stupid expensive. Holy crap. No. That's definitely made for like major budgets studios and whatnot. That's definitely not just their typical hobbyist product. Yeah, well, it's a good thing I don't use Nuke, or have ever used Nuke. I know of it, I just don't know anything about it. So I think we just don't know what to type on Instagram. So we have like we have the image I was referencing to earlier. Then you just go to type in Instagram and append that after the host name. I think we don't know what to type in after the host name. Could be wrong though, because I kind of want to see what it is too, but I'm not entirely sure on the instructions there. Instagram. Why don't I just go to Instagram.com? Yeah, see, I would love to log in as Instagram, but I can't. It won't let me. Hero visuals and look at the image of the mountain after the 3 desert photos. Okay. Visuals. What can we do that? So this one. What? I can't show the full version unless I log in, and I can't log in. Like, it won't let me. So it brings up this, as it should. Oh, it logged me in now. Imagine that. It only took months of me trying. Holy shit. Excuse my French, but geez. So that's what you want to recreate. And that's a photo that you took, right? It is a nice photo for sure. I absolutely love it. It really shows the scale of it. You have this tiny little road, and then it leads up to this huge, massive mountain. You got really good scale on that. It looks good. Yeah, you could easily make that. You could easily make that in another program, or in Gaea and using Clarice and whatnot. You have a good reference here on what to do with your flow lines and whatnot. I like this one. This one reminds me of like the lake render that I tried doing a long time ago. Let me see if I can find that real quick. It's gonna be in this is me trying to use Blender to teach people about basic 3D stuff. I thought that would have been nice during the quarantine. Gaea time lapse, I think. So which one was it? Was it this one? I did a time lapse here of like a lake render. This is a time lapse of like the entire texturing and workflow that I was doing for one of the, just a fun little test project. The final result is right here. Just kind of cleaned it up and then pasted the final result right there. It didn't. The water, I have like some blur going on right here that I didn't like afterwards, and I want to add more trees, but I was having octane problems during that time that I've since fixed. And I want to go back and revisit this exact scene that I made and do something else with it. The track is actually not, it's Jeremy Soule. Jeremy Soule. He's the composer, and he does all the music for like the Sky or the Elder Scroll games. And I can't remember what the track is called. Northern Diaries, the Northerner Diaries Symphonic Sketches is what it's from, and the song is Newell. I think I said that right. Newell or Newell. I think that marker above it gives it a different sound. Yeah, it's off the Northerner Diaries. I thought it was a really pretty song. I loved it. I actually go back and watch this just to listen to it. So that's what I do with a lot of my time lapses. I had another time lapse though that is similar to that, but it wasn't that one. Or it was a render that I did actually. It was I didn't do a time lapse of it, but I put it on the Quad Spinner site or Facebook page. Yeah, I think so too. I like giving credit to people who might not always be well known but make awesome stuff that I think is awesome anyways. And I think the best way to do that is to put their music in my videos and then give them credit. I don't make money on these videos, so I don't have to worry about them not making money and me making money with their content, but some of the stuff I've gotten permission to use. Some other stuff I didn't get permission to use, but I have been talked to about them by the person who made them. They're like, yeah, we're fine with it. So technically that is permission, I suppose, but before they're like, yeah, just make sure you reach out to us before you use it, because honestly I'm stupid when it comes to that stuff. So, but then they're like, yeah, we're fine with you. It's not monetized and your stuff is fun. It was good and it kept the theme with the music, so they're good. It's gonna be way down here. I've had a lot of stuff that was posted, so I have to go through all these and try to find it. These are really cool. I remember looking at these and being like, yeah, that's a good workflow. Yeah, I don't know who those guys are, but I will put these down in, oops, I'll put these down. I'm going to copy them and I'll put them down to look at later. Right there. Because I'm always down to hearing new music. Always. It's going to be way down here. I can't remember what I called it either. More nodes equals better artists. I would probably think it's the exact opposite, but yeah. Actually, you want to know what? I actually watched a like a live stream of somebody who worked at Weta on some of not Weta, sorry. Though I did watch stuff from Weta. They were doing more like hard physical objects for Lord of the Rings. But ILM was watching somebody make something on like in Cinema 4D for Industrial Light and Magic, who works for Industrial Light and Magic, and he used like maybe in World Machine maybe 6 nodes, and he made something super fantastic. But he also had to do some work in Cinema 4D with it, so it wasn't like an end all in World Machine. He was a really smart dude and made some really cool stuff really quick, and he used like 6 nodes. But yeah, it is common to use a lot of nodes, especially if you're being really selective. Wow, there's just... I use Facebook Sauce. I use Facebook specifically just because of the different groups I'm in, like Gaea and World Machine and Vu, and I only use Facebook for that stuff because I actually really dislike Facebook. I don't like Facebook one bit, but there are some family members I like to talk with, and being a part of this group is really important for me. There's a lot of people I talk with on here that I help out and whatnot. It's going to be so far down here. I might be able to just find it easier if I look through my own crap. I could be getting close. Who knows? These right here are really great. Let's see if they'll load. Yeah, work smarter, not harder. That's exactly what it is in programming. That's what it is in... I'm not a programmer by any means, but I do a lot of technical stuff that requires looking through code, like specifically logs when things break and trying to figure out what broke. And working smarter, not harder. So we're using a lot of greps, and we're using a lot of cats, things like that to bring out the information that we're specifically looking for. So yeah, this guy right here, I don't know what that name is or anything, but yeah, this right here, fantastic. This is fantastic. And you can get stuff like this really easily. First you would make like your terrain for your foreground, and then just use a mask that will apply your flora on it, and then bring in a separate object from Gaea for your midground, like what he has right here. And obviously he's not using a lot of scattering here. He's using mostly textures to make the rock and the grass, but he's using trees, like right here, that he's scattering, and maybe some more flowers or stuff, or maybe just coloring down here. And then additional different, so he's probably, I don't know for sure because he doesn't say what he's doing, but I would say he's probably using 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 different models that he probably made in Gaea, and he just put them all together and composed the scene out, so it's really efficient. And that stuff right there, fantastic work. That is really good work. And I remember seeing that and being like, oh hell yeah. Like, I love it when people make stuff that really shows off the power of Gaea, because a lot of people get really turned off by the top-down 2D nature of it. But really, the program is very versatile. It's versatile. You can use it in any way you want to make whatever landscape you want, and then if you know what you're doing, you can definitely bring in additional detail where you need it. But for far away shots like this or these or this mid-ground area, fantastic, and it makes life super easy. I do not have any game engine projects that I'm currently working on right now, but I do have, I've been a long time supporter of Unreal Engine, even before they came out. Like, back in the day when it was UDK, rather than just UE4 is the naming structure they've been using for a while. And I have some assets that I bought off the marketplace that I want to throw into like some projects to play around with. But I can log in. I'm not going to do it right now. We can get into it a little later. But I did have a project. I don't have it now because my computer's been rebuilt since then, and I didn't keep a lot of the old files, unfortunately. But I threw the entire state of Utah into the Unreal Engine, and I built that out in World Machine. It was before Gaea came out. So I don't have anything right now. I do want to get back into using the Unreal Engine to make landscapes because I have a really good workflow for it. A lot of it's automated though through a marketplace app that you can buy. It's expensive now, but when I bought it, it wasn't that bad. I think they increased the price on it since, but they've made a lot of changes. And I haven't updated it, so I'm gonna have to open it and get it updated. But yeah, okay, I can make a project and break down what I'm doing in it just to kind of show you what I'm doing. But Unreal Engine's like a totally different beast. PLE, Personal Learning Edition. I don't have any PLEs, except I did have the PLE of Vue back when Vue 2016 came out, I think. It was before they rebranded and were bought out. I can't remember what year it was, but they had the PLEs of Vue back then, and unless I'm getting the wrong PLE reference here, Personal Learning Edition. But yeah, that was the last PLE program I had was Vue. It's really nice. It allowed me to play with a lot of the new features without having to pay for it, and decided that I didn't need the new features as much as I thought I did, and didn't buy the new version. I'm still looking. Where is it? Oh yeah, this is one I made. I remember this one. Procedural landscaping. Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't quite understand the reference there. I'll get into this in just a second, but it's not the PLE. It's auto landscape texture or something like that. I guess I will log in so I can show you. That apparently is not my password. That apparently isn't my password either. Man, why could I never... Landscape auto material. Yeah, that's the one. Sorry. I remember that I changed my password for Epic Games because they actually got hacked and a lot of people's personal information was leaked. And I haven't opened it since then after changing the password, so... this was made in Cinema 4D. I used Octane to render it, and the textures were made in Gaea. So everything you see here was made in Gaea, except for the clouds. The clouds were not made in Gaea. They were a cloud layer that you can download from World Planet Textures or planettextures.com or something like that. I think I linked them in here somewhere. This one right here was just me kind of showing the cloud modulation that you can get as it passes over the landscape. I don't know why it's such low quality though. I could have sworn I rendered that out at higher quality. But the landscape texture underneath it was made in Gaea. So, but yeah, it was Landscape Auto Material is the one that I got. And I need that because I am stupid when it comes to Unreal Engine and how to properly texture a landscape. I can do it. I've done it in the past, but I am stupid with it. And on steroids. Who's Steve Miller and German Casado? I don't know who they are. They very well could be on steroids though. I just don't know who they are or who they're in reference to. Is that one that I did? I can't remember. I don't think this one is. But it looks good. Dax did that one. Oh, I remember. Because him and I were having a competition on who could... Yeah, I remember this. We were making something similar. Are they just really big, roided out dudes? Just muscular or something? Or are they just really good at what they do in Gaea? Oh, that's one that I did. That was a test. This was a test render. It was mostly just trying to get the volumetrics in the background to work properly. So this one isn't very interesting at all, but it's mostly a test. I did like the way the mountain turned out, though. I thought it looked pretty good. Yeah, they're just okay. I'll have to look at their stuff. I don't know people's names, so I'll just have to go through and try to find them, and maybe I can agree with you on it. You shat a little. Nice. There's somebody that you really have to be paying attention to. Dude, there are a lot of smart and well-to-do people on here, for sure. I just don't know anybody by name. I know figures and faces. I'm just not good with names in general. So, but when I see people post and I see like their image, I know who they are, and I'm like, yep, that's what I can expect from them. Some really cool looking stuff. Which one's this? This is really cool. Trying to do like a mountain fall scene here. Aspen Lake during the autumn. So he did that in Vue and he used Gaea. So he probably used Vue for rendering and scattering the trees out and whatnot. That actually looks... I think there's just a little too much tree going on there, but it does look pretty. Nice, beautiful render there, especially that water. This is the kind of stuff you can expect to do with Gaea after you've exported it. So keep in mind when you are exporting Gaea, those long stretched polygons that I was talking about on the edges here, you have to do additional work to get them out, but you can, and this is a perfect example of that. So you just got to make sure that you have your textures right and you're using the proper retopology and whatnot. But you can expect to make stuff like this with Gaea for close-up shots, as long as you know what you're doing. And in the as I continue going through more like advanced stuff, I'll definitely get into doing this. But for beginner stuff, mostly stick away from that because I don't want to make somebody feel uncomfortable. That's the biggest turnoff with 3D stuff, is being uncomfortable with it. Looks like Adam Garland, one of those dudes that I was talking about in the credits for Gaea. This guy's really smart. He's actually a teacher, a professor, if I remember correctly. He was trying to do cloud modulation with a Gaea terrain. He did a really good job. Every day, Jeff. Tell him every day. Tell him you know what you're doing every day. Just do it. Vaping mountain. Yep. That reminds me, I haven't taken a hit off my vape in a minute. I guess that's a good thing, but I'm kind of feeling the itch now that you said that. Yeah, don't actually do that though, Jeff. Don't actually do that. I'd say if you're gonna want me to like reasonably and actually answer that, I would think that when you are able to know what your workflow is going to be and how long things are going to take to make and what kind of results you can expect is when you can tell people what you're doing. Because I can guarantee you that people who use Gaea every day for their job probably still don't know everything about it. It's a very deep program. This is one that I did. This was texture creation. I was going through some texture creation points on a tutorial. The landscape itself and the rendering itself isn't all that impressive, but I wanted to do the salt flats in Utah, a salt flat look regarding the texture, and so I made this. And I made another one that kind of shows a top down of it. Right there. I just wanted like that dirty salt looking texture. That's the result we made in the tutorial. Yeah, I really like the light fall off on this. I thought it looked pretty good. That was using a volume box in Octane and just adjusting the settings so it fades out a little bit better. But I think I'm close. Oh, this was another texture creation one. So I made this one. This is all done in Gaea. I didn't use any other additional stuff, so we just kind of made these rocky outcrops and then textured it all in Gaea and threw in some sand in here. If I could go back and redo this, I would, and I would be a little bit more explanatory on what I was doing, but it's kind of stuff that you can expect in Gaea as well. I used the Perlin. Let me see. Let me remember here. There's a video on it, and I can't remember what I used. I think I used slope noise. And kind of just modulated it around a bit. I have to go back and look at it. That was a top down for it. I don't like the top down as much. I changed the lighting around and the coloration, but actually, let's go find it real quick and we'll find out so we can know for sure. I'm clearing my throat a lot. Sorry, it's getting kind of dry. I don't have a lot of fluids down here. I have to go get some water. So right here. Don't go. All right, let me adjust. Yeah, this is one that I just kind of broke down. And unfortunately, it's also when I was recording my entire desktop resolution, so it's funky when you're looking at it on a 1080p monitor. So I used slope noise. Yeah, I just used slope noise. And then I just used breaker and fold and stratify and a bunch of other things. But the main noise itself is just slope noise. Just that one slope. That's the, if you guys can see it and it doesn't look all weird, then that's the graph for it. And then at the end is when we did the rendering for it. So if we go about right here, it's about the shot that I was looking at. And that's the final render. I think I used, to get the really close detail, the really nice, fine, grainy detail, I used Octane's noise. Just applied it over the entirety of the landscape just to give it a little bit more close detail. But other than that, I don't think I did much else of anything. I recommend that video. It's a good texturing video. Let's keep looking. I gotta find it. It's gonna bother me if I don't find it. Oh, that is some good fall off. I remember seeing this one, and I'm getting sidetracked again, but this one, fantastic, freaking fantastic. What makes this scene really sell well is its foreground, as well as the different variations in the trees. So you have these green trees, also the clouds casting shadows in different areas is really good. Really helps sells the scene. However, I don't think they match all that well with the clouds above it. I think this would be a more overcast and they wouldn't have these pockets of shadows, but oh yeah, right here you were saying it. Those shadows, yeah. So really good work right here. That foreground sells it really well. The shadows on the trees and the trees themselves, the variation in the trees, all makes this scene really pop and come alive. Really good. Some good work right there. These were ones that I made. We're getting close now because I'm remembering these. Okay, so I made these as kind of to show that you don't have to just make mountains and basic landscapes with Gaea. This was the graph right here. I don't know if I can zoom into that or not. No, it's not going to let me. Yeah, and there's a few other things that didn't quite match in it, but it was still a pretty good piece of work. There would be some things that I would personally change in it, but overall it was pretty good. They had some good stuff going on with it. So yeah, this was all done with 2 gradients and whatnot. Yeah, for look dev, it's really solid. 21:9, yeah, I can probably agree with that. I think 16:9 at this point is really dated, but everything is made for it, so it's kind of hard to move everything off and make a new standard. Plus 21:9 can get really kind of hard to see everything that you need to be doing when you're doing other things other than developing or playing with timelines. So it's more of a utility kind of ratio rather than a final production ratio, in my opinion. But I mean, get the fuck 2.40 by 1. Yeah, let's go back to some really wonky ratios, and then we can color them. So all I did was I colored them out, and I kind of go through the breakdowns of these very quickly in the Gaea beginner tutorial series I'm making, but you can kind of see the coloration you can get with them. But that's not what I wanted to show you. We're getting close though. I feel it. I know it. I might have missed it. I might have skipped over it, but we're getting close. That's the one that I made. So I made this one a long time ago using modulation, cloud modulation. And then Adam Garland did the same thing a little bit later, but this is what I was trying to do when I was doing cloud modulation. That's my vaping mountain option, I guess. That's one more cloud modulation test, so I did a couple of them, so that's just another one that I did. I think this was the first one. Quick test for another VDB. This one was modulated to form to the landscape, yeah, so I kind of just did this dusty, polluted kind of look that modulated over the landscape. The render time on that, 2 minutes. Took 2 minutes to do the render time on that with Octane, so didn't take very long. Yes, that's exactly right. Yep. So all you do is you take your cloud layer and then you essentially displace it with the same height mask that you have, or height map that you have for your landscape, and that just forms the clouds to the height of your landscape and the forms of your landscape. But you go a little bit further, Yeah, exactly. You're able to deduce a lot of things. But essentially what you want to do is you want to have it form to your landscape, but you don't want it to take the shape of your landscape. So that's where the modulation part comes in. So you give it the height outputs so it knows how low and how high your landscape is, but then you throw in like some kind of noise in there that kind of help make it appear in different areas. And so when you move across like a timeline or an animation of it, it moves in and out naturally with your animation rather than being stagnant and keeping still. So that's kind of the simple breakdown for it. And Vue does a really good job at that. And I have a video on how to break that down in Vue. So if you wanted to go and learn how to do it and you use Vue, you definitely can. These are some more VDB tests. So these clouds right here are the clouds that you can get on my Gumroad store. Just for reference. So I just made this landscape in Gaea. Yeah, so you look, it's look dev is like look development. So you make something, put something together that looks visually pleasing while you're developing it, and it might not be the final product, but it is something that you're visually developing, I suppose. Might be a good way to say it. Throw a mesh or something into something like Houdini and generate cloud VDBs using the mesh as a collision object. I believe you can. Yeah, you can turn pretty much any 3D mesh in Houdini into a cloud VDB. Yeah, prototyping. Yeah, it's another way of putting it, is prototype. But yeah, and Houdini, definitely. Houdini's I don't know a lot about Houdini, and I actually have a Octane plugin license for it because I do have Houdini. I just don't use it often. But you can take, so it's the same thing in Vue. You can take a 3D object and turn that object into like a cloud and export it as a VDB. You can do that in Houdini as well. I don't know if it's preferred. I think it just depends on what you're doing. So if you wanted, like, a long time ago, Eon had like this train engine that was puffing out little cloudlets as it moved along, but the train itself was a cloud. All they did was they used like a height mask of that train, or maybe I think in older versions of Vue that's what they did, but instead in newer versions they took an actual 3D model of that really old-fashioned train engine model, and just turned it into a cloud. So you can definitely do that. Yeah, Houdini is definitely more for the developer, I would say. It has a very good developer mindset to it, and that's unfortunately the reason why I don't use it often, because I'm definitely not a developer. This is the cloud from the top. So those are the kind of results that you can expect using the clouds. I thought they looked pretty good, so I used them. The landscape itself, unfortunately, I was not selling. It was just mostly for testing. So yeah, there's a learning curve. Definite learning curve. I know enough about Houdini to get what I need for like clouds, but since Vue started allowing exports of VDBs, I haven't used Houdini all that much. So there's that one. And then there's this one as well. That one again was, the landscape was more of a test, but I used the clouds, the cloud layer here. You can actually use that as well. That's another one that should be up for sale. I thought the clouds itself was good. I liked the lighting in them a bit more. So I think we're getting close. This is one that I did, but I don't think this is it, though. I like the lighting in it. Nope, that's the one that I was showing you earlier in the video, so that's not it. I would make a lot of changes in that one if I could. That one I did. That one I did. This one is nice. I thought it was nice. This one was when I was first using Forester, when I first got Forester. So not very great by any means, but I liked the landscape overall. I thought the landscape was nice. Oh, that would suck. I wouldn't like that at all. I haven't used Terrigen in years, but I would hate if they did that, because one of the biggest things that got me into using Vue is that everything that I made in Vue I was able to sell. They had their own store where you can sell on it too. So Eon had they had cornucopia is what they called it, and everything that you made in Vue you can sell on cornucopia or any other site that you wanted. So it just doesn't make sense to limit people to not being able to sell things that you make. And it's dumb. Like, they're not making any money from you making that cloud and exporting as a VDB. Like, you use it in their program or you don't. They're not making money either way. Their money is being made by selling you a product that you make it in. That'd be like telling somebody that you can't sell a 3D model that was made in 3ds Max. That's so stupid. So hopefully that's not true. Hopefully it's not true, because if it is, that's dumb. Yeah, a lot of people will post like their crash dialogues and stuff, wondering how to fix things. So a lot of people use this group page to share their stuff, but also get help on things. So if you are not part of Facebook, I recommend just making a Facebook account just to get on the Gaea Facebook page. It's well worth it. Should be getting close. This one. Ah, there, I found it. Finally. Holy crap. Galandar. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I hope you're learning, man. Also, thank you for joining the stream. I didn't know you did. I know this is a really long stream, so I don't know how many people are still on, because this is longer than what they normally are, but thanks for commenting, and I hope you're learning. More to come soon. So yeah, this was after looking at this, kind of just reminded me of this. I know that was like a long tangent, but we looked at some pretty cool stuff too, so there was that. But this was all done in Gaea, so we have, except for the water obviously, but the mountains and the coloring and whatnot, these are actually physical trees, like 3D objects. I could have easily have used like a color map to kind of simulate tree growth, but I didn't. And this scene took a lot of resources on my computer because I use Octane, and I only have 6 gigs of memory that I can use for my graphics card, so definitely took up a lot of memory on my graphics card to do it. But I like the lighting, I like the depth it gave, and really the only thing I really was aiming for on this wasn't even necessarily the trees or the grass or whatever. It was mostly just the mountain shapes and the valley and the size of the scene, like the total scale. So that's what I was aiming for. I don't know if Jeff saw it, but I just wanted to show him what it reminded me of. The water itself was done in Cinema 4D. I used a couple different noises. So I used their turbulence, wavy turbulence noise option. And then I masked in another noise to kind of give these softer spots in the water. And like right here where the reflection is. So it didn't look too noisy overall everywhere. I would go back and change this noise really quick. If I ever went back to do it, there'd be a lot of stuff I'd change about it, but again, it was mostly testing. This was back in 2019. So I've learned a lot since then using Octane, but I can make landscapes easy enough. I know a lot about making landscapes, but when it comes to like, at the time that I was doing this render, I was still learning Octane's scattering properties because I didn't have Forester at the time, so there wasn't as much of a control that I could use for it, except for using masks, and it's pretty primitive that way, I guess, or basic, is another way to put it. So, anyways, since then I've got Forester, so things have changed quite a bit. I'm able to do a lot now. This one I did actually as well. So if you want to see how you can use texture maps made in Gaea, this texture map for this rock was made in Gaea that I did. The texture of the rock was made in Gaea. It was rendered in Octane and Cinema 4D, and I used Forester. Oh, so I did have Forester at the time. I just wasn't using it for generating things yet because I was still trying to learn how to use it. Plant particles on the top of the rock. So these are just little tiny plant particles on the top of the rock here. But I was using Gaea to make the rock texture because you can make really cool rocky textures in Gaea. So there's more than one way to use Gaea. For anybody out there who's following, you can use it to create rock textures as well. And I thought it turned out really nice. Some more good stuff right here. I remember looking at these. This guy did some really good texturing work. You can kind of see the artifacts from the dune right here when you don't quite soften the dunes up enough. You kind of get these weird artifacts in the shadows and whatnot. But overall, not bad. This guy did a really good job. A little harsh right here. This is where you can like use a mask. You can paint in the mask on this seam right here and use some erosion to kind of blend it together. I would use probably a little bit of just your regular erosion and then some sediment erosion. The texturing on this one was really good. This was done with ZBrush, if I remember correctly. Or not. I can't remember if this one was done in a 3D program or if it was like a reference in how to make some. Oh, I think this was a reference in how to make something. They wanted these cliffs to be able to jut out, and Gaea just doesn't do that. You got to use something else. And so people were telling them you got to use like a ZBrush tool or something like that. I think that's what that was in reference to. And of course, Dax has his that look really nice. Right here. So this is like the full render image for what they have for their marketing. And he uses Forest Pack Pro for 3ds Max for his trees and plants. And this mountain, you can actually... I think this mountain, it's not this mountain, sorry, it's the other one that's on the Gaea Facebook page, headline or whatever that header, or whatever that banner, that's what it is, banner, the banner photo, is actually a quick start that you can look at. And if I could open up the quick start, I can't do it in the new version, but in the EAP I can, and I'll show you which one it is that they're using. So the quick start one that he's using is the Snowy Mountain Peak. So this one right here is the one that is being used for the banner for their Facebook page. And I think they exported it out at 4K, so you don't have to go really high resolution on it. Clutter is going to cause some problems. They made changes to clutter for some of these quick starts. So if you delete the clutter and just throw in like a quick color, connect that up to the snow, and connect that up to the input 2, you can get your snow back. Just so you know, in case you didn't know. But yeah, they built this out at, I think he said it was 4K is what they built this out at. And this is what they're using, this build right here, is what they're using for the banner on the Facebook page. So you can kind of see how, if you go to the Facebook page banner and look at it, you can see all the really cool detail you can get with good, proper texture work. And I don't want to look through all these and try to find other things, so I think I'm going to... We'll call it good for that. I just kind of want to show you the banner now, so you can kind of see. Right there. So that's what he made with it. Texturing, I'm pretty sure he used some form of other texturing, but his base texture is what they exported out of Gaea. And then he just kept the like, he'll add like additional texture stuff to the snow, so it kind of glistens when it gets hit by the sun and whatnot. Makes it look really nice. So, but this is the one that they used, this quick start right here. Just so you know, just some reference. Sorry, Sauce, I didn't see which one you were talking about. Which one was it? Which image? Was it like the mountain with the lake? Is that the one you're talking about, Sauce? Oh, the one from the owner guy. I believe the one that Dax was doing for, let's see if we can go back to the media, and it's closer towards the bottom. It's a relatively old photo when they first launched the page. So if I can find it again, I believe it's a couple of them composited together. He actually does a breakdown of it, like a video breakdown of it. I'd have to go try to find it. He posted it a long time ago, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. But he most definitely had a couple of them composited together. It wasn't just one landscape. I think it's down here a little bit further. We can find it. Or maybe it's above. I remember seeing these. So if we go further up, can't be much further up. Oh, did I go past it? That one. No, not that one. The other one. The one with like the trees, and I know which one you're talking about. Did I pass it again? I swear I'm blind as well as dumb. That one. Yeah, this one I think was multiple different objects and composited together. So he doesn't break this one down, he breaks down a different one that he made before this that they were going to use for marketing material, but instead he did it for like some kind of speech he was giving. Can't remember. But he said it's basically the same thing, if I remember correctly. So he has this foreground landscape. Actually, hold up. I might be getting this wrong. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh, I cannot type. YouTube. Oh my jeez. No, get me off this AIDS website. Alright, they have some good stuff on their website, but on their Facebook page. I haven't watched a lot of their videos. This one I've watched, but I haven't watched a whole lot of them. But I do recommend going through all their videos if you haven't already. Dax is a really good teacher. So he has some older stuff as well that they talk about with that doesn't include Gaea, but he man, that is an old video. I remember that. I think it's in this video. One they have on there. Oh, it was right there. It's really quick, so it's easy to miss. that one. He does a breakdown of this one. So no, couldn't pause it in time. He just does it so quick, it's hard to... There we go. That's better. All right, yeah. So he does a video breakdown of this, and this one he composites different landscapes together that were made in Gaea. So this foreground object, this midground mountain right here, and these background mountains, they're all separate objects. And actually, if you use the mutations option that I was showing earlier in the stream, most definitely use the mutations to retain similar features, but just kind of change seeds around. That way everything looks like it blends together nicely. It's a good way to do it. So he textured it all in 3ds Max and all that stuff, and this is what he made. So it looks really good. So the one that's that we were looking at earlier, I think was all one landscape, though. This one's not. That breakdown is on a blog. I think it's on his ArtStation. I think I just spelled ArtStation wrong. I have a mic in my face, so I have to kind of peer around it, and I can't type very well. Dex Bendy. I think he has an ArtStation. Right here. We challenged ourselves to create a realistic terrain scene using as few nodes as possible, and we wanted the hero image to depict the software's contribution to the broader project, not just the hero, the terrain itself. Not just hero, the terrain itself. Okay. Anyways, he has the making of right here. And if you guys get these links, let me. If you don't get these links, let me know. But I just linked it in the chat. So this is the breakdown of it. So they released this biome right here, and the biome is really nice. I actually want to talk about the biome stuff in later videos, but for the time being, we're not. So he just goes through the breakdown of the terrain, some of the references that he had to make the terrain. So that's an image that he took, or that somebody else took. Mukul is I know this guy. We're really good. I would say we're good acquaintances because I actually worked with him a lot during the production period of Gaea before it was released. And he's a really good photographer. He's super, super nice. Just a humble dude. So this is a landscape they made, and this is the texture that they used for it. The base texture, anyways. I don't want to go through the whole breakdown and read it all to you, so hopefully you can just, hopefully you got that link. Yeah, we're going down a Blogspot rabbit hole. But the breakdown's here, so it's good. We'll just kind of go through the breakdown real quick just in this stream, but definitely give it a read. It's really nice. And then there's the background terrain. So this is the terrain that they made for the background. And this is the process that they did to make that. And I think all these are in the quick starters as well. I could be wrong, but I think they're in the quick starters as well. And then when he got all of it composited together, he uses Corona Render. I recommend Corona Render. So if you have 3ds Max and you don't have Corona Render, I recommend getting Corona Render. So I used to use 3ds a long time ago. I did for a little bit. I would say I used it for about 1.5 years, and then I stopped using it. I just liked Cinema 4D more. It worked with my flow a lot better. But in that time, I played around with Corona Render, and it was fantastic. It's not a GPU render. It's a path tracing CPU renderer, but it's so fast. Like if you go back to like the old days of Vue, like back in like 2010, that's a CPU render, right? That's the render engine is built to be a CPU renderer, but it's not path tracing, at least not that I'm aware of, in any sense of the word as it means now. But Corona Render is like near instant. You get instant results pretty quick, and it's all based on your CPU. So you don't have to buy an expensive GPU and be limited to the amount of VRAM you have. I recommend it. I highly recommend it. So they started throwing in some different assets in here to kind of give it some more character. And they didn't like the way it originally looked, so they changed stuff around a little bit more, added additional details and whatnot. some more scattering, changing the landscape up a little bit more. And then that's what they ended up with. So they have different foreground, midground, and background elements. And then the elements of the final version right there. So you can see this is all black, that's the gray, that's the yellow, so you can see the different objects, and the trees, the rocks. That's how the scene was laid out for them right here. And then actually it might look like this scene right here. Right, this part right here is all part of this landscape, it looks like. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like right here. So they're just really selective with where they place their trees, so they just stayed in camera's view. 3 multiple landscapes together for a game map. It is. Yes, it is. It totally is. You would make the individual landscapes in Gaea, and then you can combine them together using like a transform node. So you can place them in different X and Y portions of the scene you're working in. Or you can just export the landscapes as individual objects from Gaea and just import them into your video game map and just align them that way if you want. I mean, there's a couple different workflows that you can go through, but you can definitely do that. Those are all the pockets of the trees that they used. Yeah, it's a really good breakdown of how they did what they did, and I recommend reading it. It's super interesting and knowledgeable. Like you can learn a lot from it. So I don't want to go through the whole thing. It's really long, but anyways, you can kind of see the good amount of detail and landscape features you can get with Gaea. Dynamesh them together. Oh, Dynamesh. I don't know if I know what Dynamesh is actually. Am I just that dumb? Oh yeah, it's a ZBrush thing. Alright. I use ZBrush for very few things, so I'm not an expert at ZBrush at all, but yeah, I mean, if it will work, then it might work. I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. Never used Dynamesh. Might have to look into that a little bit later though, and see what can be done with it. Let's go and take a look-see at some other stuff he has on here. I'm really liking Jeff's photography, by the way. It would obliterate any detail. Oh, okay. Cool. Good. Yeah, don't use that. Don't use Dynamesh. I don't know what Dynamesh is, but yeah, you definitely don't want to obliterate your detail. Oh, hi. Yeah, we're just looking through your photography, trying to find stuff that looked similar. We kind of went down another rabbit hole, but it was fun. We're just looking at how some stuff was made with Gaea by Dax. Oh yeah, we don't want that. You need your individual fingers. We don't want to be mutants over here. So it looks like Dynamesh might be good for some stuff, but definitely got to be kind of restrictive with it, it sounds like. This is just your nice little, I mean, she was just starting out, I think, using Gaea. Her workflow and productivity inside and visual quality of her landscapes has changed so much since her first postings. Because this is the one that showed us like that blocky cliff render that we were looking at. And you can kind of see how much of her work and visual fidelity has increased since she started. She's learned quite a bit. This just reminds me of a render that I did a long time ago during the geoglyph days. So there's this, but let me see if I can find my render real quick. I actually have it. I'll give you a quick snippet of what I'm making here with this beginner's guide. Since you guys are on the live stream, I can at least show you it. So this is the, it's not going to let me just, okay, we'll just do that. Okay, hopefully you guys can see it. You should be able to. So this is what I made. just a quick breakdown on this. Since you guys are in the live stream, we'll just do this quick PowerPoint breakdown. So getting started with Gaea, and it's a beginner's tutorial series to Gaea and landscape design. So what is Gaea? It's an artist-friendly landscape creation program developed by QuadSpinner, but it retains advanced and pro features as well. So super easy to use, but you have a few different options and workflows for you. And there's the website to get to it. It's node-based, but it's also layer-based. So you can use the layering system for like quick prototyping, but you can use the node graph editor for really advanced editing. It has natural and realistic erosion simulation, which you guys probably already know. And it's used to help reference landscapes as they are created. So it's more of a visual program, like a look dev program, than a final rendering program. Then what Gaea is not. It's not a final rendering application, though it does have the simple visualization tools that we have in it, like the light node, as well as like the water layer and stuff like that. But it's just simple stuff. It's not any advanced stuff at all. And it's also not an end-all. Put a full link. Yeah, I know. That's why I haven't released it yet. I'm gonna go through and edit a lot of this stuff out and make it less like long and winded and whatnot. So you are right. I know. I'm just gonna put quadspinner.com in there. Take out the HTTPS and whatnot. But it is a PowerPoint, so people can't click on it. So it doesn't matter. But I at least wanted to let them know where they can go to get it. So you are right. You are totally right. But yeah, it's still being edited. So it's not, and it's also not an end-all to landscape design. There are additional tools that you need to make other features that image-based modeling can't reproduce. Like Gaea, for instance, uses height maps for displacement, and details are often lost which are desirable. For example, jutting rocks and other geometric objects. It's not a final product, and I say this for pretty much any product nowadays because a product is released, but it constantly gets updates and bug fixes and stuff like that. So, so I just put that at the end. What product is truly a final product, anyways? It's definitely newer than most other 3D landscape creating tools, but I think it's going in a right direction. And this is who Gaea is for. So it's essentially, I break it down to everybody and people who are on a budget, because Gaea's marketing for it, like QuadSpinner's marketing for Gaea, is super generous. It's inexpensive. You don't have a whole lot of limitations even in the free version, and then those limitations are vastly increased if you just buy it for $99. So it's not nearly as much of a bank busting application as something else that you would use. And that's essentially what I break it down here as. And then these are just examples that I made, so made by me. And this is one that we did in one of the live streams. And I just kind of threw it in the back there because I actually like the way that turned out. I like the texturing for it. So this is one that I made. I'm not going to go through the breakdown on this because I did a video on how... I didn't make a video how to do this, but it was a time-lapse video. So you can kind of see how that's been broken down. I just wanted to show people here how things looked when you modulate with clouds. So this is by no means like a very good render, but it's more of a test render. These are the ones that I was showing earlier, so you don't have to only make landscape features. You can make like rocky cut-ins and whatnot. This one was a very simple breakdown of just some hills, trees, block the background, and just the background mountains. Everything in here was made in Gaea, by the way. All the landscape features anyways were made in Gaea. And then same here. It looks like I didn't add in here. I thought I did, but I didn't. Same thing here. You can get really small scale landscape features here. Everything you see in here, except for like these small tiny pebbles that you see like right here, everything was done in Gaea, but those micro details were done with a Megascan texture. So it worked out pretty well. But it did not have what I wanted in it. So we're going to close that out and try to find it. And to do that, we're going to take a blast from the past by going back to Wix and looking at all my terrible things that I had on there. Let's see. Let's edit the site. we'll find it going through my gallery. I have a lot of stuff in there. I used to have this website as my portfolio, but I'm going to move everything that I actually like back over to ArtStation. This was my original site. So this was my original PWN site that I had forever. But this has since been closed down. So now the only two sites that I have is ArtStation and Gumroad. And Gumroad I'm using to sell a lot of stuff, but I'm going to sell on Gumroad and ArtStation. ArtStation is going to be mostly used for posting projects and my portfolio and stuff. Okay, so let's change the page background. And image, I believe. Site files. Yeah, I tried to break them down relatively well. I made music as well, so I have some stuff in here because I made music for some projects. But I have some stuff in here that I like. Some of it's terrible, but mostly used for like blog posts. Let's see. Where did I put it? Maybe it's in... really old renders, like back before I even started doing tutorials. We got some saucy stuff in here. This was my very first render. Oh my gosh, you guys, I gotta show you this. Can I open that up? No, I just want to open it. You want to talk about ridiculous? We'll just download it. Just make it easy. This right here. Very, very first render that I ever did in Vue. So I downloaded Vue after I purchased it, and that's what I threw together. I was just like, kind of played around with it, and that took me forever. That's just a really big blast from the past. I'm not gonna lie. This was a preset atmosphere, so I didn't do anything with the atmosphere. It was just one that was already made. And I tried to, what year is this? This is like 2009, maybe 2008, somewhere around there. And yeah, that was my first render. It definitely brings me back. You can see like this banding in here. This is before I knew anything about textures. So I threw in the landscapes and I threw in this texture, which was supposed to be this sand texture. And it didn't work out at all, but by God, I felt so good after this came out. I was like, wow, that looks so cool. So I showed my brother, and my brother was like, that's awesome, but what's wrong with that first part, like up here in the foreground? I was like, oh, that's wavy sand. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. And like, I don't know, it's long ass time ago. But that is my very first render. I actually have a blog post on that old site, that old Wix site, that I talk about that. So that was my first Vue render. This was, I think, my second Vue render. We'll download that. This is when I was starting to figure out the texturing more. So close that. Canyon wall. Can we download that? Download, please. Open. Why are you not opening? We'll just crop it. Actually, you know what, we can probably copy the URL, I guess. And yeah, there we go. We'll just do that. That's easier. That's my second render. I tried to do a canyon where we had like the mesa-like features that we were inside of, and then looking over on the other side of the canyon. And I did the lighting myself in this one because I was playing around with the lighting and the texture as well. So the texturing is my own as well. But again, that was like my second render, and I learned a lot during this time for sure. I think I spent maybe a day and a half, maybe two, on the terrain itself, and then the textures even longer. So it's definitely changed since then. This was all done in Vue. The lighting and the texturing and the landscape making was all done in Vue. And you can see where I have those spiky things that you don't want in your landscape ever. But again, I was learning, so got to start somewhere. So that was my second one. I'm just going through the breakdown of this. This was my third, either my third or fourth render using a model. I just wanted to use a model. That was back before PWN was PWN. It was Mecha Productions, and everything I posted was on DeviantArt. So all the stuff that I was selling or making and giving away for free or whatever was going to DeviantArt, and it was Mecha Productions. And I had this stupid thing up here. I don't know why I did it, but I would put my name on it. I would put my name for Art Mecha Productions, then my tag name, and then my real name, and then I would put like this box and black it out and fade it in Photoshop. It is a kinky site now. Oh boy. Definitely. Yeah, man. It's definitely not what it used to be. But yeah, I don't know why I did that. It's just, I go back and I look at it and I'm just like, God, that was stupid. But I thought it was cool at the time. So, anyways. This is when I started using Octane. So I was still using Vue at this time, but I started implementing Octane into my workflow and using World Machine. I really like this one. I thought that one was really pretty. No, I didn't model the house. That was before I did any kind of modeling at all. And I still don't do a whole lot of like hard surface modeling like that. I mostly do tree modeling, plant modeling, and landscape modeling. I really want to get into doing that, but I just don't have the time to sit down and model something by hand like that. So that one, I thought that one was really nice. I like that one. That actually got, back when Eon did like render of the day, they had like a render of the day, render of the week, month, and year. This one got like second place for render of the year. It made me really happy. I was really proud. And this is when I started using World Machine. I'm going down another rabbit hole, but I bet you guys want to get to that female model. So we'll go down this rabbit hole real quick. So this is when I started using World Machine, and I did this in Octane. This was rendered out in Octane. I made this little landscape in World Machine, but this is my first time using World Machine. And this is your basic starting landscape that you get when you open World Machine. So it is very Daz 3D because that's exactly what it is. And I actually live in the same state that Daz is hosted in, so or that their corporate headquarters is in. So I got to go to their place of work and see what they do there. I started trying to do car models in Octane, and just so you guys know, this was done in Octane before Otoy was Otoy. This was when Octane was still under a different company, actually, or different name at least. I can't remember what that name is now, but it was before they were even Otoy. So this was before you could even buy it. You had to have known about it somehow to get to the site and download it, and it was free to download actually. And then they started selling it. So it was actually really nice. Not a lot of kinkiness going on in there. They did have some renders that they had that they probably made themselves, where they had some really voluptuous looking women and men in it, but for the most part it wasn't really all that bad. And so this was when I was still doing Octane and I wanted to do human models, but this lady was actually modeled off of a girl I know in real life. And I'm not going to get into the details of how I know her sizes and dimensions, but it was a professional occurrence, not a kinky occurrence. It's something that she paid me to do so I can model her out. So that haircut right there was the haircut she had at the time, and that was her hair color at the time. And I tried to model her face to the best of my ability, so she liked it regardless. So but yeah, duh. I was gonna show you that. God, I hate it when I go down tangents and I forget what I was doing. Yeah, blessed be the Genesis models. I think that was like Genesis 1, that model or something like that. Change the background again. I don't want that as my background, but I'm not using the site now, so I guess it doesn't matter. It's probably going to be in nature, and we gotta go down. Really strict. It's this one, but this one I used as like a banner on some blog, so it blurred it. So I gotta find the original. Dude, so much old stuff in here. It's like a big old blast from the past, man. I tell you what. A lot of this was in Vue. This was my render that I did for the Pluralsight series I did. I don't want to look at that though. I actually didn't want to use that image, but they had already posted it and they said they can change it, but it's going to skew with the numbers. And I said, nah, don't worry about it. So didn't worry about it. You got some Unreal Engine stuff going on. No, this was CryEngine actually. So if we look at this, this was done in the CryEngine. I don't know why it's so small here, but down here in the corner you can kind of see some of the text from it. But I was trying to use CryEngine to begin with, but then I decided to go to Unreal Engine. And yeah, the site will not be going offline completely. I'll still be hosting it with Wix's free hosting, but I'm not going to be making many changes to it. I'm going to stick with ArtStation. I had the site for years. Yeah, those are directly out of CryEngine. Yeah, those trees are... Yeah, that was a model that shipped with CryEngine. So I was just trying to play around with the atmospherics and whatnot and trying to make something that looked good. But yeah, I'm not going to be making any changes to the website. And I had the website for years. I think I made it in 2014. I believe it was 2014. And I had it all the way up until now, but it just was too expensive to keep going. And I wasn't getting a lot of hits on it because it's actually a lot harder to market your website than it sounds. And I just wasn't getting that many monthly hits on it. I think I was getting like maybe 1 or 2 a month. For a while after I released like a video tutorial and referenced my webpage, people would come to it, but they wouldn't stay very long. They would stay for like 2 seconds and then leave, and I didn't know what was making them leave, and nobody would tell me. So I just kind of was like, whatever. That's not in... No, dang it. It's not in there. It's got to be in here somewhere. I need to change my background too, because if people are still going to get to it somehow, I want them to see something nice, not that really old ancient render. That would not be good. This is something I made in Unreal, actually. So if you wanted to see some Unreal stuff, this is something that I made. So there's that. That does have a small animation to it, not much. So in this one, I didn't use the auto landscape plugin, but I did use what is it called? It's some sky plugin that somebody made that was really awesome. And I can't remember what it's called now. And the plants are Megascan plants. So this was all done in Unreal. I thought the landscape looked nice and textured out nicely. The lighting was nice. So that's something that I did in Unreal a long time ago. Let's see. I don't know where my planet land. It's probably going to be in my planets box. Planets folder. Duh. I had it set to this one. So let me change the background so at least people have that if they somehow find it. That's what I want them to see. Yeah, I thought the Unreal video looked really nice. I like Unreal. I want to spend more time doing it, or playing in it, but I just haven't. All right, if I can find this last render, I think I'll call it good for this this live stream. It's been going on for a long time. Holy crap, I've talked your guys' ears off so much. I'm surprised that you guys are even still around. Let's see. Press, people, vehicles, sci-fi, game. You love the rabbit holes. I know I can go on tangents for sure. I go on a lot of tangents. But I guess that's the point of a live stream though, right? Like, get people talking and doing stuff. It's got to be in here somewhere. I would not have removed it because it's my very first. I keep all the very first things that I do. So like first view, first octane, first world machine. Then I have my first geoglyph, and I wanted to show you guys my very first geoglyph render. Or official first vehicle, outside of like just testing and prototyping. This was like my very first scene that I set up with geoglyph. It's in here somewhere. Is it high resolution renders? No, it's not that. Gotta be in nature, and I probably just missed it. I mean, it has to be, because I would not have removed it. Yeah, that's the one that we looked through, actually. That's the one that has, like, the girl in it and my first view render. This one right here is... No, this one's been blurred, too. Why the heck did I do that? I don't know why I did that. It was so dumb. Every time I did a blog, I would have a background, and then I would blur it, just so it had something nice to look at, I guess. I don't know why I did that. Now I can't find any of these, because this one right here was the very first material that I made in Vue. Oh, there it is. Right there. So that was my very first geoglyph terrain that I made using its texturing nodes, and rendered it out in Octane, and I thought it just kind of slightly remembered because of looking at this. Just kind of similar. Not the same, but just a little similar. So that was one of the first ones I did. I like the small little noise and details I have going across it and whatnot. And all this is whirl right here. One landscape and two whirls together at different, blended together at different values was super easy. Now I want to find that and show you guys that, because that was a fun render. That's right there. Yeah, it was a huge tangent. Yeah, kind of got lost in all the details. So this was my first, very first time putting together different texture values in Vue. Not all of them made by me, so some of them were made by Quad Spinner, but for the most part, other than like this orange material you see right here, the material was made by me. So I thought that was pretty cool. Really nice lighting on that. This is just the side of a cube. No, this was a sphere. This was just me looking at the side of a sphere and then rendering it out. I thought that was pretty well detailed. Anyways, I think I'm going to end the live stream. I kind of want to go get some food in my belly as well and play some Modern Warfare. I've been itching to play it. I'm trying to play the new Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm just taking my time with it because by the time I was like age 8 or 9, I had beaten Final Fantasy VII maybe 5 or 6 times completely, and I have done that every year since then because I love that game. And so I was super excited when the remake came out, and I think they did a really good job with it, but I was taking my time on it, otherwise I'd be playing that. But anyways, thanks for you guys for sticking around for so long. I know this was a long one, kind of went on a lot of tangents, but I hope you guys learned some stuff. And thank you for sticking around and chatting it up. Yeah, go watch the Planet tutorial. It's fun. And then yeah, recommend anything. Thank you guys for subscribing as well to the PWN Design Old content. That's awesome. That's going to make stuff a lot easier to do in the future. Yeah, I'm not going to smash my controller. I refuse to do that. I cannot buy another controller right now. If I did, I would be screwed. So, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for sticking around.